Yo, what's going on? Right here. Is anybody out there? Oh my god. I just got denied access to a Discord server. A military Discord server. They wanted me to dox myself to prove service. Bruh, the fuck?
Hey John, we want to stop
I
again.
never heard of some shit like that. This motherfucking server wanted me to show them my full name to be in their server. Well, to be verified as a veteran. They wanted me to show my ID, my veteran's ID, with my full name on it. The fuck is the point in that? Dude, they're scamming over there. Actually, you know what I mean? There's no reason to have to do that. My picture's on it. They don't know if that's really my fucking name or not. You know what I'm saying? Why should, bro? Them seeing your full name? I don't know about all that. Not sure if that's what they wanted, but not what they were gonna get. I don't mind showing my ID. But the name, they're out of their mind. They ain't gonna be giving me that many fucking views. Shit. Talk about doxing my full name just so I can be and they said that the military on the military team on Twitch doesn't verify. Dude, they looked at my VA ID. They don't need to see my name on it to know it's me. That my picture's there. They don't know that's my real name. So it's just ridiculous that they're doing that, making people show their real name to verify. Doesn't make sense. Seems like a scam, especially since one of them invited me to the damn server. I didn't even know about it until I got invited, and then I get to it, and they're like, yeah, well, to verify, you got to give us your name and everything. And they got 18,000 members. They're like, we've never had a data breach. It ain't about a data breach, motherfucker. It's about one of y'all knowing my name. And all of a sudden, now it's out there. And now what do I gotta worry about one of y'all dropping it? Because what? Just because I want you to think I'm a veteran? I don't give a shit if you think I'm stolen valor, you fucking motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I just got denied by a Discord server because I wouldn't show my name on my ID. Well, I got denied because I was telling them that it was some bullshit, and then they kicked me. They were like, "Well, you can stay without verifying. You still be in here." I'm like, "Well, what's like?" Anyway, I got kicked. I'm heated on that right now for stolen because they think I'm stolen valor. Well, I don't know what they don't think I am. It's because I'm not because I was bitching about not showing my ID. They kicked me. Guess they didn't want anybody else there hearing about it and thinking, oh, hold up, they do have my name. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Don't be giving people your full name on Discord, you know what I mean? Fuck them. Fucking assholes. I can't believe that, dude. They kicked me for it, and it was full of veterans, supposedly, that had been verified. Like, thousands that had done it already. I'm just like, who are you trusting out here? The fuck are you trusting some random Discord server to give your name to? What are you doing? Dumb. I don't care how trustworthy you think they are because they're a military Discord server with 18,000 people. I don't know them like that. Talking about how there's civilians on the military Twitch team because they don't verify good enough. Okay, whatever. I'm not one of them. It's a little irritating though, because it's much bigger than the military Twitch thing that they have going on, and the fact that they're doxing people like that, man. Dude, Discord is also called Doxcord and Pedocord, by the way. Those are the two alternate names for Discord, because there are pedos on a lot of Discord servers, and they try to dox you all the time on there. So I'm good on that shit, man. Try to dox me, bruh. You don't use Discord, dude. Why? I have a Discord. You realize that, right? And it's huge. There's all kinds of stuff in there. As long as you don't give people too much information on there, you know what I mean? Don't be silly. Pretend like it's the dark web, pretty much, and don't be all willy-nilly with all your info. You should be good. You know, it's nothing to be scared of. It's just your hubby is paranoid. Saying. I'm in so many different Discord servers, probably 100. I'm good. I'm careful. Don't give up too much information. It's that simple. It's not like they can get into your computer with it or anything. He's just paranoid. Discord's it's really good for communicating with the community and being able to keep in touch with one another. Ask all the people that are in my Discord that have had zero problems. There's a ton of you. Yeah, the dinging all the time, you can fix that. All you have to do is mute the server. There's notifications for each server, and as soon as you join a server, you do this. If I need to. Speaking of Discord, and they turn it on over here so everybody knows we're live. So, oh, is it? Okay, so, like, look at this shit. Look, see, this is the guy who is sent me. He's like, check out America's #1 military gaming community, right? So I clicked on this. This was sit on the 10th. I clicked on it and I was like checking it out, and then I noticed that I had to dox myself, and they got like 20,000 members or some shit, and I'm like, man, this place is huge. It might be good to get in here, but dox myself wasn't an option. So I hit this guy up through the chat, and I was like, hey, you invited me here. What's the deal, dude? And then he was like, man, I don't remember inviting you, dude. So I screenshotted this and posted it in the chat. I was like, you definitely invited me. And then right after that, I got deleted from the server. What? Fuck, man. And he banned me apparently, so I couldn't even respond back to him. Yeah, no, but what you do is you go here, you click on the server, whatever server you're looking at, you go to server settings. No, not server settings. You go to notification settings. There it is, notification settings. Boom. Mute. You just do this. Pink, pink, and it mutes everything. I have all my servers muted, actually, even my own. Every single server I join, I do that too, so I don't want to hear any beeping ever, because you would hear it on the stream if it did. Sounds shady, especially when they kicked me out right when I was making some fuss about it. And then it also pissed me off when I looked at their roles right here. When you have roles, you know what I mean, like this, like how we do in our Discord. See, look, y'all, you didn't know we got 857 Discord members, 54 currently online, and if you attach your Twitch and you're a sub to Twitch, you automatically get a Twitch role. Take you out of quarantine, but yeah. Oh, gotta do this. Stuff on, so there I'm being broadcasted and all the different servers is being live streaming. These are all the different servers I'm currently in. There's a folder. Oh my goodness, it's fucking up. Why does it do that? But yeah, I don't have issues, and I'm in all these servers. So your husband's a little paranoid. The beeping you can stop, as you can see I have, or you'd hear it all day long. I wish you would use Discord because, you know, I put a lot into it. Like for it to exist, like I made this before there were templates. Before I could just go bing bing and press a button and have all of it made for me. Back in the day, so yeah, that happened this morning. Kind of bummed it that they were so weird, strict on it. Oh, here's what they sent me for their thing. Uh, Thank you for joining the regiment. If you are a U.S. military veteran or currently serving in the U.S. Armed Forces, you qualify to join the regiment. Feel free to submit an application, our applications channel, and that's where you have to dox yourself. If you're not a U.S. military veteran or current service member, you may still join the Discord and hang out with RG members. Please read the welcome to familiarize yourself with regiment, what we stand for. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask the general chat. Get access to game-specific chats. Sign with your time and support. Chief Executive Officer? The fuck is that? This guy's, he's calling himself the Chief Executive Officer. That's so whack. What is this? Oh, they got a link tree. Let's see. Y'all go join their Discord and check it out. Here's a link for it. Y'all go look at it. If you want. I'm banned from it now. I can't even check it. So you'll see what I'm talking about when you go in there. Like what you got to do to. And it even says you must give your first and last name. See what their Twitch is looking like. I bet it's massive. Yeah. Wait a second. They got 10.3 thousand followers and there are only 4 people watching? What? Man, that's just whack. Hold up. Alright, the top person has 87 people watching. Let's see what Team Military has. I don't know. How do you only have 4 people watching and you're the guy? Oh, how do I go to Team Military? I wonder. I forget how I'd have to go to my name. They got 74 on their top person. So they got more on the top person, more members it looks like even. You fucking assholes talking shit. No, man. No, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. That alone was weird. Like how many this guy's only got 1100 followers and he's got 74 people watching. This guy's only got 5,200 got 40 people. Like, you know what I mean? The numbers looked wrong on that one. Like they're botting each other or something sometimes. That's just whack. Yeah, I'd rather be on Team Military than that one, especially when they talked all kinds of shit about them. Like, yeah, they don't. They got civilians on their team. How do you know? How do you know, dude? What YouTube's looking like 1,000 subs. Y'all are fucking weak, dude. Y'all are so weak. Yo, the biggest in the world. We're the biggest in the world, man. Look at, we got a website even. Challenge coins? Oh, now I know they're fucking stupid. Yo, this is all I had to see. This is all I had to see. They're selling fucking challenge coins. This is some convoy Santa type bullshit. You're not supposed to buy challenge coins, by the way. They're supposed to be given to you by someone higher in rank. This is so whack. Yo, y'all are scamming, Regiment. I hope one of y'all are here right now. Y'all are straight scamming. Oh, I can put this in my pocket and rub it. It's my lucky regiment coin. What the Twitter's looking like. These people really just pissed me off this morning because they kicked me from. If you're new, this morning they kicked me from their Discord server, which one of them invited me to. They kicked me because I was bringing up questions about why I had to dox my military ID first and last name to get verified. I didn't think that was right as a live streamer to make me do that. And I'm just kind of seeing how legitimate they actually look. I mean, they look at this: 2 comments, 5 reposts, 13 likes. Okay, 14, 44. Who is this? Oh, that's up some other whatever is this? Play games. Somebody's booming. Oh well, that got a lot of likes. Talking about their booming. Okay. No more. Got the shirt. What? What? Why? Why would you do that? It's a kid. Dude, it looks like a kid, man. It doesn't look like a veteran. This dude looks like he's either still in or wants to be in the military. Probably wants to be because of that camouflage hat. It's not actually real. Like, it's not a fatigue hat. These people are hardcore. I still give them the salute. Whoa, forehead action. Holy shit. I mean, it looks like they actually have a lot of back and forth on Twitter. So there's that. They really like their fucking ugly shirts, though. What's the deal with that? Apparently they're a real team and they go playing places. Gosh, this person's super psyched about being part. Thank you for letting me be a part of an amazing organization. Thank you for letting me. Oh, man. What I might have really missed out. I missed out on it. Dude, still, it ain't worth it. I don't, even though they're going to all these, like, we're going to this post or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Like they're probably veterans, right? But they shouldn't make people dox themselves with their name, dude. That ain't fucking right. Because I don't know you. I don't know where you're putting that information. What if one day you get pissed off at me and all of a sudden my name is on all my platforms and I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know who the person is, but it's because he decided to get pissed off, signed in on an alt account, and started fucking with me all of a sudden, dude. Why would any streamer let a community fuck them like this? Like, then they got you by the balls, dude. You never know when they're gonna all of a sudden, no, fuck him now. I got his name, and then they can be anybody they want to be, and it's just. I mean, I want to be a part of as many helpful organizations as possible for the platform for the stream, but that shit's whack, dude. I don't like. They haven't vetted themselves to me, you know. Like I don't know, like. Especially being that they sent me the invite. Some dude, he sent it to me. He was like, hey, you want to be part of the regiment? Come join the regiment. I'm like, what the fuck is the regiment? Alright, I'll check it out. Like, if I hadn't been invited, it would be a little different. Like, then I might be like some stolen valor because I'm searching out ways to steal valor. You know what I mean? But I got invited, dude. Like, apparently somebody saw, hey, this guy looks like a veteran. Maybe you like it in here. So isn't that already some kind of pre-vetting? Apparently not. Because I posted this DM into the chat and instantly got banned from their server. Might be FBI. Oh, that could be. FBI keeping track and definitely wanting the names. Then, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, man. Like I said, I like to get into as many of these as I can. But, I wish I could trust those places. Like, I wish I could trust them like that. I barely even trust giving my name to like Streamlabs when I'm paying for something with that, or one of these other apps that I'm using. You know, that I'm using for streaming when I use a credit card or something to pay. Or that even makes me nervous, man, because I don't know who's looking at that information, man. And they know I'm a streamer now. They know my YouTube account or my Twitch account, and now they know my full name and maybe even my credit card number. And so I don't even like doing that. I try to, if I can, pay with stuff like Venmo, crypto, anything to where I don't have to give my real name to them. But you have to with stuff like Streamlabs for tax purposes, and that even makes me nervous. Giving YouTube my information for tax purposes. I don't know who's looking at it. And I don't know if they're writing it down and taking it home with them and creating a database. So one day when they quit, they're just going to fuck over a bunch of streamers. Because as a streamer, we give away a lot of information. I try not to give away too much, but about my life, about previous employment, I try to be careful with that. I try to be careful with different places I've lived and dates that I've lived there. My age, exact age, of course, nobody here knows that. Well, some people do, but they're very secretive with it, and I appreciate them for it. Very early on, it got out only because someone else had the same birthday as I did, and I had to let them know. But that was years ago. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. But like, yeah. For a random Discord, just ask for it like that. For it to, yeah, I'd be like throwing away all that secrecy I've had all this time. giving it away for clout, for hopeful clout, not even knowing if it's going to happen. Not worth it. It's a bummer, dude. It's a bummer. I wanted to be a part of that one because it seemed like a big one, and like I had a lot of camaraderie though. But because I mean, here's the way I'm looking at it. If someone really wanted to cheat the system with like showing their VAID, that shit can be photoshopped, man. If anybody really wanted to do that, I could Photoshop a name on there. I could Photoshop a picture. It could all be Photoshopped. So that's why I'm like, it seems like a scam for them to make people do that. Hell, I could have just Photoshopped a different name on there and we'd have been good. I'd be in there. Whatever. I was kind of standing up for the other people that were doxing themselves and maybe not thinking about it. That's why they kicked me. They didn't want other people like listening to that and reading that, and thinking about it. Because I wasn't being disrespectful, wasn't cursing. I was just bringing up valid points, showing proof of them inviting me, and boom, you're kicked. What is this? What is covered up over here? A ship? That's a lot of tarping. Did they cover a carrier? Who is that kicked you? The main person? No, I don't know who kicked me actually. One of the people in there that was watching the conversation. All of a sudden I was just kicked. It doesn't tell you who kicked when you kicked from a server. The paint, oh. Trippy. Seems like it would be very toxic inside of there. Keeping all the fumes in. I almost died in one of the. I almost died in. I've told this story before. In the sonar dome, in the area right above the sonar dome, I could have died because we had just gotten out of dry dock. We actually might have still been in dry dock at the time. Everything gets painted. Well, it did that time, and I went down, and it was the beat off room actually for sonar techs because you had to have you had to have a code to get in there for one to get in that space, and it was like at the bottom and the front of the ship, right? The most front bottom of the ship you could get to. So that we had like beat off magazines down there, and it was a spot. All that was there was like the water filtration and it the water pump that would push and filter the water that was cooling all the mainframe computer for sonar, and the dome was literally right below. And man, I closed the hatch behind me, and it stank in there. I noticed it smelled like paint. I did my deed. I know that's a bad story, right? But whatever. A long time ago, dude. And then I started feeling really lightheaded and shit, and noticed that I was about to pass the fuck out. Barely made it up the ladder. I had to go up like 3 stories of ladder, dude. We weren't in dry dock. We were actually underway at the time. I remember now, and it was really fucking hard to climb the ladder because I was so fucked up. And I was smelling fumes for hours later. Hours. I probably killed so many brain cells that day. But yeah, I got lucky, dude, because I closed the hatch behind me, man, and like that could have been it. People would have found me for who knows how long. It wasn't a space that goes down and people go down too often. So I don't know. That's why I'm thinking like that. Probably I don't know how the fumes would be collecting if they covered the whole thing with plastic and painted underneath there. Oh, really? So that is what they're doing. I never actually saw them paint the ship. I showed up right before it got out of dry dock. Yeah. Dude, I can't believe this house is still on the beach. What the fuck, man? Why doesn't San Diego get a team together and disassemble this thing? It's been there for half a year now. It's crazy that like some group hasn't came out there and taken it apart. The beach is so nasty now. Look at this. This boat too has been there for months. This one too. Huh, man, I feel like shit because I got denied this morning. I got denied access for possible stolen valor. Mm. Bro, I've taken the goddamn stream to the VA for my doctor's appointments. Inside even. You definitely can't do that if you're not a veteran. Right, it's not in the water anymore though. It's on the beach. It's been there for months. I'm pretty sure it's free for the taking at this point. Months on the beach, and you give up your rights to it, right?
Try open it to the inside if you like, whatever your preference is.
Maybe they're about to get one of them. What's how it works? They still can't take it off the beach?
114 alongside. Open it to the side.
My nose definitely hurts more this morning. Look at it. Ah. I'm kicking my own ass over here. That's what I felt like when I did it, man. Instantly, I was like, bop! Dude, it felt like I got punched in the face by Mike Tyson or something. Straight wood. Oh, it is free for the taking? Yeah, well, it should be. They could use it for firewood. No, you couldn't. It probably has chemicals and shit all over it. Nobody wants it. Nothing, nothing there to want. But the city should clean it so that people want to go to the beach again. Huh? You live on an island? Whoa, that's cool. You're not a tropical kind. You live in the Mississippi River Island or something? A lake island? I wonder you're fishing all the time. Go Escobar. Never mind. Alright, let's get it. Let's see what's going on. Second stream of the day. Lugner's already talking about shit getting shot down. Let's see. Well, you already opened it? Which one is it? Good one. Star Walker. Star Walker. I think I might have had that one. Hey, we get more followers on Kick. We need more followers. We got 7. We're still at 7. Hey, we still got 7 at least. Woo. Burner, burner, burner. Only 115 bucks. How much? Oh, what? Oh, it's 28 grams. Damn, that's a lot. Application. There's an application on here. Oh wait, no. Oh, it let me back in. It's not gonna let me back in. Dude, they fucking banned. They didn't just kick me, they banned me from it, dude. So whack. Yo, look at this sea lion. There's a bunch of them. I'm still trying to find a way around it. Man, it's dead as fucking here today. Tell me.
Stand by, monitor.
Yep, it does suck, man. Sorry you had to go through that.
Turbo, 4.3, copy all.
Maybe I might get off of here, dude. I'm kind of bummed that this fucking Discord server just kicked me like this, and there's no one talking here, so I don't really know what to do. You know? This isn't ideal. Me just sitting here getting stared at trying to find content. I guess I got spoiled. I got spoiled with people actually showing up back in the day and wanting to talk about stuff in the morning, and here we are. Realized my streams have gotten this fucking boring. Yeah, man. Fun to watch. I don't feel like watching shit, man. If y'all don't want to kick it with me, go away. I don't feel like being your channel changer at the moment. I'm fucking pissed that I got denied from the biggest military Discord community and Twitch community, apparently. That's fucking annoying, dude, because I'm actually a veteran, you know? I go to the VA, I got a fucking appointment in 2 days. I got my asshole looked at by a VA doctor. These assholes, fuck them, dude. No, you gotta give us your full name and dox yourself. We gotta have you by the balls to join our community. I need anything I can to do this, you know? I need every advantage possible to make it as a live streamer. It all helps, and to be denied that has me fucking livid, dude. Like, fuck them. Fuck them, dude. And fuck you for fucking leaving for me talking about it. Whoever the fuck's leaving, 2 people just left. Fuck you! You fucking hear that after you got off. I mean, it was so loud you could hear it come out of your phone anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's so annoying when I'm in the middle of saying something and 2 people just, or people just like, I'm out of here. Fuck this guy. 20% of the people leave. 1 person leaving at 10 is 10%. So that's kind of a lot, isn't it? 2 people leaving at 10, 20%. Holy shit, that's almost a quarter of the people that were here. Oh. Every day I'm just trying to grow this shit, man. It's dying. Sub was going down. It was 46 before. Now it's 45.90. It was 46.10 actually about 2 weeks ago. Nothing's changed. I didn't change. I'm the same person as I was a month, 2 months, 3 months. Did I change? I don't think I changed. But that's supposed to change. Were they expecting me to? And they're like, hey, it hasn't changed yet. I gotta go. I'm all about going after people that are stealing valor and stolen valor, dude, but I could easily show them that ID. I got 2 IDs, man. I got a military ID and a VA ID, and they both have my picture on them. Didn't need my name for that. And I thought maybe we could get into that conversation, but they kicked me before I was even able to, like, bro. I want to talk to a manager. Like, I can't even get back in this server now. Let's talk to anybody. Yeah, seemed like it. It wasn't that they said I was able to stay, but I wouldn't be a verified veteran unless I gave them first and last name, VA ID, and it looked like they even might have wanted an ID me screenshot, which also has my name on it. Something's wrong with this lung, okay? It hurts. Sounds suspect, but I just looked at all their stuff and they got credentials. They're credentialed in that, like, look at this. I thought the same thing until I looked at I looked at them, but even then, even them having 40,000 followers on Twitter, right? With only having following 3,000, and with like I went to their link tree too, and I checked out, and they're legit. They're actually a team on Twitch, and they got viewers. They got a decent amount of viewership actually, because the day's just starting. So these people apparently have all done that. They've all given them, for definitely all these people have given them their information. Or they wouldn't be on, like they said I couldn't do it unless I gave them the information. So there's that. They got, they got all the TikTok, all this other shit, Instagram and Facebook, and like their Facebook even has people on it. Like everything has people on it, and they go to veterans organizations to do events. I just don't get why they need the name. What do they got? Somebody that's looking at my VA record or something? Because I noticed that they had a VA something as one of their roles in the Discord. Here, go to their Discord. Here, I'm gonna give y'all can go check it out. You let me know. I can't join though. It won't let me. Because over here I try and it just says unable to accept invite. Damn it, I can't. Okay, you're gonna have to get the link from here. Unless I can save. Unless I can copy just that link and give it. Oh no, there it is. See if y'all can get in there. Fuck it. I'm not trying to troll them. I'm trying to get on their fucking team without having to dox my name, dude. I'm John Doe. My name is John Doe for a reason. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do the name game over here with anybody. Help a brother out. Some fellow veteran go in there and dox yourself since you're not a... Dude, see, it wouldn't be as problematic if I wasn't a streamer, honestly. If I wasn't a live streamer that did this 12 hours a day, giving out all kinds of information about my life every day, it wouldn't be so problematic, right? Because then I'm just giving my name to one person, and as long as I don't give up personal information on their Discord, I'm good, right? Everybody that does that is good because what's a name? He's got my name. Big deal. My social security number is not on there. I wouldn't even care. He's got my name. I big fucking whoop-de-doo got it. But as a streamer, that's stupid. That's stupid to give up information like that. Unless it's already been doxxed and it's too late. Maybe one of you guys could get one of them to come over here and chat about it. You know what I mean? Say, hey, the dojo, y'all just kicked him. Could y'all come talk to him and his chat? Maybe? Since I'm live and, like, I don't know, man. Then they would keep it secretive against their people, hearing about how they're getting doxxed, maybe, and they won't care so much about talking about it. Maybe they were, like, freaking out that I was putting them on blast or something, and they didn't want people getting paranoid. Start avoiding them? Why? I don't know. As long as I don't have to dox myself, it would be cool. It seems like a decent crew, like a decent team. They got a lot of people on there. Got a following all the other places. They do the tournaments and stuff together. Do 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 do. Fan info. Yeah, I wish I could look again at it. Y'all have to go in and look. Are you looking at it now? Look at what they want and what it says. If you are in there, it's in the application channel. I wish I could show it on stream right now. God dang it! I should have waited to even try to where I could at least just showing everybody what was going on, and then ask their opinion, and then I could have went and did whatever I did. And at least everybody would know what the heck's going on. What it looked like. There were a ton of people. One thing that kind of bothered me though is the order that they. Oh, I was going to say that earlier. The order that they put the people. So the way the server works is you got like order. There's order to it, right? Like the higher up, the more special those people are in the server. Pretty much how it works. It's the hierarchy of it. There's a caste system, and it starts at the top. The Piss Prophet's number 2. Kohai, where are you at, man? Haven't seen you in days, dude. Hope you're alright. Alu Sassal. They got the streamers. I got them high because they're putting in the work, you know? I'm trying to put them out there because, like, we're a team in this. And then you got these people had to get these roles by talking on the server. And you get rank as you talk, higher and higher rank. You're getting in quarantine when I first look at you and I put you there. It used to be done automatically. Now I got to do it by hand, one at a time. You can't see much in the server until I do that. They got the bots down here. I don't know who this is, but anyway. The way they had it set up though is, of course, they had like the mods, admins, VA helper, or whatever that was. I don't know if that person worked at the VA and he's typing in people's names and verifying through that or something, but a little sketch. I don't want people typing my name in at the VA and looking at my shit. You know, from Discord especially. So then they had it to where it was like Army, all the people that were verified in the Army, all the people that were verified in the Air Force, Marines, the space. Dude, Navy was like last. I couldn't even find it. I'm like, really? Dude, they should have did it in the order that we had. You know, we first had Army, then we had Navy. That was second. That was a second branch to fucking exist. Not the Air Force, asshole. The Army Air Corps, which was way later. That one pissed me off. Before I even got pissed off about the having to send in my name, that pissed me off. Because why put the Navy below the Air Force? The Navy's definitely more important. 100 billion% more important than the Air Force. How about that? Air Force got any nuke subs? The Air Force got some nuke subs? Hell no, they don't. Air Force got a fucking aircraft carrier? What's harder to land on, air or water? What's better, Navy SEALs or whatever the Air Force has for their special forces? Give me a fucking break. Forget about it. It's common sense. They already pissed me off with that, though. When they had the Navy so far down, I was like, who the fuck are you, man? Motherfuckers type to start a bar fight. Actually, like, ooh, I thought that was a military. Oh, is it? What is that? It's like a civilian craft. It's taken off from the military base. Ain't it though? Wait a second. What? It looks like a presidential plane almost. What'd it do? Hopefully he zooms in on it. The Navy, what? Do they? I don't think they do that. Navy carriers have Air Force on them? I don't think so. Maybe Marine chopper pilots. Hey. My dying, Simon. My chest is always feeling weird. I don't even smoke that much anymore. You ate all of it, good boy. Are you full? Are you full? We gotta give you more. Dude, I weighed myself today. I'm only 164 pounds. Only 164 pounds. I'm 9.8% body fat. Somehow I lost body fat. I think my scale's lying to me, dude. Because I'm definitely losing my definition. How am I losing body fat while losing definition? God dang it. This weird pain behind my nipple, dude. It's like it'll go and it'll go out, it'll go away all of a sudden, come back, it'll go away. I just had my fucking heart checked though, dude. I need a different heart check. It's the lungs. What is it? Just my nipple acting weird. I hope it's the nipple. It's always this nipple, dude. I mean, right near it, which I would think be the heart. At least I'm getting my asshole checked in 2 days. I do have a general doctor appointment the end of the month, and I'll just bring it up to him again. Ask him about the chest CT scan and ask him what else we can do because I'm starting to get really concerned. I'm pretty sure they could see cancer on CT though, if it was that. So hopefully we're good on that area. At least. That's the main thing. Because cancer is the leading cause of cancer in the world. And California is known for having extremely bad air quality. So, and I was stupid with my nail back in the day by getting it way too hot dabs. And I used to smoke. So the CT scan, I guess it did show something on my right. He said right lung. The nodule, and they needed to make sure that it didn't get any bigger. That's why they had the second CT scan. They didn't call me back on that one, so I'm assuming we're all good, because if it was bad, I'm sure they would have called me. still nervous because the pain and sounds that I hear sometimes from around here, the stomach, it's almost as if air seeping into my stomach, or my bronchi are acting up, acting weird. Primarily when I inhale very slowly. So it's hard to replicate in the hospital. I need some sort of pulmonary exam probably. Or I blow into a thing and they do something and whatever, measure something. Oh, yeah, I'll talk to him about all that. All that's weighing on me, dude. You know what I mean? I'm having like a weird day. My nose is fucking hurting. I broke it a couple days ago on the wall. And then I got denied access to that server. That threw me over the edge this morning. Discord's big to me, man. I spend about $1,000 a year on Discord for the different like I boost different Discord servers, you know, to get that little extra like get a little more bump up on the side of the screen that I was just showing you guys. It pushes me up over here usually. And in doing that, it gets my name out, because see how it says streaming on my name? It turns a little purple dot on all the Discord servers, and I am next to my name. So if somebody's looking, they'll see like Lou's playing RimWorld right now. I'm streaming something. They can hover and it says streaming live stoner news reviews, and they can click on that, click on my name, and come right to the stream. So it gives a way to promote. And I spent about $1,000 to be able to do that, and I spent a lot on boosting my server so that we have top quality everything. I got the banner. I got it gives me unlocked abilities on the server. It's a bummer getting kicked out of theirs, man, for just asking questions. As someone who wasn't even, like, I'm not Stolen Valor, so. I remember back in the day, we used to watch the, what was his name? I forget his name now. He started doing his own site, so I stopped watching so much. But he does the SEALs Stolen Valor videos. Oh, Trudeau's talking. Oh, wait a second. He's been talking for a while. Nah. Trudeau's talking, though, if you want to go watch it. Here's the link. He's talking about the UFOs. Don Shipley, that's it, Michael. Thanks, dude. I was gonna have to try to figure it out. That's him. I used to love that dude's videos, man. Those shits were hilarious. Like, I used to watch his, all of them. I loved him. Like, I think he even, I think it's who I originally heard about the Buds 231, whatever that was. That, man, dude, if y'all haven't seen those two, that's definitely a good Bender watch. Like, Buds. 234, Buds 234 is what it's called, and it shows Bud's training from the beginning to the end, and it's so good, dude. So freaking good, because people don't realize how hard it is. I don't think most people don't realize how hard Bud's training is, dude. They think they know because they've seen footage of boot camp. They think it's just like a little bit harder than boot camp. I don't know how they do it, dude. I don't know how the people that graduate Buds and are able to take all that, man. Just the cold alone would be so hard, dude. But making them run, here, like, I knew a dude that went to Buds training. He was actually born on the same day as me, and we were exactly the same age, and we were the same rating. And that's how I got to know his journey. Because here's how it works for budge training. When you go to boot camp, or back in the day, when you went to boot camp, you would either already know that you were going to go to budge training, or you would try to get qualified for it in boot camp by doing a certain amount of, being able to do a certain amount of pull-ups, and like we didn't have to do pull-ups as regular boots, but they had to have, like, I think 10 pull-ups possibly, a better run time, better everything physically to get into budge training from boot camp. But even if they had that, they already had their base job just in case. You had to go to A school first before going to budge training, and then you'd see your boy like leave, and that's his time to go try. And if he didn't make it, well, they'd probably be seeing them again. They'd be coming back to finish up their training for that schooling, maybe, like if they, because there'd probably be a little more. That's how I saw him come back, at least. Because he didn't make it. He washed out after about 2 weeks. He rang the bell, dude. And still, even then, we didn't know how hard it really was until I saw this film by the SEALs Buds class. I forgot what I was getting at about them having a job, but yeah, with them having a rating already, I forgot what I was getting at, but they do, and so few of them make it. But it's basic underwater demolition, I believe. Basic. What? Basic underwater demolition / SEAL training. I've known a couple SEALs in my life. One of them I was in a program with. He ended up turning into an alcoholic over time. He was verified, guaranteed 1,000,000% an actual SEAL because he was vetted with our program. The reason why I was in that program is because I was also vetted. When I first got there, I was in the proper house, or proper house is what they called it, and everybody in that house was veterans, and another house would be like civilians that were also in this program. It was a drug and alcohol program. I'm not bashful, but so he was definitely vetted by the VA before he got to that person. We all knew he was an actual SEAL. Now, interesting people, man. Definitely like people to follow. You know what I mean? Like anybody that's made it through that is worthy of following into battle. I can't, like, into any kind of battle at that, land, sea, air. Can't say that about all the Rangers. I wouldn't trust, like, if I knew that they were like the Ranger. By the way, Ranger is not special forces. Anybody that thinks that, or like airborne, that's not a special force. That's just someone that jumps out of a plane. Ranger is a little bit higher than a regular infantryman, though. They have to go through a little bit more training to go to special kind of boot camp. 90% physical. Yeah, because you don't. It's more teamwork with the physical, right? But running with sand in your legs, like they would call them sugar cookies. They would have to get wet first and then roll in the sand. That's what I was getting at. This dude told me about how they had to do that, and he couldn't take that part of it. That's what I was getting at with that dude that I knew. Because he told me why he washed out, and it was like that was a lot to do with it. Because they would have sand all inside of their shorts, next to their dick and everything. It was like sandpaper, and then they would have to run all the way for miles to eat with all that shit inside their shorts. So I can see, yeah, that's pretty mental, but at the same time, it's kind of physical. I guess it's not going to kill you, but bro, sugar cookies, by the way. Turn yourself into a sugar cookie, sailor. I can only imagine. Oh well, we didn't make it into their special group. I'm not Navy enough for them. I'm really not, though. I never went on a Westpac. So there's that. That was a civilian airplane they're watching, both of them. I bet they were here a minute ago. One of them was. There's a bunch of people just left. Yo, check this out. This is brand new.
Calm does not suit us.
Oh man, it's old
We're
though.
born for the
It
storm.
was just uploaded 14 minutes ago.
On it. Here. All right. Steen. I still got rounds. Steen. All right. But do you see targets? No. They're down. All right. Then don't.
We getting ready for war? This was in September, so
Roger, Tango.
Russia was already acting stupid.
One every five.
One every five. One every.
Good hit. Good hit. Good. Reloading.
Why do they have to yell reloading? To know, so the dude knows that he not to have to look over there because he's not shooting.
Hey. Throw smoke if you got it.
I'm out.
We're on smoke!
Hey, on that right side, you can fire.
Oops.
400 meters.
In the tree line.
Right there. I can make it fire. Use the tree.
This is a good one.
Next fit. 323.
Right? It's such high quality. Damn, only 2 people here now? What happened? Did the stream go down for a second? Y'all just ain't interested in seeing our Marines train, man. This is a really good one, though. So that's how you put that wire up.
Pull. Pull. Smoke.
How you put that wire up at the border.
What a turn.
Pull. Smoke.
Two points of contact. I mean, sorry, 2 points of. Okay. We'll talk about it later. Yes. But I'm gonna ask you like this. It's up to you. You're the squad leader. You tell me how deep you want it.
Balloon shoot down stuff. Where's there to watch? Are they showing pictures of them?
Six. Push in. Push in. Quarter turn. Quarter turn. Pull. Smoke! Four. Push in. Push in. Quarter turn. Quarter turn. Pull. Pull. Smoke. Pull. Pull. Smoke. Smoke. Put it down. Same thing with you guys. You guys tape it to the actual charge.
Interesting. Why are they so close to it? With the fuse. Shaped.
Michael's clear.
Demo shaped. Actually gonna blow up or what? What is that thing? It's a shape charge? Blow up bridges or something?
That's crazy.
Did you get it? No, I didn't get enough quotes on kick yet, man. We got 7 so far. We're still working on it. See what we got now.
What? You used to do this back on the farm?
Is a bot asking people to
cut it
join?
with it.
Good?
Hi, everybody!
For me, bro.
Why?
Oh, dude, that one's fucking up. I can't do that. Oh, dude, what? Putting on the left edge. Don't put the bottom part on.
So what do they? How do they like dispose of that stuff? They just throw it away, I guess, huh?
You don't look.
It's like having a construction job, but you got all that gear, the gun and the rifle, your whatever the hell they got on the backpack is. All this shit.
One, two, three,
A
four.
helmet. The chin strap.
When the TNT
That
went
would
in,
suck,
put all the
dude.
trash in there.
To do all that with that.
Chill out. That was on you.
And then what followed after that put us all at fucking
Go.
stress level high. I just love that.
I'm generalizing. You guys. You guys.
He's talking about us.
At the end of the FY, so there's a microscope.
He's just hanging out.
He's donating blood right now. He'll be alright.
Yeah, yeah. We got it. It's just he did it the wrong way. Time fuse. There you go, sir. They're building initiation systems over there. That's the last of it.
That's all it did? Oh my gosh. Oh, I guess that would probably like bust a tank open probably.
Fate whispers to the warrior. You cannot.
I figured I'd see some fire, bro.
The warrior whispers, I am the storm.
I want to see a big bada boom, baby. We got 7 followers on Kick. We got 7 followers on Kick. It's a hard road getting the Kick followers in it.
For 17.
My buddy. My buddy. My buddy.
Care boss, Farm Mod 17.
My buddy.
Copy
Let's
all.
see what's new. I'm gonna load. Objects in airspace update. Oh, is that why people? I didn't know this guy was talking.
What that was. I'm not gonna get into a description. I've seen the press reports about what it looked like. I think we all need to be humble here in terms of what our ability is to
That's what you're talking about.
positively identify stuff from fighter aircraft that are going several hundred miles an hour past, essentially, in terms of relative motion.
Bullshit! They got
object.
gun
That
cameras,
was not very
dude.
big. So we don't know what this exactly looked like, and
What?
again, we're still not sure.
Dude, that's
what
bullshit.
the purpose of it was, or who owned it. But
We heard
hope to be
yesterday
able
that they
to
have
find
gun
out
cameras
more once
on
we
the
can recover the
Raptor.
debris from that one and from the other two as well.
They definitely have gun cameras,
Just a few weeks
dude.
ago, Prime Minister Trudeau said that there's some sort of pattern to the objects over the last few days. Is that something you could elaborate on? What sort of
They're
pattern
lying
was
to
that?
us. They're not letting us see
I'm not
it.
familiar with the Prime Minister's comments, so I don't know if I should take a swing at that. I would just tell you that, going back to what I said before, these objects were not being maneuvered. They did not appear to have any self-propulsion.
That's not what
So
the pilot
the
said.
Likely hypothesis
Bullshit.
is that they were being
He
moved
just
by
said
the
he
prevailing
couldn't
winds.
figure out how.
And maybe perhaps that's what the Prime Minister's
The
talking about. I
winds,
don't want to
no,
speak for him.
no,
but,
no.
certainly,
They would have been moving
as the
quicker if it
prevailing
was a
winds,
jet
particularly
stream.
at that altitude, go west to east across the North American airspace.
At that
I mean,
altitude, the
there
winds
was a
would be much
general
stronger.
common movement in that regard.
You spoke at the top about kind of reassessing radar given what happened with the initial balloon. Can you give us a sense? Can we expect, should we assume that this is the regular number of these objects over the United States, that they've always been there and they just haven't been looked at the same way? Or is there any reason to expect that this is more than usual that they're flying over?
So two thoughts here. I mean, I think I think we can all get our heads around the fact that there are sometimes things floating at high altitudes for various purposes. As I said, scientific research, weather balloons, all manner of innocuous craft can be aloft at high altitudes. I don't think that that's necessarily unusual here. It's difficult for me to say exactly what you can expect going forward. One of the reasons that we think we're seeing more is because we're looking for more.
Did he address the lasers?
General Van Herk
in
mentioned
Hawaii?
Last night they have.
I didn't know this was on.
They
Did
have
y'all tell me?
modified the filters and the gains, as we call it, of the radar capabilities to look more discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects. And so if you do that, anybody that's operated a radar will know you can set the parameters, and if you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
Given all the actions the administration are taking, and what people have learned.
Yeah,
Chinese spy balloon this year and previous years, these unidentified objects that we shoot down, they might have a question. When it comes to these higher altitudes, are America's borders secure?
The president takes, as I said earlier, he takes our national security extremely seriously. He has no higher responsibility than the safety and security of the American people. And I don't think you need to look any further, quite frankly, than the decisions he's made in just the last week to 10 days to evidence that.
But it feels like he's plugging holes. Like these are vulnerabilities that we are discovering in real time.
You're making an assumption there that I don't know that the analysis will actually bear out.
Okay, Brian in the back.
Thank you very much. The president gave the order to shoot down the object over Lake Huron yesterday. Where was he? What kind of information did he have when he gave that order? What was briefed to him? And how did he anticipate the outcome of that?
He was here in the White House. He was kept constantly informed by his national security team and certainly by the military. He made that decision. I couldn't give you the exact time on the clock, but it was, I believe, mid to late morning, and then it was executed in the afternoon.
Were there contingencies in place in case there was a reaction from a foreign government in reaction to shooting that object down? Was
the one yesterday?
The one yesterday, yeah.
Well, it was shot over. I mean, it was shot over Lake Huron and landed in what we believe to be the Canadian side of the lake. So we were obviously in constant communication and consultation with our Canadian counterparts, and they are rightly, because of where we think it splashed down. I mean, they're sort of in concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, but they are also involved in trying to locate the debris right now. But there was good communication with our Canadian allies.
Signs of a foreign government taking a special interest in that object from yesterday?
No.
Or reacting in an unusual way?
No.
Good. I see in the back.
Yeah, thanks. John, two questions. One, you mentioned early on that the China balloon might have been giving limited additive capabilities. I assume you're meaning onto their satellite surveillance. Can you specify what exactly it's getting from a balloon that they're not getting from orbiting satellites that go over us like dozens of...
With the caveat that we haven't fully recovered everything, though we have recovered some things from the bottom of the Atlantic, and we're analyzing that. But with that caveat that we don't know exactly what this balloon was surveilling or what its capabilities were. So just in general, and that is an important caveat that I'd like you to remember. When you are at a lower altitude than space, you could perhaps get a better fidelity of imagery, for instance, of things on the ground. When you are not moving at the speed of a satellite, and therefore, only getting seconds over a site, when you can maneuver left, right, slow down, speed up, like this thing could, then you can loiter. If you can loiter, you can soak in a little bit more. You can spend more time over a sensitive site.
And they let that happen.
Satellites are in geostationary orbit. I mean, they're just sitting there gathering signals intelligence, right? So what is the benefit? I mean, is it just to see what kind of fidelity?
We're going to learn more. I'd rather not go into any more detail than that right now. We're going to learn more. And frankly, I think that's a terrific question you should be asking Beijing.
And one last one. You said that before the other object shot down were not able to transmit or were not transmitting signals, that they did not have any propulsion. Did the China balloon, did that have any, was it emitting signals back?
I'm not going to go into more detail about the capabilities of that. We
Why?
are going to be studying it and analyzing it. There is no question in our minds that that system was designed to surveil, that was an intelligence asset. I'll leave it there.
Has there been any outreach from anyone
And it was
in the
going over our
administration to
nuke
the kinds of
sites,
companies that
by the way.
produce
No,
weather
didn't know that
balloons
one.
or
That's
other
where they're at, up north.
craft that would fit these descriptions that might be from the commercial or corporate world to say, is this yours, or any kind of outreach, or have you been hearing from anyone who might say, we have ours, they're in this area? Is any of that going on now?
I don't know of any conversations right now, Kelly, but one of the reasons why the President directed Mr. Sullivan to put together an interagency effort is to take a long look at that and try to learn a little bit better about who is up at that altitude doing what for completely legitimate purposes. I think we all recognize we need to probably have a better sight picture on that, and that's why the president wants this interagency effort to take a look.
And what kind of intelligence might be happening in terms of the diplomacy that's going on or whatever, if these are state-owned objects?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Is there a network of conversations that might be happening where someone might be able to say, based on this octagonal description, that, hey, that sounds like the so-and-so? I mean, is there some conversations that are happening that might be able to give us some descriptions?
I mean, the short answer to your question is yes, and I talked about that in my opening statement. The president also directed Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Director Haynes to have these kinds of conversations with our allies and partners around the world, to share with them what we're learning, but also to get their perspectives.
The Chinese were quick to say it's ours, but it was for commercial purposes.
Yeah, again, we're going to have those kinds of conversations with our allies and partners to see what kind of experiences that they have had, what we can learn from them, what perhaps they can learn from us.
And are we still with object, or can we call them balloons?
Still with object.
And just to follow up on Kelly's question,
and I won't mess that up today.
On the corporate angle, is there any expectation that this is going to affect the executive order on surveilling the U.S. companies and what they're doing in China and their
I know of no such
operations there?
change to that executive order.
Okay, and then is there, and you said a moment ago that there's no knowledge of a U.S. balloon or other craft over Chinese territory, just being cognizant of the fact that China has a different definition of what their territory is than the United States. Is there any U.S. surveillance aircraft over Taiwan, over the South China Sea that would fit into that?
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft over Chinese in Chinese airspace.
Okay, even Chinese claimed airspace.
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft in Chinese airspace.
Okay, and then just finally, is there any new formal approach that's being developed as far as how you're going to deal with these things on a systematic basis going forward? Is there?
Well, again, that's exactly what the president wants Mr. Sullivan to run as a process, an interagency process, to help us, as I said in my opening statement, get around the policy implications here, and whether or not there needs to be any policy changes going forward.
Thanks, John. There's no precedent for U.S. fighters taking down objects over U.S. territory as far as I'm aware of. I guess my question is, you talked about the tweak in the radar systems.
Yeah.
Has there been a tweak in the threshold for the Pentagon presenting to the president signing off on military action related to anything over our airspace?
I'm not sure I'm following what you mean.
In the wake of the Chinese spy balloon,
yeah,
the radars were tweaked, which is why you think you're seeing some of these things.
Right.
Has the decision about, or has the threshold for the use of fighters to take down objects also been tweaked? Has it been lowered? Has it been changed? We've never seen this before. All of a sudden we've seen
No, actually, I'm sorry I didn't understand it at first. No, I mean, and you heard General Van Herk talk about this last night. He's using established protocols to engage craft in the air, aircraft in the air, that can be legitimately brought down. And as he said last night, the best way to do that, certainly in a timely and efficient, effective way, was through fighter aircraft and through the Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. And they looked at, and he talked about this, they looked at other options to try to bring them down, to include gunfire, but that would have presented a greater risk to the pilots themselves. So this was the safest, most effective way to do that. Now, where we go from here, I think we just don't know right now in terms of whether there needs to be threshold changes, as you put out. I think it's important to just take a step back here, and remember what the president did was ordered these actions with the safety and security of the American people foremost in his mind, and there were very good reasons to do it. The military then, once given an order, determines how they're going to execute that order. General Van Herk decided that the best way to do this was with Sidewinder missiles and fighter aircraft.
And just to quickly put a sharper point on it, this isn't reactive to the Chinese spy balloon in the sense of there was political pressure, and so we are going to act quickly to take down any objects over our airspace because of the pressure that came from, say, Republicans.
These were decisions based purely and simply on what was in the best interest of the American people.
Can you follow me on Kick, man?
Thanks, John. John, does the U.S. government have video or imagery of these latest intercepts, and will you guys be releasing it?
You'd have to talk to DOD about that, Jackie. I don't know what kind of imagery might exist, and they'd be the one to talk about whether they're releasable or not.
Christine, did you follow me on Kick?
Obviously.
100,000 dough if you do.
Certainly with respect to the spy balloon, we want to make sure that we are gleaning what we can from this imagery so that we can answer your questions better.
As soon as I get 10.
And so to what degree there is or will or will not be public release, I do want to stress that we're going to want to make sure that we have had a chance to analyze that imagery for ourselves as much as possible.
Following up on Phil's question, I mean, I guess what we're trying to discern is, you said earlier, we're looking for these more, so we're finding more. And
I said that could be one reason why we're finding more.
One reason, but what we're getting at is, why are we all of a sudden shooting them down? And to add to that, the NORAD commander, for instance, said that
why were we
when
shooting
the
down
first spy
before,
balloon
actually?
Was crossing over American and Canadian airspace, one of the reasons that he couldn't take action was because his assessment was that it didn't pose a military threat or have hostile intent, and so he couldn't take action there. It seems like maybe that protocol has changed, or his ability to make that call where there is not an imminent threat militarily or physically might have changed. So can you explain to us what changed? Why are we shooting them down all of a sudden?
I kind of feel like I took care of that in my opening statement, but I'm happy to revisit it. I mean, really two reasons here. And these are certainly in both cases, they're different. I mean, we need to separate the Chinese spy balloon. We knew what it was. We knew where it was going. We knew what it was trying to do. And by not taking it down, I mean, that was also a huge payload. Like I said, the size of 3 school buses. So really the option of shooting that down over land wasn't a legitimate option.
3 school buses? I didn't know it was that big.
We used the time available to us, knowing what this thing was all about. We used that time to study it, to learn from it, to collect on it.
Well,
then taking it down at the earliest opportunity in the water. And we have retrieved some of that debris off the bottom, and we're studying that.
They could have taken it down with lasers over the water before it was over our country.
And these other 3.
And they should have done that. They could have. They saw it. If it was that big, they saw it. They fucked us on this intentionally. False flagged it for some reason. They want us to be paranoid.
60,000 plus, well outside commercial air traffic concerns. These 3 were right on the border of it.
They knew it was there.
So there was a legitimate concern there. Chinese spy balloon, we knew exactly what that
without blowing it up.
And we knew what it was trying to do. And we saw it, Jackie, as it slowed down, sped up, maneuvered a little bit.
Why is he talking like that?
Trying to get a look at what we believe to be sensitive military sites. These other 3, they didn't have propulsion. They weren't being maneuvered. It was basically they were being driven by the wind.
Not necessarily. They didn't see the propulsion system. They don't know if it was wind or not. And they're not even calling those balloons. Why aren't they calling them balloons? How else were they floating?
Again, out of an abundance of caution.
Oh my God.
Doing the prudent thing, the president directed that they get taken down. And I get where you're going. Is this the standard going forward? And we're gonna dive into this. We're gonna learn from these 3 events. We're gonna continue to study what happened. We're going to have an interagency effort that helps us get around the policy implications here, and we'll see where this goes. But bottom line for President Biden is, you got to do the right thing for the American people, for our safety and security.
Is it strange that no one's claimed these yet as theirs?
I can't say whether that's strange or not, since we're sort of in uncharted territory here, no pun intended. But we don't know, and I suspect that. Go ahead. I'm basically done. I'm basically done.
Asshole.
From CBS. Okay. Has the payload been recovered from South Carolina yet?
He's done because his script is over.
Payload.
Yeah, as I said, some of the debris. Certainly, they were able to take things off the surface, like the next day. Actually, that afternoon, some of the balloon fabric, and in the days since, they have been able to recover some, not all. Of the payload that sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. It's in about 45 feet of water. weather conditions are pretty tough off the coast right now. Like today, for instance, they have not been able to get into the water and dive on it. But over the course of the weekend, they were able to raise some of the debris, including
get some Navy SEAls in there. They can dive anywhere.
And
fucking
some of the
shit, dude. This is bullshit. We could get divers in that water. We really want to get it out and see what's going on with this. If it's national security risk, the J6ers have been locked up for like 2 years, and they're a national security risk. This isn't. This doesn't make any sense to you.
Protect the safety of the divers.
And one last question. You said you were unsure of the surveillance capabilities of these latest objects. Last week we were told several times that every precaution was taken to ensure that the sensitive installations were covered. We don't know exactly what you all did. But has there been a...
Nor are you going to find out.
Well,
I hate when he smiles, it pisses me off every time.
All of these sensitive sites.
If you're
proactively?
If you're... let me just put a fork in this. If the implication is that, you know, there's some sort of blanket now security policy for every base on the continental United States, the answer is no. We do have protocols, particularly when we know that surveillance is going to occur, like in the Open Skies Treaty with Russia, for instance, when all that's scheduled and laid out, and when you know that there's going to be an open skies flight by Russia, you take the appropriate actions. And that's what we did in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, and we'll always do that. I will never talk about what precautions we're going to make at any given base at any given time, but we always do what we need to do to protect our nation's secrets. I won't talk about it any more than that.
Okay, we have to move on. Way in the back. Way in the back.
I don't think he knows much about it, actually.
Okay, Admiral, you started the briefing by talking about the President's involvement in this, the report from ODNI recently that goes over this. In that ODNI report about unidentified aerial phenomena, it says there were 247 unidentified aerial phenomenon reports since March of 2021, some of which have, quote, demonstrated unusual...
What was that? What was she doing in there?
...performance capabilities. So can you say why the President just recently, within the last couple of weeks, started ordering some of these objects to be shot down, and why there weren't any orders throughout 2021 or throughout 2022?
It's very simple. It comes down to what sort of safety and security threats and risks we're talking about, and also it comes down to a lot to our ability to track, detect, and engage. Having come from the Pentagon, I can tell you that some of these UAPs, while we may not be able to know what each and every one is doing, some of the big concern there was that many of those reports were happening around our training ranges, were happening around air training ranges. So combat pilots were seeing these things, and there was a potential impact to the safety of flight of our pilots. But you may not have but a fleeting moment on some of these things to see it. And so it's different. In these cases, we had time to detect, time to analyze, time to engage, time to make those kinds of decisions. But it all comes down to safety and security, first and foremost.
So is the time, though, is a matter of capability? We have better capabilities now than we did back then?
We are certainly improving our capabilities now, and as I said, the President has directed the National Security Team to dig into this deeper from an interagency effort and to see what, if other improvements might need to make. I mean, look, just by adapting the way the radar parameters are set, we have improved our ability to detect. And again, I said that could be one reason why we're seeing more.
Thank you so much. So you said that the debris fell on frozen waters or in remote areas, and these are also not huge objects, and they were shot down by missiles. So how optimistic are you that you will be able to collect enough debris to really get an idea of what these objects were?
We won't know until we get on site to see. How much damage was done, not just by the missile strike, but by the fall from a very high altitude, and as you said, in one case on sea ice. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, thank you, John. The Secretary of State Blinken planned to meet with his Chinese counterpart this week at the Munich Security Conference.
I'd refer you to the State Department for the Secretary's schedule. I don't have visibility on that.
Okay, and have you been able to? What have you been able to learn more, or not you, but the government, since these objects were shot down? I mean, you just alluded to the fact that that you've not been able to get on site yet. I mean, has there been any additional information since one was shot down Friday and then over the weekend?
Because these are just happened over the last few days and we haven't found the debris, there's still a lot more we expect to be able to learn. And I think once we can get to the debris, and I'm not forecasting how easy that's going to be. They all three have fallen into some pretty remote, difficult areas to reach. But we're going to do everything we can to find them, and that will tell us a lot. Since I know you didn't ask about this, but in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, we have been able to recover some debris and some of the electronics and even some of the structure from the bottom of the Atlantic, and that will also tell us a lot. And we are we're learning from it right now.
No, we gotta get everybody. No, everybody.
Guys, Chinese spy balloons have been flying over U.S. military.
When do you think that you'll have all the debris, as much debris as you can get from all the sites?
I'm sorry. When do we think?
When do you think you'll be satisfied that you've gotten as much debris as you can from all the sites?
I wish I could give you a date certain on the calendar. I can't do that. We're working to surveil them right now. In fact, there's an AVP-3 that's flying over the site in Alaska. The Canadians are in charge, obviously, of the one in the Yukon, and now the Coast Guard is in Lake Huron working with the Canadian Coast Guard to do the same thing there. So we're working this as hard as we can, and we will keep you informed as we learn more. As I'm telling today, divers in the water over the weekend. We have recovered debris off the coast of South Carolina. We'll keep you informed.
Will you brief Congress this week?
There have been briefings as early as late last week, and we do fully expect that there will be additional briefings this week, perhaps even later today.
We're running out of time, guys. Nation's response, they've been very harsh. They said the first balloon was an accident and the last 3 objects were not theirs. How do you respond to that? Has the White House had conversations with Beijing about this, and can you share a little bit about that?
We know the first one was Chinese. They admitted it. They claimed it was a weather balloon. We know it's not. These 3 we don't have attribution for right now. We don't know who owns them. So I'm not going to take anybody's word at face value here until we can get a chance to take a look at them. Are we in touch with the Chinese? We have an embassy in Beijing. We maintain routine diplomatic conversations, and we have had over that spy balloon incident, we did have private discussions with senior Chinese leaders.
Thanks. Thanks, Admiral. I know you just said that, are you in touch with the Chinese? Is there any effort to arrange a call with President Xi at all?
I'm not aware of any plans for that.
If I could just ask a question on Israel. Does the President plan to speak with PM Netanyahu about the moves his government is making to try to weaken the Israel judiciary?
I have no calls or conversations to read out, but we are deeply concerned by some of the moves here with respect to settlements.
The Moldovan president just recently has said that there was a Russian plot to sort of overthrow her government and break Moldova's path to Europe. It was something that President Zelensky himself had also warned about. What is the U.S.'s assessment of this possible plot, and more broadly, what is the concern about Russia's attempts to sort of influence these pro-European governments in the region, even though it's right now focused on Ukraine, about other countries in the region?
So what I'll say about that is deeply concerning reports, certainly not outside the bounds of Russian behavior. And we absolutely stand with the Moldovan government and the Moldovan people.
But you have no confirmation from the U.S. side of intel?
I know of no independent confirmation, but we're certainly not questioning the capacity, the will of the Russians and Mr. Putin to try to do that. It's perfectly right, a page right out of his playbook.
First,
yes, I was going to ask you a question. Just one quick question. Have you established whether these were lighter than air or heavier than air?
We have not.
Okay, but we have to get to everyone, okay? You already had a question. Go ahead.
All 3 shoot-downs in the U.S. occurred offshore, but the one in Canada occurred over land. So is it effective U.S. policy to not shoot down these objects over land for safety concerns?
I wouldn't read into this some kind of policy decision. We will always, in deciding whether something should be taken down or not, consider the impact on the ground.
When the Chinese balloon came down, the Chinese Foreign Ministry indicated that they would respond in a way that they were prepared to. If it turns out that the other objects are also Chinese in origin, is there a menu of options prepared to the President for how we would react?
Terrific hypothetical. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, so more like a relationship issue. You have the Chinese spy airship that went through. You've got China buying more oil from Russia. You've got China, opening up cases in the U.S. trying to steal U.S. technology from universities. President Xi is going to be meeting with the Iranian president. At what point do you review a big review of the U.S. relationship with China? And at what point does the president ask for a call from President Xi?
Again, I don't have a call to talk about today. Let me just, again, level set here, and I know I'm running close on time, but sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
But the president met with President Xi at Bali at the G20. The whole purpose of that discussion was to move this relationship forward in a better way. Most consequential bilateral relationship in the world, the president knows that. And he wanted to move that relationship forward in a better way. And Secretary Blinken was dang near wheels up, trying to head to Beijing to have those kinds of conversations, to get some of these communication vehicles and venues back on track, whether it's climate change or military to military. We were willing to do that. We were looking forward to doing that. And then the Chinese decided to fly a surveillance balloon over the continental United States, and it wouldn't be inappropriate to have that meeting. When are those discussions going to get back on the calendar? I couldn't tell you. As Secretary Blinken has said, it'll happen at the appropriate time. Now is not that time. It doesn't mean, and people shouldn't take away from this, that all communication has been severed between the United States and China, that Beijing and Washington aren't talking. We still have an embassy there. We still have an ability through Secretary Blinken's good offices to communicate with senior Chinese leaders. Unfortunately, the Chinese military is not interested in talking to Secretary of Defense Austin, but there are still ways to communicate. And the president would tell you that now's exactly the time to at least preserve some of those lines of communication so that we can avoid miscalculation.
Set back the relationship. Has this list of things set back the relationship?
It has certainly not helped us move forward in the way that we wanted to move.
Right, last question in the back, and that's going to be the last question for the briefing. No, sir. No, sir. No, right here.
James, okay. Oh, thank you. Last Friday, you answered my question about President Biden's message during his trip to Poland. But I'm wondering why he specifically chosen Poland for this trip, since so many countries are helping Ukraine, and he visited Poland 11 months ago.
The president's really looking forward to this trip. Certainly not lost, I'm sure, on any of you that it's timed around what sadly is going to be a year of war in Ukraine. Poland has been a strident ally, a tremendous supporter of Ukraine, and a generous host, not only to American troops, but millions of Ukrainian refugees who have fled there in safety. The Poles are, pardon the pun, but they're punching well above their weight, and we very much appreciate all the support. The President wants to thank President Duda in person. He wants to thank the Polish people in person. He wants to make broader points about how it's important for the kind of courage and unity we're seeing out of Poland and so many NATO allies continues sadly into what will now be a second year of war.
What's the message to the people of Poland? Okay,
James,
thank you very much.
We actually have to end the briefing.
Thank you, Karine, and thank you, Admiral. Naturally, I have two questions. One on the unexplained aerial phenomena, and the second will be on the Russia-Ukraine war. My understanding is that the top officials of the Pentagon, when asked explicitly if they were ruling out any kind of extraterrestrial presence, said they weren't ruling anything out, and yet at the beginning of today's briefing, albeit with her usual winning smile, Ms. Jean-Pierre seemed to rule out any extraterrestrial activity.
I don't think the American people need to worry about aliens with respect to these craft, period. I don't think there's any more that needs to be said there.
On the Russia-Ukraine war, as we approach the anniversary, in the days immediately after the commencement of the conflict, we heard from senior U.S. officials such as the CIA director in congressional testimony
that President Putin had been observed by U.S. officials to have constricted his decision-making circle during the pandemic, that he was making erratic decisions, and these were seen to have played out in what happened on the battlefield. As we approach this year anniversary, what do we observe about President Putin's decision-making now, the caliber of his decision-making, and also his grip on power in his own country? Has any of that changed over the course of the year?
I can't speak to the way Mr. Putin gets advised and how he, who's advising him and what they're saying. I couldn't begin to get inside Kremlin decision-making processes. Clearly, Mr. Putin is not making good decisions. Shouldn't have invaded in the first place. This is a country that posed no threat to anybody, let alone Russia. Clearly, he hasn't made sound decisions, nor has his military, with respect to their performance on the battlefield. They're still suffering some of the same problems they were a year ago. Logistics, sustainment, integration of joint fires, manpower personnel, unit cohesion. I could go on and on. The Russian military is still struggling. They have not surmounted these problems. And it's borne out by the fact that, he continues to change generals the way I change socks. So, I mean, he's still struggling.
Sorry, guys, we have to end the briefing. I got to go into the Oval, but I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for the compliment on the smile. I appreciate that. But I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a great one.
Once a month. Hey, bub, who's been? I got. Man. You were looking nice to say about it.
That there is the three objects shot down this weekend had no maneuvering or propulsion abilities, and did not seem to have any surveillance capabilities, and didn't seem to be sending out any communication signals. Let me say that again. The objects shot down Friday, Saturday, and Sunday did not seem to have any way of maneuvering themselves, did not seem to be communicating at all, and did not seem to have any surveillance capabilities, he said. So now they could have some of that stuff, and the debris is going to be examined. The debris is all in remote areas for all of those three things, but that is what he said. And he said that those objects were shot down for two reasons. One, because they were flying at altitudes that could interfere with civilian aircraft.
Why aren't they calling them balloons, though?
Because they did pose a possible surveillance risk.
That's weird.
Because they were flying over or could fly over or near sensitive U.S. sites.
They said they're not balloons.
To U.S. aircraft and to U.S. civilian aircraft and possible surveillance risk, that's where they were shot down.
How are they floating?
Again, we didn't really get specifics on them. We did hear that some of the wreckage of the Chinese spy balloon has been recovered, but not all of it. And but we didn't really get much detail, much new detail on that. And the White House did say multiple times in the briefings, this is not aliens and it's not extraterrestrial related. They both. The press secretary and Admiral Kirby said explicitly, this is not aliens. And you should not be worried about aliens in regard to this. So that was said, okay? So we're going to talk more about this. You know, something I do want to check out real quick is, let me show you this, guys. Let me show you this. Can take some of your comments on the air too. We have a bunch to get to. But there is going to be, I don't know, well, I don't think we'll cover the whole thing, but in just, oops, hold on, let me update our headline. But at 2:30 p.m., in 20 minutes, the U.S. State Department's having a briefing. I don't think we're going to cover the whole thing, but they may have something to say about specifically the Chinese spy balloon. So we might check out the start of that State Department, U.S. State Department briefing. I'll have video of it. That's coming up at 2:30.
Hey, y'all, follow me on Kick, bro. Follow me on Kick. Follow me on Kick.
Okay. So we are bringing you the latest updates on this, but again, I think we might check out the start of that briefing to see what they have to say. Also, I really want to show you, we'll take some comments right now. We haven't even had time to look at it yet. I have the transcript of the Pentagon briefing from last night. That was after we were on the air covering the object shot down over Lake Huron. So I want to check that out as well. But I also, a bunch to talk about. Let me take some of your comments here. Oh, also, I will say this. Something else that was interesting in the White House press briefing is Admiral Kirby said after the Chinese spy balloon was detected, the military has been adjusting what they're looking for. And he specifically said they are now opening up the filters on the radar to see smaller objects, objects with less of a radar cross-section, and also low-speed objects. So there are objects that are being detected that may have not been detected before because they're looking more at low-speed objects and smaller objects. So for whatever he said that's one possible reason for more detections that are happening lately. Also, some viewers mentioned flight radar. Admiral Kirby said there were no active trackings going on today of objects in the sky. He said that during the press conference. No active trackings of objects in the sky today. This is a U.S. plane, a tanker plane. And this is flying here. So there is, and I'm guessing this is a U.S. tanker, a tanker, which I assume is like a refueling tanker, and it's flying over Michigan. So for all I know, this plane could be refueling aircraft that are searching over Lake Huron, because Lake Huron is where the object shot down yesterday fell. So again, we have a tanker flying on Flight Radar 24 over Michigan near Lake Huron. One thing it could be doing is refueling aircraft that are involved in the search and recovery operation for that object shot down over Lake Huron. I am not aware of any airspace closures today. Admiral Kirby did say in the press conference, the press briefing, there is no active tracking going on of any object. So without more information, I'll assume that maybe is helping the search and recovery operation there. What is this one here? No, that I'm not concerned about. So that's that tanker over Michigan right there. But if I hear of near Lake Huron, if I hear of some sort of new object being tracked, I'll certainly let you know. But that's flying around there. Yeah, Cole says in the aircraft refueling have the transponders off. Yeah, you don't see all the military aircraft on flight radar sites, but you see the tankers sometimes. Okay, so there's that. And again, oh, sorry. First of all, I have to get rid of this clock. Here.
Why? Get rid of that. What's that doing there, man? Shit was ugly.
Let me do this. Latest updates on objects shot down over.
It's chilly in here. It's 76.8. I'm still cold.
Canada.
I'm out of pants.
Let me actually just adjust the headline. I'm going to take some of your comments. We're going to talk about that Pentagon briefing from last night. Oh, I saw a new report about the objects. Let me show you that. Hold on. I saw a new report I wanted to show you. Some new reporting coming out, guys. I want to thank our moderators, too. Let's do that. So much to do.
Joe Rogan thinks it might be aliens, dude.
Hey, big thanks to our moderators. Please do not repeat comments in the chat. I see one person who literally keeps posting the same thing in the chat. Please do not repeat comments in the chat.
4 minutes ago.
Huge thanks to Beezy, who is moderating right now. Really appreciate all of our moderators. They're the ones who really allow us to have chat rooms and keep it civil and respectful there. Sarah55 is moderating. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, you're going to go into your moderation thank you segment. All right. No evidence of alien or extraterrestrial activity is shot down objects, White House says. Joe Rogan says. Now all of a sudden I think actually is alien. Now this is from 4 minutes ago, dude. Joe Rogan thinks it's aliens, possibly. Actually though, but why? Dude, check it out. No propulsion. They're not calling it a balloon. How is it up there then? And why are they shooting them with missiles? Instead of something else to make it go down. Like if it's a balloon, hit it with a high-powered laser. Don't we have those? You can buy a strong enough laser at Radio Shack, can't you, to burn stuff? What do you think? Could be aliens, dude. Joe Rogan thinks it might be.
I am going to check. We have, where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on a second here.
But China's invented some technology that we don't have yet.
We don't want that.
They don't want us to know that. That's also a very high possibility. All it takes is one really smart Chinaman.
We have coming up at 2:30.
They got levitating devices that we don't know how they're doing it. They perfected gravity.
Briefing. U.S. State Department briefing. I'm guessing they'll talk some about the objects, especially the Chinese balloon, Chinese spy balloon. Oh, here, look, guys, look, it's there. Daily press briefing. So I want to check this out from the U.S. Department of State. If it's not really about, if it gets to be not about the objects, we won't watch it. But I would think that the Department of State will have something to say about these objects shot down. Again, 4 and 8 days, you have the first object, which the U.S. government says was a Chinese surveillance balloon. Then in the last 3 days, you had 3 more objects, one off the coast of Alaska, one over Yukon, Canada, and one over Lake Huron. And those were the 3 objects shot down. We were trying to figure out more about those. Not that much information has been released about those. So I think we're going to try to check out the start of this press briefing here and see. This will be live. And see, maybe, who knows, maybe we'll find out a little new information there. Let's see here. Thank you, Cardinal Sin, for your support. Oh, Cardinal Sin, that's very kind of you to gift all of those memberships. Thanks, Cardinal Sin. I really appreciate that. And appreciate all of our YouTube members, people like Callie Voltaire, Brenda Triplett, Harper Ann, Jets, 115, Amy 2 Asia, T1N4, Betsy's Barn, Queen Virgo, Pan, LJD3 Jazz, all these new members, Lisa M, Josh Einstein, Mike Jigsaw Diamonds, Kristen Gallo, Andrew Opak, Maurice Harper, and the rest of our YouTube members. Thank you. So that
Thanks,
briefing
YouTube
is
members.
in 10 minutes.
You're awesome.
10 minutes.
Like Marbass is one. Catman
Fox News says Defense Secretary making a statement shortly. Is it really? Hold on. Hang on.
Got to the sound commands.
One moment here.
Casablanca. Okay, what was yours, Mark? Favorite movie? Well, you're still a member, right?
Hang on. I gotta get myself organized here. Now, I'm not aware of... Hold on a second here.
Write it down, dude. I thought I did write it down. I still forgot. I did. I wrote
So
on
the
this piece
Defense
of paper
Department is not posting any live events today. Maybe there'll be a statement, some sort of statement I can report on. While we wait to hear from the State Department, I wanted to show you guys this. Check this out, guys. This is from CNN. U.S. officials provide new details on downed objects, indicating that 2 of them may have some sort of payload, something they're carrying. U.S. officials are revealing new details about the objects that were shot down in the last few days.
Why aren't they calling them balloons?
The U.S. military shot down a high-altitude object over Lake Huron yesterday afternoon.
If they're balloons,
and another one shot down over Canada on Saturday and off the coast
You know
of
what I'm
Alaska on
fucking
Friday.
saying? Does
All
anybody
3 objects
comprende?
shot down in the last 3
If
days
they're balloons,
looked different.
they're gonna call them balloons.
All 3 objects
if they're not
looked
balloons,
different,
how
according
the
to 2
fuck are they
US
floating?
officials. One official said they were approximately the same size. 2 officials said none of the 3 objects were believed to have had propulsion, though the wreckage still needs to be examined to be sure.
They do? That's cool. They go to Long Beach.
The NORAD commander said, I'm not able to categorize how they stay aloft. It could be a gaseous type of balloon inside a structure, or it could be some kind of propulsion system, but clearly they're able to stay aloft.
They said they didn't have compulsion, just right here.
Multiple officials said the objects shot down in Alaska and over Canada were believed to have had payloads, meaning something is being carried by the object. Here's what we know about the objects. This is from CNN. The one off the coast of northern Alaska, it was described as a metallic object that broke into several pieces when it impacted the sea ice, according to multiple U.S. officials. That suggests it may have had some sort of structure to it, but officials won't know for sure until the object is recovered.
Strings
over
hanging
Lake
off
Huron,
of it.
the one yesterday. CNN reported Sunday that the most recent object shot down over Lake Huron was octagonal, an octagon in shape, with strings hanging off and no discernible payload. It was traveling at 20,000 feet.
But they're not calling
over
them
northern
balloons.
Canada. The one shot down over Canada on Saturday appeared to be a balloon. Sorry. The one shot down over Canada on Saturday appeared to be a balloon with a metal payload hanging underneath, according to officials. The object was at 40,000 feet. The Canadian Defense Minister described that object as a cylindrical object, smaller than the Chinese surveillance balloon. Okay. Officials have taken pains to distinguish the 3 objects shot down over the last 3 days, and this was done today, and the Chinese balloon shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. The 3 later objects were all smaller in size and flying at a much lower altitude. Janet Lewis says, this sounds like drug balloons. It's the cartel. That's what our viewer Janet says. Hey, thanks to C. Patton McGinley for your support. Really appreciate that.
Drug cartels trying to get dope to Canada.
And again, Kirby said, no, he did not say all balloons. Kirby said at this point we're using the word objects and not balloons. Also, Admiral Kirby today said none of the objects appeared to have propulsion capability. None of the objects appeared to be maneuvered. None of the objects appear to be communicating. None of the objects appear to have surveillance capability. But They're going to be looking and examining the debris to make sure. That's what he said today in the press conference.
The Army.
In just 5 minutes, we'll be hearing from the Department of State. We're only going to watch any part of this where they're actually talking about the objects. So if I think the spokesperson Ned Price is speaking, if he starts speaking about other stuff, we'll just go away from it. But I do want to see the start of this briefing because I do think we might hear something about these objects from the U.S. Department of State. That is in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Supposedly 5 minutes. Hang on 1 second here. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Let me just check if there's any other breaking updates at the moment. And we're going to be taking some more of your comments on the air as well. Hang on a second here. Just saw this, by the way. I don't really know what this is all about, but I'll show it to you. A little headline here. Darlene Superville, White House, Biden has terminated architect of the Capitol after Inspector General report found he abused his office. I don't really know anything about this, but I just saw this right now, so I want to pass that along to you.
Architect.
Anyways, I don't know much about that. Some of you maybe know more, but I'm not going to worry about that right this moment. Some people are saying that the defense secretary is speaking soon, and that Fox News had reported that. I don't have access to that statement, I believe. So I will let you know if I hear something about it. Hang on a moment. But again, the State Department briefing is supposed to start in like 2 minutes. Sorry, I was just checking here to see. Some people mentioned some planes or helicopters on the West Coast. Where here? Hold on. What am I checking? Sorry, hang on a second here. What are people talking about? I don't know what people are talking about. Hang on. I mean, there's plenty of military planes flying around at all hours. This is ADSB exchange. But again, I'm not aware of any kind of active incident going on. I mean, these are all military planes on ADSB exchange. But you know, I'm not aware right now of any kind of active incident happening. If I hear of anything, I'll let you know. We're going to check the UFO Central says, one new thing we learned from all this is they tweaked the radar system to find these UAPs. Yeah, what Admiral Kirby said is that after the Chinese balloon was spotted in that whole incident, they adjusted the radar. They adjusted their radar procedures so that they would detect objects with smaller radar cross sections and lower speeds. So it might have been those objects were there before and they were just not being detected. Or there could just be more objects lately. Our viewer, Firejack, says, if these objects are traveling slow enough, why aren't they capturing them by flying a C-17 in front of it and getting it into the cargo bay? I don't know enough about this. My guess would be if that was easy to do and it was safe to do, they would do it, right? I am not a military expert and not an expert on flight, but my guess would be that if they could more easily capture the objects in one piece in a safe way, they would do it. So my guess would be is that it's not practical or safe to do so, or both. That's my guess. What can I say? I don't know why they would make it more difficult for themselves. You know? Because it's certainly a big effort to track down the debris in these remote areas. Oh, thank you, Craig, for mentioning this. Craig Crisotomo sent me this. Police say no indication of terrorism after 8 people hit by a U-Haul truck in South Brooklyn, New York. Police are processing 7 crime scenes. That's from Factual News. Thank you, Craig Crisotomo, for updating me on that. Yeah, a truck hit a bunch of people today in a U-Haul truck in South Brooklyn. Factual says police say no indication of terrorism. Okay, any moment now, we're supposed to see, the State Department's supposed to have a press briefing any moment now. So we're going to check the start of that, see what they have to say about all of this. I also want to check out the Pentagon, what the Pentagon press briefing said last night. But again, to repeat, guys, one interesting thing that came up in the White House press briefing is, again, Admiral Kirby said the 3 objects shot down Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, none of them showed any sign of being maneuverable or having propulsion. None of them seemed to be communicating at all, and none of them seemed to have any surveillance capability. But the U.S. and Canada wants to examine these things more closely to make sure see what kind of objects they actually are. Dave Wentworth, our viewer, says, John Kirby said balloons flew over our country under the Trump administration. I don't remember exactly what he said. He might have said something about objects flying over in earlier administrations. He said, but they were not detected. If they weren't detected, how do they know they were there? If they were detected, how come they didn't tell Trump? And some other questions. No, the recent Chinese balloon was not discovered by citizens on the ground. It was actually being tracked. It turns out it was being tracked before it was publicly reported. We heard that after the fact. That story about that the first sighting of the balloon was by citizens on the ground was false. Because
how do we know it wasn't by citizens? The Defense Department
on the Chinese balloon came out after and said we were tracking it before. They said they told Biden about it like the Tuesday of that week, before the story was made public and before anybody in the public reported seeing it. Yeah, as to, I don't have information on the, as to this. If I remember right, I don't want to really get into it now because it's a bit of a different topic. I think the government has said something like that, the U.S. government has said repeatedly that China has had this ongoing surveillance balloon program, and that they've realized that this was going on for prior to now. I don't know exactly how maybe they have old radar data and they looked at it again, or they have old other data and they looked at it and they realized, oh, I guess this is probably a Chinese surveillance balloon. So it's a fair question, but I just don't know. Again, State Department briefing is coming up in anytime now. So we'll show you the start of that.
Yeah. Dude, starting the day off with a cash like dab bowl is always kind of...
So I don't want to miss the start of that. It is currently 2:35. That was supposed to start at 2:30. Let me also just check and see if there's other new reporting coming out today. Yeah, this was what Dave was talking about. China, no, that's not that. That's different. China is claiming at least 10 U.S. balloons have flown in its airspace since 2022. The U.S. government denies it. China lies about all kinds of things.
Damn,
so whenever I see a story like China says blank, that's supposed to make China look better and the U.S.
But they're
worse,
telling their
I immediately
people
think,
that.
well, they very well might be lying about that. So I'm not really going to talk about that at this point.
That's a problem, though. That's something to talk about. If they're telling their people that we're doing that, their people are going to support them doing whatever fucking balloon shit that they do. That's a problem. We want their people not to support this.
What the recent object sightings probably represents is an increase in awareness rather than a new barrage of surveillance efforts by China. The most recent 3 objects are
to make them more mad at
origin,
us.
and it seems much smaller than the first.
Because we're shooting down theirs. They didn't shoot down ours, supposedly.
Why are there so many objects showing up right now? It probably seems as though, the military has tweaked its radar settings to better detect slow,
now we're the ones
small
escalating
objects.
To their people.
That was a NORAD representative. The head of NORAD said yesterday that they're actually basically the military has tweaked its radar settings to better detect small, slow objects. Isn't it weird to spot so many floating objects, though? Not necessarily, given the analogy above. Observers are seeing a lot of small things they normally would have ignored. Let's see here. As we've written, there are a lot of things that might fit into that category. School children often conducted an experiment in science class in which they send up a weather balloon to capture images of the curvature of the Earth. It's not expensive to do. But those will not be registered flights and could be the sorts of things that NORAD is now flagging.
They'll be called balloons,
there's
though.
A map of the
they
4
would
objects
say
shot down. That's the Chinese spy balloon, the purported Chinese spy balloon.
They wouldn't
These
say...
are the 3 others.
They're not balloons.
Friday, Saturday,
They're unidentified. Sunday. By the way, F-22 Raptors have gun cameras. We listened to a Colonel Major talk about it last night.
All right, we're waiting for the State Department to start again. State Department briefing coming up any
Raptor
moment now.
Gun camera pictures by now, because those things can take pictures of other jets while they're fucking passing them. They can't take picture of that thing.
We'll show that part. If they start talking about this stuff,
man, they're lying to us, dude. News Now had them on. I know News Now is the righty, they're on the Republican side, maybe, but the dude he was in the know, and he knows people too. He was name dropping people, one person after another, but he was like rubbing shoulders with the dude. Man, they got gun cameras. I didn't even know they had that. Right in the front, they got that. We have
waiting for that to
a Hubble telescope. We got the other telescope that's better than that. We can look at galaxies and universes and shit. They got gun cameras on those jets, dude. They know what they saw, and they're not telling us. Huh.
No objects being actively tracked today, according to Admiral Kirby in the White House press briefing. I'll let you know if that changes.
Man, this is wild. They're not calling them balloons, too, man. Right? How is it floating then? If it doesn't have propulsion, it's not a balloon.
I have not heard about any new object being detected. today.
Then it's a new technology that China has, and they're flexing on us.
There is
a
military plane on flight radar, a refueling aircraft
they're able
flying
to,
near
they
Lake
got some
Huron.
UFO
I would assume that
technology.
is a
y'all are
refueling
calling it a
aircraft that are
UFO,
working on recovering and searching for the
but saying
Lake
it's not
Huron
aliens.
object that was shot down yesterday.
It's floating. They're able to manipulate gravity somehow now, possibly. But why did they send a balloon first? If that's the case.
Let's see here.
To see what our response would be over something floating over our airspace, maybe? Maybe they're testing to see if we have lasers. And our government doesn't want to show them that we can just be like...
I want to get you an update here. Oh, I know what I was going to do.
From outer space. They don't want to... They're trying to make us shoot one of our space lasers.
From the State Department.
So that they know for sure we got it. And we're like, nope.
I want to see if the AP had anything new. This is from
Shoot
Associated
the old school
Press.
missiles that'll make them think we're still stupid.
Let's see here.
Huh? That could be it. We're testing what we got.
The unusually assertive response by the U.S. was raising questions about whether such a use of force was warranted, particularly as administration officials said the objects were not of great national security concern and the downings were just out of caution.
Anything flying over our airspace is a national security concern.
Yeah, let's see here.
What do you mean?
Yeah, this was also interesting. Pentagon officials said they had considered using guns instead of missiles, but it proved to be too difficult.
What? 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 Oh, that's rich. What?
And here's something about the two
car,
objects having a
we
payload.
Can't shoot it down with guns? Oh, wow.
An object shot down Saturday over Canada's Yukon was described by U.S. officials as a balloon significantly smaller than the Chinese spy balloon.
The Chinese one with guns. They could hit that.
The object brought down over the coast of Alaska was more cylindrical and described as a type of airship. Both of those two objects were believed to have had a payload, either attached to or suspended from them, according to officials who spoke to Associated Press. Officials were not able to say who launched those objects. The officials said the three objects after the Chinese spy balloon were not consistent with the fleet of Chinese aerial surveillance balloons that targeted more than 40 countries, stretching back at least into the Trump administration.
Why didn't they use guns,
That's
dude?
from Associated Press.
That is so odd. Now,
again,
really,
waiting for the State Department briefing. We're going to show whatever, if they talk about, we'll show it. We'll show the start of it to see if they talk about the objects. Going to bring you that live. Any moment
they're
now.
not making themselves look very good by using missiles, dude. They really aren't. Saying it was too
Taking
difficult.
Your comments and questions on
to
the
shoot.
air at Lookner on
It's
Twitter.
not exactly maneuvering away from you. What
Let
do
me
you
know
mean
your
it's
thoughts.
too difficult? That's ridiculous, dude.
Peter Popper
Send
says, why are
Top Gun
objects
up there.
even entering the
Send
airspace
Maverick.
and being let through? The government
You can
needs
shoot
to
down
answer.
a weather balloon. I just know
Maybe
it.
some of them are coming from within the U.S. and Canada.
Too difficult to shoot. That's the most embarrassing part of all this I think I've heard so far. There's a news
Thanks
story
for your
saying
kind
that
words,
our
John Gallegos.
best pilots can't
see
shoot
here.
down stationary objects with bullets. They have to use missiles.
Thanks also to Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars. Hey, that's very nice of you, Margaret. Thank you, one of our mods. Thanks so much, Margaret Riley. Again, you can see it in front of you. It was supposed to start at 2:30.
They didn't even try to shoot it down
Any
with
moment
bullets,
now.
probably.
It will start.
That's a giant red flag.
I don't want to
for
get
me.
into the Pentagon. After that, we'll talk about the Pentagon
Because
briefing
they
from
could have
last night.
saved the wreckage. A missile's going to do much more damage hitting it and spreading it everywhere. Bullets would have possibly kept it more intact. It'd fallen in a chunk instead of
Hang on a moment here.
pieces. Okay.
Yeah, I want to get into this briefing from last night.
Alien-like,
We're
gonna
get into that.
page with Joe Rogan.
The Pentagon briefing right after we hear from the State Department.
Another country's technological advances.
Hey, here's an article. Here's a little reporting from NBC News today. Check this out. Unacceptable. White House offers little information as lawmakers and public ask for answers about objects shot from the sky. We haven't got many answers. I don't know if that's because they have no idea or because maybe they're like 95% sure what they are.
They got
so
the
I don't know.
On those
I don't know how
jets.
much info they have. It's from NBC News.
Got the cameras, man.
The White House, under fire for lack of transparency over the incursions of objects, must contend with frustrated lawmakers and a mystified public amid the administration's failure to launch a coherent communication
the
strategy about the
SR-22 can take pictures of the ground going like Mach 10 or some shit, and it could do that in the 50s.
Yeah,
it was top secret project, right?
Was shouldn't the American public be hearing from President
This
Biden?
thing wasn't traveling 10 times the
speed
of sound. Trying to take pictures of it at
With
the same time.
With fighter jets downing unknown
you telling me they don't have a camera that took pictures of this shit?
Little about what precisely is happening and whether the country is under threat.
I mean, they think we're fucking so stupid.
Like a big threat.
And that's that's
harmless
Civil War inducing type shit right there.
Not doing Americans harm.
Treating your citizens like they're all fucking retarded.
Of hard facts,
you dig?
Uninformed speculation is filling the information vacuum, including whether the objects are visiting space aliens. Whether the objects are aliens. The White House today, during the press briefing, said several times this was not alien-related, even though a U.S. Air Force general refused to even rule out that far-fetched possibility. Okay.
They think we're retarded, actually. Our government thinks we're retarded.
And there's a
the
map
federal
of
government
the 4 different objects where they were shot down. Right there. Still waiting any moment now.
They already treat the military like
press
shit.
Briefing was supposed to start
Government
at 2:30.
property.
It's now 2:47. We're going to show you what
How
they
do you
have
think
to
they're
say.
going to treat the regular folk? If they could treat us worse than the military, they would.
And then I want to get to the Pentagon press briefing from last night.
If the federal government could, they would. That's how I see that. Because they're getting more from the military than they are us. So they want to actually treat them better. But they have complete control over them, so they're going to take that. If they could get complete control over us, they would treat the military better than us.
And a boat goes underneath the area they are shooting these things down. So what Jonathan is thinking is, what happens if they shoot something down? Well, if they keep shooting things down, and like somebody, a civilian, finds the wreckage or something. The thing is, though, I think like if you're a civilian and you know the federal government is looking for something and you like interfere with it, I don't know if that's illegal. But I would certainly think you might get a visit from the authorities asking for the stuff. B says, how can an object with no propulsion system that's also isn't a balloon fly through the air? So the thing is, they have not said they're not balloons. Right. Well, actually, no, you're wrong. No, I take it back. So there is reporting. It's kind of confusing, but there is reporting that some of the objects are not balloons. So some officials have said things to media saying that one or more of the objects does not appear to be a balloon. We also know that the three most recent objects. We also know that John Kirby today said none of them had a propulsion system. So, right, I mean, it would be confusing if something didn't have a propulsion system, but also wasn't a balloon. Because you'd think if it wasn't a balloon, it'd be something like a drone that could move itself around. So, it's a fair question, but Maybe it'll turn out, I don't know. I wonder if it'll turn out they're all balloons of some sort.
Why aren't they calling them balloons?
I've heard some different things on this. There's different reports out there.
The government is fucking with us right now.
I know what you're saying.
The government
it's not a balloon
is straight. This is what I was saying earlier.
Well,
it's
what
the
are we
most
talking about
blatantly absurd thing about it all.
Yeah, as
if you shot it down,
Senator
with
Schumer said
jet,
yesterday,
you know what if it was a balloon or
they were
not.
balloons. And then also we had this report from ABC News. Hang on a second here.
How are they doing us like this, man? This is
from
the weirdest
ABC News
thing
yesterday,
I think I've dealt with
today,
the government
last
since
night,
I've been alive.
Luis Martinez, a senior U.S. official, tells ABC News there's no sense that the 3 objects shot down this weekend are anything but meteorological balloons or some sort of weather balloon. But then on the other hand, you have this report from CNN where it says like, where is it here?
If they would be shooting them down if they were balloons. You know what I mean? They would it would just be like, oh, well, weather balloon.
I'm talking about.
It's a weather balloon. We're used to weather balloons, but something's very wrong.
No, it's not
this
article,
dude.
but I've shown you at least one other report today saying that some of the objects appear to not
they're
be
keeping
balloons.
it from us, man. They don't want us panicking for some reason. This is worrisome. Our federal government not
so
want
it's
us
kind
to
of
panic
confusing.
Because
was it the New York Times story?
Are they going to take care of it for us or what? They got this?
Let's see here.
You know, Russia and China both have supersonic nukes already. Supposedly, we didn't have.
Where is that
ago.
article? I had an article here
we have
before.
Them now. But what other technology do they have? And maybe America doesn't want us knowing that they have it because they don't want us freaking out. They got some kind of anti-gravity technology
What's
or
going
something?
on up there? Theories but no answers and shoot downs of mystery craft. Was it this article where you had some of those reports?
It's so fucking possible. I already think that they're the last alien experiment before they and left us to watch us, alien ant farm. So maybe they were able to crack it.
Yeah, look at this right here. Sunday's object appeared unlikely to be a balloon, one official said. So some reports say they're balloons. Some reports say some of them are not balloons. The first object shot down on Friday, a Defense Department official said, is most likely not a balloon, and it broke into pieces after it was shot down on Friday. So you have major media outlets. Some of them are saying all the objects are balloons. Some of them saying some of the objects are not balloons. Thanks to nobody for gifting a membership. Thank you also, Ayasano. Ayasano says, is an airship / is it dirigible? A balloon is the modern equivalent of a hot dog, a sandwich. So you're saying maybe like one of these things is like some sort of.
So they got close enough to know whether or not it had propulsion. So they were close enough to know it wasn't a balloon.
I know what you're saying. You're saying like maybe there's something that has some kind of gaseous gas in it. That's not technically a balloon.
No,
but that's how it's floating.
It would have to be more buoyant than hydrogen.
By the way. And thanks Gordon Gott for gifting the membership. Thank you, OU Mike.
Be noticeable as a balloon,
and thanks to our new member, Cardinal Sin.
That big up, that high. Everything's made out of graphene, so it's super lightweight. At the same time,
and thank you, Retro
Guy.
We're still waiting right now for the daily press briefing. We're going to show you the start of the briefing from the Department of State any moment now. And it was supposed to start 24 minutes ago.
This is easily the weirdest story in America.
And then we'll talk about the Pentagon press conference from last night.
We're dealing with our federal government. I think probably my entire life.
CB the third says a dirigible is a hard-skinned airship. A blimp is more balloon-like. I don't want to get into all this right now.
We know that they know because I know that those fucking jets have cameras on them.
Dirigible is a dirigible airship, one with a rigid, especially one with a rigid structure. I don't want to get into this whole airship. An airship or dirigible balloon is a type of blah, 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 blah. Anyways.
There's no doubt in my mind they're keeping information from us, dude.
That's a whole other discussion.
Because
all right. Again, we're waiting any moment now. We're supposed to hear from the Department of State.
Dude, last night. Let me see. I want to bring him up.
Let me know what your thoughts are at Lookner on Twitter.
Because who hasn't seen that? I'm going to let you see what he says.
This might be the first day in 4 days with no object shot down. We've had an object shot down each of the last 3 days.
For more, we are joined by retired Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, president of the London Center for Policy Research. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much for being here.
Good to be here. Thank you.
So 3 objects flying into American airspace in the past week, each taken down by fighter jets. It is not known, of course, what exactly the 2 most recent objects were. What is on your mind tonight, and what should the U.S. and now Canadian governments be looking for?
Yeah, I think we have to be on alert because these things are apparently, from my sources, the Pentagon, are drones. They're very small. They're hard to detect. You only see them when they're up high, 40,000 feet or so. And my sources are telling me these are not the only events. These are the ones we know about because they shot things down. There's been similar events down near the Mexican border, which did not require an air response by the fact they didn't come close enough to get into U.S. airspace, and also near Hawaii, where there's been similar observations, but again, because these things were in international waters, over international waters, there was no direct or aggressive response. So I think there's a pattern here developing. So as you mentioned, there's been 3 downings within the past week. I know for a fact there's more sightings than the Pentagon's admitted to. I think this is a pattern that comes directly out of China. We don't know if it's China. My belief is this is China, simply following up its aggressive use of penetrating airspace that started last week.
And last hour, we spoke with Jamil Jaffer from the National Security Institute about the thought process before shooting these things down. Let's take a listen quickly.
Sure.
Well, you do want to find out what they're doing and where they're going. You also want to ensure that these things aren't carrying some sort of a device or conducting some sort of intelligence collection activity.
A few minutes longer.
That's problematic.
About to hear in a second what I'm talking about.
Probably the right thing to do.
And at another point in the interview, he was also speaking about the risk of potentially an explosive device even being in one of these objects. Even though the Yukon is sparsely populated, if there was any concern that there could be explosives in that object, is it the right move to shoot it down in the air?
It is, and obviously some of this is dependent on altitude. One of the reasons they've used to take these things down, rightly so, I believe, is the potential interference with commercial airspace. I mean, while Canada and Alaska don't have a lot of aircraft, we do have aircraft flying around up there, and yeah, these things could potentially be in those air lanes that could cause hazards. So yeah, once you've identified it, I would hazard to say we're going to see some reconnaissance, actual photos of these things from the engagements coming out soon. These aircraft we're sending are very sophisticated. They have what we call gun cameras on them, so we'll see what they saw. And I think that's what's going on right now. There's a careful review of all the gun camera footage of all these other events I alluded to and trying to figure out who's behind it and what these things actually are. Again, I think these are small aperture drones that are being used remotely piloted.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you believe we're in any danger of communicating a precedent with China that we will shoot down these objects without confirming what may be inside? Is there any concern in your mind about that?
This has been the policy since the beginning of the Cold War, especially in our North American airspace. That's why we have NORAD. NORAD is part of the Northern Command. NORAD is a joint command between us and the Canadians and was created during the concern of Russian Soviet bombers coming over the ice cap. So this has been the policy to basically identify and then down any aircraft that could not be figured out what its purpose is and where it's going. So this is a long-standing policy, has not changed since the Cold War. So yes, I do believe it's something that should deter China eventually, but I do believe that this is something we should maintain as a policy at this point in time.
And you've said there is reasonable suspicion that these may have originated in China, even these latest two.
Absolutely.
Sorry, we are starting both later than usual and later than the advertised time. But sure feels like a Monday. It is a Monday. A few things at the top, and we'll take questions from there. Let me start by saying that first, we are deeply troubled by Israel's announcement that it will reportedly advance thousands of settlements and begin a process to retroactively legalize 9 outposts in the West Bank that were previously illegal under Israeli law. Like previous administrations, we strongly oppose these unilateral measures, which exacerbate tensions, harm trust between the parties, and undermine the prospects for a negotiated two-state solution.
It's all happening, dude.
During his recent trip to Israel, Secretary Blinken was clear that all parties should refrain from actions that heighten tensions and take us further away from peace.
There are 200,000 people protesting right now in Israel.
Runs directly contrary to those objectives. As Secretary Blinken has said, anything that takes us away from the vision of 2 states for 2 peoples is detrimental to Israel's long-term security, its identity as a Jewish and democratic state, and to our vision of equal measures of security, freedom, prosperity, and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We call on all parties to avoid additional actions that can further escalate tensions in the region and to take practical steps that can improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. Next, as we continue to see the death toll rise, I want to again offer our sincere condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria. The images of this tragedy are profound, and we are working to assist those in need day in and day out. This earthquake has affected not only Syria and Turkey, but also the world, as we see the devastation and loss of human lives it has wrought. The United States continues to support search, rescue, recovery, and relief efforts, and to mobilize additional equipment and resources to assist with recovery and humanitarian response efforts in both Turkey and Syria. We commend the incredible dedication of humanitarian responders and rescue workers who are working around the clock under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. The international community has a moral obligation to do everything in its power to get aid into affected areas of Syria. That includes urgently coming together in the United States Security Council to authorize additional crossing points from Turkey. As we saw this past week, having only one crossing means there's a single point of failure. We echo the repeated calls of UN officials for the UN Security Council to authorize additional border crossings to help deliver life-saving aid to people in the northwest of Syria. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield put it well in her statement last night, as she said, "People in the affected areas are counting on us. They are appealing to our common humanity to help in their moment of need. We cannot let them down." This is not a political issue, it is a human one. To our friend and ally Turkey, we will be with you every step of the way. To the people of Syria, we are sending you precisely the same message. The United States is continuing to mobilize assistance through US-funded humanitarian partners, and will be pushing for a resolution in the Security Council that authorizes those additional crossings as soon as possible. More border crossings will save more lives. It is that simple. Next, we are deeply concerned by the Cambodian government's abrupt decision to revoke Voice of Democracy's media license. A free and independent press plays a critical role in functioning democracies, providing the public and decision makers with facts and holding governments to account. The decision is particularly troubling due to the chilling impact it will have on freedom of expression and on access to information ahead of the national elections in July. For more than 20 years, VOD has provided objective, fact-based reporting on issues that serve the interests of the Cambodian people. We urge Cambodian authorities to reverse this decision. And finally, as Secretary Blinken said in 2021, human trafficking is an affront to human rights. It's an affront to human dignity. This afternoon, Secretary Blinken chaired the Biden-Harris administration's second meeting of the cabinet-level President's Interagency Task Force to monitor and combat human trafficking. Today's event is an opportunity for 20 agencies across the federal government responsible for coordinating U.S. government-wide efforts to combat human trafficking, to highlight key federal anti-trafficking work, and to announce upcoming initiatives to the public. This meeting underscores the administration's strong commitment to combating human trafficking and is an opportunity to reinforce the priorities set forth in the updated National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, which we released in December of 2021. The Secretary also presented the Presidential Award for Extraordinary Efforts to Combat Trafficking in Persons to 2 recipients selected by the President. honoring their incredible work to fight human trafficking in our own backyard. A member of the presidentially appointed U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking spoke about the council's work and recent recommendations. This event, which is ongoing, is being live streamed from the White House's YouTube channel, and there will be a recording available at our website, www.state.gov. With that.
Great. Thank you, Ned. Happy Monday. Since I'm prepared to wager a significant amount of money that you don't have anything new to say about the Chinese balloon and or the shoot downs of whatever these things were, objects. Let me start where you started.
Yep.
Am I correcting that?
Matt, I would never encourage wagering or gambling from the podium, but that would be a safe bet.
Okay, well, he just said, Ned Price, he has nothing really new to say about the shoot downs of the objects and the Chinese balloon. So we will not linger on the State Department briefing. I wanted to say if they're going to say anything about the objects, but he just said that he has nothing new to add on that. So with that, we will go back to what we were looking at before, which is the briefing from last night.
No surprise to our Israeli partners precisely where we stand on this. It's no surprise because we've made this very clear in private in very direct terms, but it is also no surprise because we consistently make this clear in public. This administration has been clear and consistent on that front. We did not want to leave any room for ambiguity whatsoever.
Well, then what's your takeaway from the fact that they went ahead and did it anyway?
Yep. So look, Matt.
What are you going to do about it?
So Israel, of course, is going to make its own sovereign decisions. We have made our opinion, our very strong opinion on this very clear. A number of other countries, including countries in the region, countries well beyond the region, have made their opinions on this clear as well, and I expect that will continue. So we're doing a couple things. We are having intensive discussions with the parties. That includes Israel. We're registering our deep concern over what we heard within recent hours. We're engaging with the Palestinians. We're engaging with other regional partners as well. And as I alluded to a moment ago, a number of regional partners have already spoken out about the announcement that has emanated from Israel. We are doing this bilaterally. We are doing this multilaterally with a much broader group of partners, including a number of partners who share the concerns that I just outlined and the concerns that you heard from Secretary Blinken in the statement that he issued just a few minutes ago. When it comes to our regional partners, this was part of the reason Secretary Blinken thought it was so important to travel to Israel, the West Bank, and Egypt now last month. This is a regional effort in which we are engaged to do everything we can to de-escalate, to support the de-escalation of tensions. Now, ultimately, it is incumbent on the parties themselves to take steps that serve that purpose. And the reason we're voicing such strong concern and such deep trouble over what we've heard from Israel in recent hours is because it does precisely the opposite. This is a unilateral step that certainly does not de-escalate tensions. It has the potential to do quite the opposite.
Dude,
that, Matt, the Secretary's
statement
and the topper that I just ran through, it made a reference to of encouragement to all parties to take additional actions that can further de-escalate tensions in the region and take practical steps to improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. Since the earliest days of this administration, we have been focused on those practical steps. We were in a position to have to restart the relationship with both the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people essentially from scratch. That was an early priority of ours. We resumed those relationships and we've resumed humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. Over the past 2 years now, we've contributed more than $900 million to the Palestinian people as part of an effort to improve their well-being.
Yeah, what do we give them actually?
Practical ways.
Probably
we are committed to a two-state solution.
To shoot at the Iron Dome, and then we give the Iron Dome missiles to block those missiles. We're giving both sides money. It's fucking stupid.
You heard this from the president when he was in the region, from Secretary Blinken when he was in the region.
Can we pick a side?
More recently, we are going to continue to work with the parties, with Israelis and Palestinians in the first instance, but parties in the region, parties in some cases well beyond the region, to do everything we can to keep the prospects of a two-state solution alive.
Right. The thing is, though, that Ned, you had intensive discussions. You just said, what are you doing in response? And you said you were engaged in intensive discussions with the parties and with our friends and allies in the region. But you had intensive discussions with the Prime Minister, with President Abbas, less than 2 weeks ago, less than 10 days ago. And it certainly looks like the Israelis just don't care. Because as you said,
why aren't they listening, man? The fuck?
These kinds of moves are run counter and hurt one of your main priorities for the region. So the question again is, what are you going to do about this, if anything? I mean, are you going to drop your opposition to the Palestinians taking these issues to international forum?
So Matt, this is something we are going to continue to discuss with the parties themselves, with parties in the region, with countries, in some cases, well beyond the region.
They don't ever tell us shit, do
they? In the first instance, is to oppose any steps that have the potential to exacerbate tensions. The corollary to that is to support those steps that can serve to de-escalate tensions. We are calling for both. We are calling on the parties to refrain from additional steps that could exacerbate tensions. We're calling on the parties, the Israelis in this case, but countries in the region, countries well beyond the region, to take practical steps that would improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. We have, over the course of the past 2 years, attempted to lead by example. And there are any number of metrics that you can use. $900 million in humanitarian assistance.
We'll know whether or not we can bomb it afterwards.
We are going to continue with that. But right now, the first order of business is to tend to what is a very delicate situation, a situation that was made even more delicate over the past 24 hours by the announcements that have emanated from Israel. We are working to do all we can to support a de-escalation of tensions. Over the longer term, we want to support this vision of a two-state solution. Right now, our focus is on quelling the potential for additional violence, and we've already seen far too much violence over the course of recent months. But over the longer term, again, this is a vision that is predicated on two states for two peoples with equal measures for Palestinians and Israelis of security, of prosperity, of freedom, of democracy, of dignity. That remains our intention over the longer term.
Can I follow up on this? Now, you said that at the beginning that you are deeply troubled. I mean, in the past, you're deeply concerned. What's the difference? Is there a difference between deeply troubled and deeply concerned? Do you think it carries more weight?
I wouldn't try to parse this statement beyond what we said. We are deeply troubled. We are deeply concerned by what we have seen out of Israel.
And at the same time, you said that is an Israeli, of course, it's an Israeli sovereign decision. That's what you said. So if Israel tomorrow says, I'm going to annex half of the West Bank, I want to annex some more, that is also a sovereign decision. You agree? That is a sovereign Israeli decision. That will not prompt you to take any action beside or beyond expressing how deeply troubled you are.
Saeed, that's a hypothetical, and it's a hypothetical that you know as well as I is not going to happen tomorrow. It's also a hypothetical that is inconsistent, would be inconsistent with everything that we have said about the strong urging we have put forward to both parties, to Israelis and Palestinians, that they should refrain from steps that serve only to exacerbate tensions and to put even further distance between where we are now and an ultimate two-state solution.
We're about to see a lot of missiles, I think, dude.
Can I finish, please?
Next month.
So
soon.
You're also saying that we don't want to compromise the effort towards a two-state solution, right? Although knowing full well that every time there's a new settlement, that really compromises that outcome. Not only that, if you are unable to persuade the Israelis to backtrack on settlements that they have termed as illegal, how are you going to force the Israelis to remove 700 settlers and maybe 300 and some settlement? How will you do that if you know, there's nothing wrong with the strength of your
Well, they're
tone.
kicking
The problem is that you are
they're
not
kicking people out of
utilizing
their
any of the tools
houses.
to press upon the Israelis to take action.
They do
to fulfill
this.
those words that you are saying.
Said, I think what is
I think they're
especially
evicting the Muslims,
powerful
dude.
is the fact that this is not a vision that the United States has and has alone. This is a vision of two states for two peoples that has been put forth by this administration, successive American administrations of both political parties, but of countries around the world and by Israeli governments themselves, not to mention a vision that is shared by the Israeli people. The dynamic that we're talking about today, not only the steps that were announced today, but the dynamic that we've seen in recent years, steps that include settlement activity, that include legalization, that include annexation. The reason there's such opposition to that is because it is entirely inconsistent with what Israel is. It is entirely inconsistent with Israel's identity. Its identity as a Jewish state, but also a democracy, a democratic Jewish state. We are going to continue to use our voice. We are going to continue to engage with the parties. We are going to continue to engage in diplomacy bilaterally, multilaterally, to take steps that, one, would serve to de-escalate tensions, but two, over the longer term, to protect and ultimately advance the prospect of that two-state solution.
Also, Israel's identity is an occupying power, of the West Bank of the Palestinian territory. And, you're a signatory to all the international protocol that term, that have a very clear definition as to what a war crime is. Settlement of occupied territory is designated as a war crime. Do you consider settlements in the West Bank to be a war crime?
Said, I'm not even going to entertain that question. We believe in a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians are living side by side in states of their own, where they can enjoy equal measures of prosperity, of democracy, of dignity, of security.
It can't happen with Table Mount, dude.
Their own states. That is
they both
the vision
hang
we
out.
put forward. That's the vision that countries around the world share. That's
Bro,
the vision that
it's not the
Israelis
same
and Palestinians
as other places
also
in the
share.
world.
My last.
Fucking numbskull.
The Israeli Prime Minister said that this was in response to Palestinian terrorism or uptick in violence and so on.
Crazy out there.
Isn't that a form of collective punishment? Do you agree that this is a form of collective punishment when you seal home, arrest mothers and fathers and daughters and sons and so on, banish them and so on? Is that collective punishment?
I'm not going to characterize. I'm just not going to characterize the way any individual Israeli official has explained this. What I will characterize is our position on these moves. Our position is that we're deeply troubled. We're concerned. We oppose these moves precisely because they serve to move us away from that vision of a two-state solution, that has been the guiding principle of successive American administrations, that has been at the core of the vision of countries in the region, and frankly is one that is shared by those in the region.
Just to sort of put this another way, during the trip last week, you mentioned this desire to rebuild the relationship with the Palestinians, with the Palestinian Authority. The Secretary, in meeting with President Abbas, specifically mentioned legalization of outposts. Is there a credibility issue here for Palestinians if you're asking them to do things in this meeting, and you're coming after meeting Israeli officials, and days later, this ends up happening? So what are Palestinians who you're trying to rebuild the relationship with? What are they supposed to take?
Well, if they listen to our statements not only today, but again, over the course of this administration, over the course of successive administrations, just as to Matt's earlier question, our Israeli partners know where we stand, our Palestinian partners also know where we stand. There's also an important note that I've already alluded to in the statement that the Secretary issued earlier today. He called on parties, countries, to take practical steps that can improve the well-being of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people have, in many ways, been deprived of opportunity, they've been deprived of prosperity, they've been deprived of hope. As we seek to maintain the viability of a two-state solution, a vision of two peoples and two states living side by side, part of our focus right now is to instill and engender more hope, to give them the hope that there is a brighter future on the horizon. We are trying to mitigate the damage, and we're trying to preserve the viability of that vision, a vision that they want, a vision that we want, a vision that the region, by and large, wants.
Is it fair to say that there was this Fenzil plan, the U.S. security coordinator's plan, and you had some officials stay behind after the trip to try to sort of work something out. Is it fair to say that that has no fruit? There's no fruit from that, given this move now. Can we say that anything was achieved by that work?
Well, if your question is if we're giving up hope on efforts to de-escalate tensions, the answer is an unequivocal no. Two senior State Department officials did remain behind when we were in Israel and the West Bank last month. I suppose it was earlier this month now, to hear ideas from the parties about steps that they themselves would have to be in a position to take to de-escalate tensions. Now, the step that was announced from Israel yesterday now, that was not a step in that direction. It was a step in the opposite direction, unfortunately. But our commitment to engage with the parties, to work with the parties, to support the parties as they seek to de-escalate tensions, to end this cycle of violence, our commitment is steadfast. We are doing that, and we will do that with the parties themselves. We will do that with our partners in the region. It's one of the reasons why Secretary Blinken thought it important to go to Egypt before we traveled to Israel and the West Bank. There are other countries in the Middle East who have and will continue to play a constructive role with both parties, and we're going to continue to engage with them.
At the risk of being repetitive, there is no consequence in terms of you're not looking at various U.S. aid to Israel, for example, a country so openly defying Secretary of State in this way. Would you consider any consequences beyond, deeply troubled and intensive discussions?
So I'll make a couple points. One, Israel is a partner of the United States. It is among the closest partners we have. It is not only shared interests, but it is the shared values that have long been at the core of the relationship between our two countries since 1948, when President Truman recognized the state of Israel, I think 8 minutes after Israel declared itself independent. Part of that relationship is a rock-solid commitment to Israel's security. There is no question that Israel faces threats to its own security. We have seen examples of that, just horrific examples of that in recent days alone. At the same time, and this goes back to what I was saying about the shared values being at the core of our relationship, we have the United States, over the course of 70 plus years now, has supported a two-state solution as the only viable means by which to preserve Israel's identity as a Jewish state and a democracy. So we are going to continue to support that. We're going to continue to stand by Israel's side when it comes to the security threats that it faces, even as we use our voice and we coordinate with other parties and partners in the region to oppose these sorts of steps that actually undermine the prospect for that very two-state solution. Camilla.
Just one follow-up on Israel and one on China. I think it's fair to say that Israel faces a threat from within. We've seen the protests in Tel Aviv over the weekend, and even more protests, tens of thousands marching in Jerusalem today. Do you have any new comment on Netanyahu's government's continuing intention to limit Israel's Supreme Court powers?
These are decisions for the Israeli people. I am sure all of you remember what the secretary said when he was standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem. I'm sure all of you read what the president told the New York Times yesterday as well. Standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu, the secretary noted the recognition that we have in this country, but that democracies around the world have, that building consensus for new proposals is the most effective way to ensure they're embraced and that they endure. Similarly, President Biden told the New York Times yesterday that the genius of American democracy and Israeli democracy is that they're both built on strong institutions, on checks and balances, on an open, independent judiciary. Building consensus for fundamental changes is really important to ensure that the people buy into them so they can be sustained. Ultimately, these proposals are not a question for the United States. They're a question for the Israeli people. What we have shared in public now a couple times and in private as well is the experience that we have in this country, is the experience that democracies around the world have had about the process by which proposals are tabled and debated and taken up and advanced or not. That's what we've commented on.
Can I pivot to China?
Anything else on Israel?
On China.
Go ahead, Camilla, and then we'll come back.
Is the secretary going to, or is there an active intention to meet with Wang Yi in Munich later this week? And have you had, since last week, since these objects have been shot down, have you had any interaction with Chinese counterparts in DC?
So the answer to that second question is yes. We believe in keeping lines of communication open. We think that is important. It's especially important in some ways at times of tension. But we are going to do everything we can as a responsible country to see to it that we have the ability to communicate with one another, to speak directly, candidly with one another.
You're on candid camera.
Diplomacy. I'll have to let the PRC speak to Wang Yi's potential travel. We'll have an opportunity to speak to Secretary Blinken's potential travel, but I can tell you at the moment there's no meeting on the books between Secretary Blinken and a senior PRC official. John, go ahead.
And so the U.S. is open to it, though?
Look, John. First of all, we are open and we are committed to keeping lines of communication open. There are different ways to do that. We can pick up the phone. We can see officials in our respective embassies in Beijing or Washington. We can see officials in third countries. We can, as we were planning to do, travel to the PRC to engage in those face-to-face discussions. We'll take a look at all of those options, and if they make sense, given where we are in the bilateral relationship, and if it has the opportunity to be constructive and useful, of course, that's something that we would take a look at.
And on the same point, that we heard from Kirby that there was no indication that this was that the crafts were surveilling anything. The recent crafts. Is there any indication or evidence that the craft belonged to a nation state?
My colleague at the White House just gave quite a long briefing on this. I think the bottom line, as he conveyed, is that these recovery operations are ongoing. And the first order of business here is recovering these objects and from there getting a better sense of just what they were and to whom they might have belonged. Danny?
Thank you. I'll follow up the China about the human trafficking in China. That there's North Korean detectors are being human trafficked in
Cat
China.
turds.
what actions will the United States take to China for human trafficking?
Well, as you know, Janie, we're intensely focused on this, and it's the very reason why all of the cabinet departments and agencies that are involved in combating the scourge of human trafficking are assembled or have been assembled together today to not only to herald those who have made tremendous contributions to this, but to plot out the next steps of our efforts to prioritize this challenge and to take it on. Our annual trafficking and persons report includes sections on countries around the world. There's a section in there on the PRC, so I would refer you to that for details. On trafficking?
Chinese President Xi Jinping and Iranian President meeting today, and they said that they announced that they will discussing maybe the anti-American front. How do you respond to this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
They announced that they will discussing both, Iran and China, uniting the anti-American front. How will you?
I would leave it to those two countries to characterize the purpose of their meeting. I would just make a broader point that there was a time not so long ago where the United States made a concerted effort to engage with the PRC on the issue of Iran's nuclear program, precisely because we recognize it to be a challenge to both of our countries. Our bilateral relationship with the PRC is complex, it is consequential, it is the most complex, probably the most consequential bilateral relationship we have. There are different aspects to that relationship that is primarily competitive. There are some aspects that are adversarial, potentially conflictual, which is why, again, we focused on maintaining those open lines of communication. But there are areas that have been or have the potential to be collaborative, where we do share interests, where it is in America's interest to engage with the PRC. In the context of Iran, we demonstrated that over the course of many years, working with the PRC in the context of the P5+1, first the talks, and later in the context of the Iran deal after it was implemented in January of 2016, precisely because Iran's nuclear program poses a challenge to the United States. It poses a challenge to the PRC as well. There are other challenges to the international system that Iran poses that also implicate the PRC, just as there are challenges to the international system that the PRC engages in that are a profound concern to us. So I will leave it to these countries to discuss the point of this meeting. Each country is going to have to determine the nature of its relationship with the PRC. But when it comes to Iran, we think it is important that the rest of the world make very clear that Iran's nuclear advancements, that its efforts to export terrorism and malign influence throughout the region and potentially beyond, that is not something that any country should tolerate and certainly not support.
Kim Jong-un is highlighting his daughter recently. Do you think she will be the next North Korean leader?
I don't have I wouldn't comment on succession in the DPRK. Go ahead.
Thank you. After the earthquake, I saw several videos showing the Barzani Charity Foundation delivering humanitarian aid to people in Turkey and Syria. It is continued, very successful, and people over there, they were very thankful. My question is, why you are not trying to send some of your aid to Syria by the Kurdistan regional government? Do you believe your allied as Kurdistan regional government can provide good assistance to the delivery of aid to Syria, and especially Afrin City and around Afrin?
Well, to the first part of your country, first part of your question, excuse me, we are calling on countries around the world to do everything they can to support the people of Turkey and Syria. We're doing that in this country. This is an effort that transcends the federal government, this is an effort where, once again, we've seen the generosity of spirit of the American people rise to the occasion. Yesterday during the Super Bowl, we saw another example of that, of Americans having the opportunity and Americans taking advantage of the opportunity to provide much needed support to the people of Turkey and Syria. As you know, our response on both sides of the border began almost immediately upon the news of the earthquakes last week. On the Syrian side of the border, to your question, there were independent NGOs that were able to respond within minutes of the earthquake, precisely because the United States has been the world's leading humanitarian provider to the Syrian people since 2011, since the outbreak of the civil war in Syria. We have supported the Syrian people both inside Syria and Syrian people throughout the region to the tune of some $15 billion over the course of those dozen years. Now, the needs on both sides of the border are enormous. When it comes to the Syrian side of the border, there are obviously additional complications there, owing to the operating environment, owing to the fact that the Assad regime, with the backing of Russia, had heretofore at least allowed only a single humanitarian crossing for aid to traverse from Turkey into Syria. We want to see that changed. We want to see all countries, including Russia, that has again, until now, refused to do so, stand on the side of the Syrian people and show that they can put political considerations aside in the face of profound suffering and profound need and do the right thing, something they have refused to do here in recent years, precisely so that additional humanitarian aid can flow to the Syrian people. We're going to look at all potential and appropriate ways to provide aid to the Syrian people. We want to see that possibility opened to the aperture opened even wider with additional humanitarian crossings. I need to move around. Yes, go ahead.
The second round of U.S.-Pakistan mid-level defense dialogue began in Washington today, as per reports. What more you could tell us about these meetings? What is the agenda? And also, when is Councillor Derek going to Pakistan? Because it was said last week that he's going to be visiting Pakistan this week. Will you tell us about the visit?
Sure. So on your question on the dialogue, this is a dialogue that is administered by our colleagues at the Department of Defense, so I need to refer you to them for the specifics of these discussions. But the broader point is that we maintain a dialogue with Pakistan on a broad range of issues. We maintain productive engagement with our Pakistani partners at all levels of government. We have a shared interest in combating what are, in some cases, shared threats to regional security and to the security of our respective countries. We seek a strong partnership with Pakistan on counterterrorism. We look forward to cooperative efforts to eliminate regional and global terrorists and other security threats. The mid-level defense dialogue that is taking place this week, it's an opportunity to continue those discussions and to deepen partnership towards those ends.
When is Derek Councillor going to Pakistan?
We'll have more to say on his travel in the coming days. Nazir?
I just follow. Thank you. Three questions. Number one, Zamir Kabulov, Putin representative, claimed that the U.S. support Daesh, Khorasan, ISIS. Number one, I don't know what's your position about that. Number two, Taliban has a lot of conflicts between each other. And today in Kabul, they fight against with the Daesh. But Afghan people say this is not Daesh, this is all Taliban. What do you think, end of the day, Taliban continue like that, even they are not good between each other? They have so many conflicts. And also in the north in Afghanistan, war started between Uzbek people and Taliban. Any comment about that?
So to your first question, Nazira, I just reject that out of hand. No country has done more to combat the specter of ISIS or Daesh than the United States. It was in 2014 and 2015 and that the United States corralled, organized, and since then has led the global coalition to defeat ISIS. And not only have we led it, but we have led it effectively with dozens of countries, some 70 countries from around the world, including some of our partners in South Asia who have joined these efforts. You can look at the effectiveness and the success of that leadership and that campaign in any number of ways, but if you take a look at the land that ISIS held in the Middle East and parts of Iraq and Syria in 2014 and 2015 compared to where we are now, there is a clear recognition that because of this coalition that America has continued to lead, Daesh has been decimated. We have wrested much of its territorial stronghold away from it. Its so-called caliphate is no more. We continue to be focused on ISIS and its affiliates around the world. Of course, there is a especially dangerous affiliate in Afghanistan, ISIS-K. We've seen the lethality of ISIS-K. No American needs reminding of the danger this group posed as our troops were withdrawing from Afghanistan in August of 2021. President Biden has made a solemn commitment to remain focused on ISIS-K and, if necessary, to take action against it if we see plots emanate that are targeting the United States and our partners. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. I have 3 questions, so please bear with me. First one is about the JCC meeting in Riyadh. Special envoy Robert Malley just left for Riyadh. It has been mentioned in your readouts that Iran is going to be one of the topics that you're going to talk about. Can you please elaborate more on that what aspect of Iran is going to be discussed there? And also, Robert Malley had a meeting in Willard Hotel here in DC on Saturday with the Iraqi delegation. What was the outcome of that meeting?
Sure. To your first question, we did announce over the weekend, I think it was, that a senior interagency delegation would be traveling to Riyadh. The delegation has arrived in Riyadh as Saudi Arabia is hosting the GCC Secretariat's headquarters to participate in 3 U.S. GCC working groups this week. I believe they will culminate on Thursday. This delegation, which Rob Malley is heading, will meet with representatives from GCC member state governments and the Secretariat to discuss our shared priorities. These meetings will demonstrate the United States and GCC members' shared commitment to advancing regional security and stability through cooperation across a range of issues. There are 3 working groups at play here. One focuses on integrated air and missile defense and maritime security. There's a working group that is focused on Iran and the challenges that it poses. And there's a 3rd working group that will focus on counterterrorism. And so the delegation will engage in all of those working groups.
Okay, and also on Friday, a group of 8 figures, the most important and prominent Islamic Republic opposition, gathered here in Georgetown University, and they announced a sort of a so-called qualification. We are expecting a charter to form a united front against the Islamic Republic of Iran to be published by the end of February. This is the first time that the opposition, including Prince Reza Pahlavi, Masih Alinejad, Nazanin Boniadi, are coming together, forming a coalition. What's your reaction to that? Are you welcoming that? And previously, you here at the State Department, you hosted Nazanin Boniadi. Are you planning to continue this sort of contact and talks with them?
Well, of course, no one, including the U.S. government, can claim to speak for the people inside of Iran. Only they can do that. Our job, of course, is to listen to them and to support them in every appropriate way we can. We are also listening very closely to leaders of the diaspora community. We want to hear from them, their thoughts, their perspectives, knowing that many of them have direct relatives who are in Iran. The Secretary has met with members of the diaspora, as have the Deputy Secretary, and in some cases heard just harrowing tales of the repression and violence that their relatives, family, friends have suffered at the hands of the regime. So this is a task that we do every day. We want to hear from a wide array of voices so we can see to it that we're best supporting the aspirations of the people of Iran. Go ahead.
And the last question,
Okay.
sorry, I said 3, it's about Iranian drones. Guardian reported yesterday that there was a new delivery of advanced Iranian drones to Russia in November. What is your response to that?
I'm not in a position to confirm that specific report, but the broader trend line is something, certainly something we've warned about for the better part of a year now. We have been warning since mid last year of this burgeoning military and security relationship between Iran and Russia. That has been not just a one-way street with Iran providing UAV technology to Russia, but it's been a two-way street with Russia in turn providing Iran with wares that it needs and it wishes to have for its own military and security services. We are taking action to do everything we can to counter this relationship and to counter that transfer of technology. Again, looking at it as a two-way street. We've used our authorities to good effect. We have exposed this linkage. We are continuing to galvanize countries around the world to maintain the focus on this and to do everything we can as responsible countries around the world to counter what is a profound threat to the people of Ukraine, but also a security relationship that has the potential to be a threat to people well beyond. Yes.
Next.
Go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Thank you. NATO chief last week at the press conference with Secretary Blinken talked about Chinese increased surveillance activities in Europe. China is conducting. What is the U.S. assessment of China's surveillance programs in the Western Balkans in particular? Are you seeing anything that concerns you and the NATO? And are there any spying balloons in the Western Balkans?
So we did release some additional information last week. I recognize it was not enough information to satisfy the questions and curiosity of most of you in this room. But we did note that when it comes to this program, the extensive, almost global nature of it, 5 continents, some 40 countries whose sovereignty has been violated by this particular PRC balloon program. For reasons that are probably self-evident, we aren't naming the countries that have been subjected to this, but what we are doing is engaging directly and privately with those countries to share with them what we know, to hear from them what they know, recognizing that this is a shared challenge. And just as we do with all of the challenges that the PRC poses to the rules-based order, we know that we're always going to be in a stronger position. We're always going to be in a more effective position to address those challenges when we're working with our allies and partners. That certainly includes our allies and partners in Europe. NATO, as an alliance, has recognized what it calls, I believe, the systemic challenge that the PRC poses to the rules-based order. This is something on which we've seen a great deal of convergence between the United States, Europe, NATO, and countries around the world. Yeah, go ahead.
On the warning to Americans in Russia to leave immediately, do you have a sense of how many Americans are there? Have you received any outreach from Americans that are trying to leave? What's the plan for the embassy? And why now? We've been knowing that this has been a concern for a while. Why is this re-upped?
I'm glad you ended there because that's where I wanted to start. This is not new guidance that we are providing to the American people. We have been warning the American people for months now that they should not travel to Russia. And we've been warning Americans who may have been in Russia that now is not the time to be in Russia and that they should depart immediately. What we did do, and we often reissue what is known as our travel advisories for countries around the world, but we reissued our travel advisory for Russia with several updates. And that includes information regarding dual national military conscription, martial law in Russian areas bordering Ukraine, limitations on embassy Moscow's staff use of airlines, and Russian legislative changes permitting prosecution of those who quote unquote discredit Russia or advocate for the rights of LGBTQI+ persons and consular services in Russian occupied areas of Ukraine. So these are changes that are material to the American citizen community in Russia. But again, our message should be that Americans, our message is that Americans should depart Russia. They should depart Russia immediately, owing to a number of risks that are spelled out in much greater detail in that broader travel advisory.
How real is the threat of them being drafted or forced to serve in the Russian army?
Well, again, it's going to be based on the individual, but it is a concern we have to the extent that we thought it prudent to reissue our travel advisory, warning against the possibility of conscription for dual nationals. This is not something that we want Americans to consider, precisely because we want them to leave Russia. We do not want them to leave themselves subject to these or any other measures that could put them in grave danger. Sean? I'll go to you next, Alex.
To Nicaragua.
Sure. Did you have a follow-up on that, Alex? Okay, and then I'll come back to you.
Thanks so much. This comes, days after U.S. embassy diplomats got threatened, warned by Russian government. I'm just trying to find if there's any connection there. Also, I asked previously the state of U.S. business. Some companies are still operating in Russia. Are you planning to come up with any guidance in light of today's announcement? And lastly, some countries like France today also extended that notice to Belarus. I was wondering if you are also planning to include Belarus to today's announcement.
So we are constantly looking at conditions within each individual country and updating our travel advisories as appropriate. That's precisely what we did in the case of Russia. Should conditions warrant, we'll update the travel advisory for Belarus as well. When it comes to American businesses are going to have to make their own decisions based on a variety of factors. Legal constraints, sanctions, the economic viability of their model, reputational concerns with operating in a place like Russia. This is not a decision we can make for companies. These are decisions that companies will have to make for themselves. What we are encouraging, of course, is that Americans, including American business people working for whether they're American companies or multinationals or conglomerates, that they not be in Russia because those individuals are subject to undue risk. The fact is that about 1,000 American companies have fled the Russian marketplace since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They have not done that because they have been prohibited by the US government from operating in Russia. They have done that based on their own calculations. And in some cases, the Russian government has reinforced that very same message by threatening to seize assets, by threatening to take extra legal actions against these companies that pose a threat to their people, that pose a threat to their business model, that pose a threat to their viability. So a number of countries have heeded our advice, and a number of them have come to their own decisions on that front.
Ned,
Yeah, go ahead.
Nicaragua.
Sure.
Following up on the release of President Blinken, on Friday, I believe it was, Nicaragua sentenced to more than 2 decades in prison, Bishop Alvarez, who apparently was offered to not go to Washington. Do you have any reaction to that and what this says about anybody in the normalization or better relationship?
Well, let me first start with the action that you mentioned. We condemn this action by the government of Nicaragua, and we urge Bishop Alvarez's immediate release. We also appreciate Pope Francis's strong advocacy for Bishop Alvarez. We continue to call for the release of individuals imprisoned in Nicaragua for exercising their fundamental freedoms, and we remain steadfast in encouraging the government to restore civil liberties and democracy for the Nicaraguan people. When we spoke late last week about the arrival of 222 former political prisoners from Nicaragua into the United States, we made very clear this was a welcome step, this was a constructive step, but this was in no way a panacea for the many concerns we have with the Nicaraguan regime, including the repression and oppression it continues to wield against its own people. With the 222 political prisoners who were released last week and allowed to travel to the United States, there are still many more political prisoners who remain behind. We continue to call on the Nicaraguan government to release those who are held for doing nothing more than exercising the right that is as universal to them as it is to people around the world. Goel?
Thank you, Ned. Two questions on South Asia. First, let's go back to Pakistan. It's very sad to see the press reports and TV and also experts that politically and economically situation is very bad, and also former Prime Minister Imran Khan also have already many times already accused and also challenged the current regime. But in this middle of this thing going on in Pakistan, minorities are under attack, vandalized and lootings and rapes and killings and murders, like Christians, Hindus, and also, of course, Ahmadiyas and Sikhs and many others. But what they are saying that their issues are being ignored because of these situations going on in Pakistan. So my question is that if anything have been done to protect their well-being in Pakistan.
We're aware of reports of harassment of religious minorities in Pakistan.
It's
As you know,
our-
we have an office
That's what we
in
do
the
in
State Department,
America.
the
We make
Office
people
of
safe in
International Religious Freedom
Pakistan.
that is focused on these issues. They issue a report every year that features countries around the world. This is something that our partners on the Hill are very focused on as well. Whether it's Pakistan, whether it is any country around the world, our message is one of the importance of tolerance, religious tolerance for groups large and small, but certainly to include religious minorities. It's a message that we reinforce in public. It's a message that we convey in private as well.
And my second question is, as far as U.S. companies are concerned, more and more companies are firing computer experts or ITs and H-1 visa and 2 visas now, more and more, thousands and thousands, and many of them are in this area. What is their future as far as to stay in the U.S. Because they've been here for 5, 10, 20, even 20 years, but they've been on H-1 visas, and now they have no place to go as far as to stay in the U.S. These companies are firing more and more people.
Well, I think you may be alluding to a statement that one of our senior officials from our Bureau of Consular Affairs made last week. The broader point is that the Department of State is committed to safeguarding national security while facilitating legitimate travel to the United States for both immigrant and non-immigrant travelers. We know that timely visa processing is essential to the U.S. economy and to the administration's goal of family reunification. We are quickly lowering visa interview wait times worldwide. This is certainly true in South Asia. This is a direct result of our hard work by our consular teams in the field and an embrace of innovation and efficiency in our processes. But we're also using new tools to not only address interview wait times, but to introduce efficiencies and customer service improvements. In this fiscal year, in FY22, embassies and consulates processed 90% of their pre-pandemic 2019 non-immigrant visa volume, and expect to exceed that in this year, in 2023. As part of these efforts, to your question, we're working in earnest on plans to restart domestic visa revalidation for applicants who are physically present here in the United States and renewing their visa in certain petition-based non-immigrant visa categories. And we hope to have a pilot up and running later this year. This, when it is up and running, would eliminate the need for these applicants to travel abroad to renew visas, all part of the effort to eliminate inefficiencies. We can't comment at this point on how many visa holders would be initially eligible, but the pilot, we hope and expect, would begin with a small number of cases before scaling up in the coming 1 to 2 years.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
A couple of questions on China. Number one is there was a train derailment in Ohio a couple of days ago, and there were a lot of chemicals that were loaded on that train. I asked your colleague since morning, they were very kind, message back and forth, but my question is, would it be correct to say that if these chemicals were to be imported from China, and after this balloons incidents are happening, would it be correct to say that China has started espionage activities in the U.S.? Can you say anything about that?
So the train derailment, that is something I would need to refer to the Department of Transportation.
How did that train
and
derail?
others who are responding. Of course, I've seen the imagery of this derailment in Ohio, just the plumes of smoke and destruction that's surrounding it. It's
train
just.
I'm not focused on. I'm focused more on the chemicals that were on.
I couldn't speak to what chemicals might have been on a train in Northwest Ohio.
Okay, one more question. Again, a few weeks ago, I had used the term compromising on US values. You know, in this country, one of the values is the freedom of religion. And being Muslim, you know, I go Friday prayers every week. But one of my colleagues who just recently went to China, he informed me that the Islamic and the Muslim people over there are being treated so much worse than what the US has even informed the public about it. And after getting that report, I checked with your former colleagues as well, and it has come into the notice that whenever things are good with China, then the Muslims who are treated there the way they are treated there, you guys do not take action about that when there is good relations. But when there's bad relations, then the Uyghur Muslims issue raises up and stuff. But can you confirm that can you at least confirm that the Muslims in China, beside the Uyghurs, tons of Muslims in different states are being treated very horribly, and it is in the notice of the State Department, and you guys don't talk about it?
Well, I would dispute the premise of your question. Regardless of the state of bilateral relationship with any other country around the world, our values are immutable. Our values don't change. And we are always going to speak out when we see systemic persecution, certainly on the scale that we've seen in the PRC. You said leaving aside the Uyghurs. I think that is difficult to do given the scale of atrocities that we have seen and human rights violations that we've seen committed against the Uyghurs by PRC authorities. We've been clear and consistent that this is a genocide. It's an ongoing genocide directed against the PRC's Uyghur minorities. But to the broader part of your question, there are other elements and aspects to persecution based on religious identity in the PRC. And going back to what your colleague asked just a moment ago, we have an office that is very focused on this. Every year, we produce a report that has quite detailed information on what we see in the PRC and countries around the world. Michelle?
Yeah, thank you, Ned. What does the US delegation visit to Saudi Arabia mean? Did the administration finish its review? And did you open a new page with the Saudis? And I have one more question.
So Michelle, as I mentioned a moment ago, they are traveling to Saudi Arabia. They are in Saudi Arabia now to meet with the GCC to take part in the important working group, these important GCC working groups. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, we are grateful to the kingdom for hosting these critical meetings. We do believe they're valuable opportunities to discuss shared concerns with all of our GCC partners. And when it comes to our relationship with Saudi Arabia, we have multiple interests. We have important work to accomplish with our Saudi partners. We are focused on pursuing and forging and crafting and operationalizing a bilateral relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that serves the interests of the American people, that serves the interests of the United States, and that serves the purpose of a more integrated, more stable, more prosperous, more opportunity-filled Middle East. The security relationship we have with Saudi Arabia remains strong. We witnessed just a few months ago when our countries worked together to deter and to disrupt a threat emanating from Iran towards the kingdom. There are other examples of that. We are always looking at ways to optimize each and every one of our bilateral relationships around the world. And at the center of that work is one simple question. Is this relationship most effectively serving the American people, serving our interests? And that's work that's going to be ongoing in all of our diplomacy.
And do you have any updates on the US-Qatari strategic dialogue being held in Doha?
I don't have an update on timing for you. Of course, when we were in Qatar in November of last year, we discussed plans for the upcoming strategic dialogue, but we'll let you know when we have dates to announce. Yes.
Last time you claimed, quote, "We follow the law in every instance," but Archbishop Desmond Tutu's last article was an admonition to this administration. Headlined, "Joe Biden should end the U.S. pretense over Israel's secret nuclear weapons." The subhead was, "The cover-up has to stop, and with it the large sums in aid for a country with oppressive policies towards Palestinians." The Archbishop noted specifically, amendments by former Senators Glenn Stewart Symington and John Glenn ban U.S. economic and military assistance to nuclear proliferators in countries that acquire nuclear weapons. He noted that Israel not only got nuclear weapons, but also, quote, "There is overwhelming evidence that it offered to sell the apartheid regime of South African nuclear weapons in the 1970s and even conducted a joint nuclear test. The U.S. government tried to cover up these facts." The Archbishop added, quote, "The U.S. government should uphold its laws and cut off funding to Israel because of its acquisition and proliferation of nuclear weapons. Are you not, in fact, in violation of this U.S. law, which is part of the Arms Export Control Act, as the late Archbishop charges?"
This administration follows the law. We have an ironclad relationship with Israel, as I mentioned before. We are committed to Israel's security. That, of course, remains the same. We've spoken a lot about Israel and that bilateral relationship today, but that security partnership is strong, and we're committed to preserving that and to strengthening that.
But
Yes.
I just cited a specific law. Will you reply to the law? Are you not in violation of the Glenn Symington amendments to the Arms Export Act?
We follow the law in all instances, yes.
You have to specify, you have to give me more information than that. It says that there should be a cutoff of U.S. aid to a country that proliferates nuclear weapons, or the president can issue a waiver. There has been no information of any sort of waiver. Have there been any waivers?
I'm not familiar with the details of this law, but I can tell you that we follow the law in every instance. Go ahead.
I'm talking about the core of the law. I'm citing a law, and you're not responding to any specifics on this specific law.
Again, I'm not familiar with the details of this law.
On this?
I'm not familiar with the details of this law, but of course,
on this specifics here?
if we have anything to share on this law, we'll let you know. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. I hope you are familiar with what's going on in Ethiopia. I'm asking you, I present this question to you not only as a correspondent, but also as an Orthodox Christian. The unity of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, one of the oldest in the world, and which accounts for about 40% of the country's 120 million population, is under threat after the move by the breakaway bishops who created their own synod. There should be no other synod in Ethiopia. One holy synod, one patriarch for the whole Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Ned, unless there is a peaceful solution for the current religious crisis in Ethiopia, it is difficult to imagine the magnitude of the dangers the current development in Ethiopia is posing, not only to one of the most ancient church of 1,007 years, but also to the peace and stability of the whole nation and the region. My question to you, Ned, what is the State Department's position regarding the current very dangerous situation in Ethiopia?
So this is something that we have not only addressed, but something that we have worked on intensively. And as you know well, as a result of that diplomatic effort that we have put forward and our partners in the African Union and across the African continent have put forward, there's been a cessation of hostilities agreement that has been in place since early November of last year. We recently marked 3 months of that cessation of hostilities agreement being in effect, but most importantly, for that cessation of hostilities agreement being respected by the parties themselves. We've seen a significant diminution of the violence. We are aware that Eritrean forces are withdrawing from Ethiopia. We are going to continue to attempt to build on the progress of that cessation of hostilities agreement, but to attempt to build on the progress of greater levels of stability, greater levels of security for the people of Ethiopia, all of the people of Ethiopia. Yes.
But hold on 1 second, Nate. My question to you is not about the Tigray. I give a credit to the United States for bringing a peace deal between the Ethiopian government and TPLF. But the question has nothing to do with TPLF. Right now, there is another very dangerous situation which involves politics, religion, and race. It's like a coup d'etat to get rid of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. That is my question. If there is no peaceful solution, we are going to see more dangerous situations than we see in Tigray. So that's my question. What is the State Department's position right now, what we have in Ethiopia regarding this religious conflict, religious crisis?
So we are a partner to the people of Ethiopia. We're a partner to the government of Ethiopia. We've worked with stakeholders across Ethiopian society. We want to be there not only to help build on what's been achieved in Tigray, but when it comes to reports of instability in other parts of the country, we've spoken of Oromia, for example. You're raising other issues. We want to be a partner to the government of Ethiopia, to the people of Ethiopia, and we'll do what we can to support that. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Ned. I have two questions. One question about Rob Mali's meeting with the Iraqi foreign minister. This meeting came after the Iranian foreign minister called the Iraqi foreign minister on Friday. Then after that, he had a meeting with Rob Mali at the hotel. Then what I've learned, they discussed JCPOA, and also they discussed what Iranian foreign minister talked to Iraqi foreign minister. Do you have any indirect talks with Iran? And if the JCPOA is not on your agenda, why it's been discussed with the Iraq, then they will go back to Iran. My second question about Iraq, there's congressional lawmakers are trying again to repeal the 2002 law authorization for use of military forces against Iraq. Are you in their book to repeal this act now?
On the question of the AUMF, this is something that we spoke about during the last Congress. We do support the repeal of the 2002 AUMF. As you know, there are two AUMFs that are currently in existence. The 2001 AUMF provides us with the authority that we deem necessary to take action that we deem prudent when it comes to the threats posed by terrorist groups, for example. On Rob Mali's discussions, I'm not going to characterize any particular engagement he has had, but I will just reiterate that there's been no discussion of resuscitating the JCPOA. That is not on the agenda. It hasn't been on the agenda when we've engaged with partners, and it hasn't been on the agenda when we've engaged indirectly with the Iranians. When it comes to what we're conveying to the Iranians, we have means by which to convey those messages, and they really boil down to three simple messages. Stop killing your people, stop providing UAV technology to Russia, and release the wrongfully detained American citizens. Yes. Go ahead, and last question in the back.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. So today, the Deputy Secretary Sharman had a joint press meeting with US, Japan, and ROK. In that meeting, was there any conversation or discussion discussed about joint sanction due to recent Chinese behavior, like a Chinese spy balloon?
So I wasn't in on those discussions. I also haven't had a chance to speak with the deputy, but fortunately, you all had a chance to hear from Deputy Sherman herself and from her ROK and Japanese counterparts. Let me just say broadly, when it comes to the DPRK, we've consistently called on responsible stakeholders the world over to uphold UN Security Council resolutions. That, of course, applies to permanent members of the UN Security Council, the countries that themselves negotiated and formalized these Security Council resolutions. It is incumbent on all countries, including the PRC, to follow the letter and the spirit of the Security Council resolutions that have been implemented. The DPRK's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs pose a threat not only to the United States, to our deployed forces, to our citizens in the region, but to our allies, the ROK, and Japan, and it is certainly not in the interest of any country in the region, and that includes the PRC. Elizabeth?
Going back to Syria real quick, time is of the essence. So why did the US wait until yesterday, 6 days after the earthquake, to formally call for the UN Security Council resolution that would open up more crossings?
We've been formally calling for more cross-border openings, cross-border checkpoints consistently. We have done this every single time there has been a vote at the UN. You have heard us twice a year now call for not only longer duration of these cross-border transit points from 6 months to a year, but we've consistently made the point that one is not enough, and one is not enough precisely because of what we saw in the earliest days following the earthquake, when the one crossing that Russia would agree to in the Security Council was made inaccessible after the earthquake. It was a stark reminder to the rest of the world of the need for redundancies. Hopefully, it was a stark illustration to not only the regime in Damascus, but also to the Russian Federation of the moral imperative of putting aside politics, putting aside petty relationships, and doing what is right for the people of Syria. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're putting forward in the UN. That's what we've heard a lot of support for in recent days from our UN partners.
Just a very quick follow-up. Just in the past, during the briefing, there's a statement from Secretary General Guterres saying that Assad has agreed to 2 more border crossings. Do you have any information on that or any reaction to that?
Well, certainly hope Assad is serious about this. Of course, it hasn't been only Russia that's been opposed to this in the past. The Assad regime has consistently argued against additional humanitarian crossings. But if the regime is serious about this, and if the regime is willing to put those words into action, that would be a good thing for the Syrian people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is it? Not what I want to say.
Yeah, you did a great job, thank you.
That's it. Yeah, we'll do one tomorrow and.
He did a great job. He did a great job. Oh, he didn't. Sorry.
Delmar 1100, Coach. 16.
I got a muffin, bro. Sorry, it's the last one, and then no more muffins. Don't stop, baby.
Securite. This is Warship 1-4 conducting continuous turns to starboard, 5 miles west of buoy SD. Request all vessels maintain a safe distance. Securite. This is Warship 1-4 making continuous turns to starboard, 5 nautical miles west of buoy SD. Oncoming 3-1, oncoming 3-1. Standing by, channel 16 out.
I find the Oscar flag. Man overboard drills. That's how they're doing donuts. Ow! Yeehaw! Bro. Green tracker, yeah man.
I'm going 3-1, I'm 3-1.
It's like flight tracker, but oh. You know what these muffins, bro? Don't start on them, they're addicting.
Central 717 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I wanted to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
Did this get released?
It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get
punched?
Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay. How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But I mean.
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one?
Dude, we lost 2 viewers? What the fuck? They already saw this?
In your vehicle?
I don't, but
Where are they watching it at?
Occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
It was just
wait right here
uploaded
for me
3
for a
hours
second,
ago,
okay?
man.
Central, house,
Copy. Kill your front lights, I can't see.
Holy dog kennel.
653 outside.
Enjoy it, sir.
Like he has a freaking.
Well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene. He's contacted them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents.
Dog refuge.
You can check them. They're dead. They are dead, aren't they?
Just turn on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy. He's taller than that. Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now.
Affirmative.
That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Are you retarded? They're face down in the dirt right now, not breathing.
I'm very sorry.
He's trying to act shocked, I think. I think he's shocked that he's about to go to jail.
Gotta call her parents.
But like he's like, fuck, what have I done?
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdoch. Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch.
To make sure they're dead so he knows they can't talk.
How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Carey Murdoch.
And what's his birthday?
Yo, why y'all leaving? I'm eating muffins. I don't know what you got. What
are
you
they
got?
covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
I actually tried to be Delta 8 because he's going to be the only one that's got access.
What's Paul's birthday?
Copy.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can.
Dude, check this out. That's the second time on a different interrogation when he's in the vehicle. He can't remember his older son's birthday, but he's able to remember his younger son's, and then therefore he can remember his older son's for some reason. And right there, he was having a really, and he remembered the younger sons instantly. But like whichever one died, he always has a hard time remembering that one's birthday for some reason. I don't know. I don't think they liked each other as much. There's something else going on here.
You said 99?
He likes the other one more, dude.
He's born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdoch.
Richard Alexander Murdoch?
You familiar with the location?
No. Hey, Cody,
Poor
come around
guy.
the truck and then go to the building.
I'm like guilty.
Come around the truck and then.
There's a set of prints off behind the trailer there.
Yes.
I don't know if it's from
What's
one of
that?
ours or not, but there's a set of footprints behind the trailer there too.
Okay.
That's how we kind of try to stay around this whole here so we can step over anything.
653, 743. There's 8's going to be the last one in and grabbing the 10. Start 35.
We'll just go over to that corner of the building.
The dogs saw something, right? Why are they going all crazy as shit? They probably saw everything.
What we have first and whether or not we all handle that part or not.
They're like, that's the guy.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
Yeah, about that. I left one time and came back.
Maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Since there are only 5 of you there, that was for the intimacy stream. You can hear my throat.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want disturbed.
Nah. Sorry, that wasn't good. That wasn't good enough one. You deserve better burps than that. These are hummingbirds, by the way. Live hummingbirds. I just found them. Just recently. What's this? This is where they're talking about taking over the area.
Now, for more on this, we are being joined by our correspondent Jody Cohen from Jerusalem. Hello to you, Jody. Now, how do we expect the Netanyahu government to react to the president's speech and suggestions?
Hi, Alison. Well, of course, the president's position in Israel is largely symbolic, and the real power lies with the parliament, with the government, and with, of course, with the prime minister. President Herzog is very well respected. He was a lawyer himself before he entered politics, and he gave a statement to the nation on Sunday evening in which he suggested that a responsible judiciary is important, but a balance is needed between the three authorities. And he also...
Body cam footage of him searching his trash. Hell yeah. What is he throwing away? Throwing away, boy. Come on, Cletus. Get to the trash. Man, he's shooting a lot.
This is what's in the pump.
This is in the pump.
300.
Why are they muting it? Damn it, I want to see all the trash. What was that? What's he eating on? Weird. Bills.
Got one circle. It's Gucci. $1,221.
Gucci circle. Oh, interesting. There's speculation that he was having. There's speculation that he was having an affair, and that the wife called him, like, because he bought a Gucci gift for some woman or something. And anyway, that was one of the speculation. That's interesting.
Okay.
That is part of it, I think.
It's dental group. Transactions.
Whoa, look at Mama Bird, bro. Damn. Oh my gosh. Imagine having to be a baby hummingbird. Having that shoved down your throat. Oh, thanks, Mom.
I don't think I'm looking for ammunition or shell casings mainly.
Oh my gosh. I thought I wanted to be a hummingbird, bro. Gotta go through that first. Where you can fly, though.
Tobacco.
Food in that bag.
Time to sell. Be careful.
Yeah.
She's what?
Not playing on.
What?
I don't know what that is. Ew.
What is it?
Spaghetti.
She got grossed out. A spaghetti? What if it was brains? She would have probably puked.
No, there's an in.
That would be a shitty part of the job, wouldn't it? Like go through people's trash. Ah, dang, that would suck. Yo, that Texas toast is fire. Get the count the cheese on it. Woo! Some calories though. Got some Capri Sun. Who the hell's drinking on the Capri Suns?
One of those
Fucking
books.
Buster probably. Huh. The little bitty ass straw.
You just look at it. We're good. Okay.
Hey, is that a Rice Krispie treat package? Oh, that's fire too. Or 20. Oh, it's cold. Hey, makes it hit better. You got that cold air intake. You can put one in your lungs when it's cold. Wow.
Where are we gonna put that?
Oh, I don't know.
Man, why don't you just cut it? I got a fucking knife. Are they not allowed to cut it because the bag is evidence or something? Nowhere. The bag of bags. The Jimmy John's. Okay. Opening the Jimmy John's packaging. Why do they have so many Ziploc bags of food thrown away? Oh my gosh.
Yes. They clean the refrigerator out. That's all it is. We're good.
Why did they clean the
You got blood
refrigerator
on your
out?
chin, huh?
Kind of weird.
That's for
He decided to do that all of a
Cat got me
sudden.
this morning, right in the middle of the damn shed.
That he even had that cleaning lady in there is a weird, like, red flag. And he told her to clean the more in
That's
the,
all I see.
in the fridge
He's
than
doing
normal. He already wanted to throw away all the food that he didn't eat, but his wife did. I never liked those pickles anyway. She loved those pickles. Get him out of here. All the food that reminded him of her, because he's so sad. She loved those pickles. Oh, we hate
damn cat.
The cat? What happened? But it's the day after. He cleaned the fridge out the day after. Or that night.
It's hot. Where'd Captain go? These old gloves.
Yeah.
We'll go get those boxes. Ammunition boxes.
What are we gonna put them in?
I'd say just set them back here right now.
All right.
I'm gonna get them.
Surely that wasn't a turkey leg, was it? I said, surely that wasn't a turkey leg, was it?
Could have been. They're pretty strong. Yeah, they're pretty strong.
Oh, I know, they're super strong, yeah.
The Wyden will tell you.
Yeah.
And the Wyden was, one of the Wydens was collected in the body. Katie, I'm gonna set them down here like this.
I was Candace staying here.
Cutting off.
Recording in progress.
Briefing on high altitude object. Bonjour et bienvenue à la séance d'information technique sur les objets à haute altitude. We'll start with some opening statement and then we'll move on to a question period hosted on Zoom. So for the reporter on Zoom, if you have a question, I invite you to use the raise hand function. Nous allons commencer avec des allocutions d'ouverture, puis nous passerons à la période de questions sur Zoom. J'invite les reporters sur Zoom à utiliser la fonction main levée si vous avez une question. To the panelists, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that I'm next on deck. Is that what you're asking? I guess so. So I'll start. Good afternoon, all, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. I am Major General Paul Prévost. I'm the Director of Staff, Director of Strategic Joint Staff here at National Defense in Ottawa. Over the past 2 weeks, the North American Defense Command, a Canada-U.S. binational military command, has detected, tracked, monitored, and positively identified 4 airborne objects in the United States and Canadian airspace. The first object was officially characterized as a high-altitude surveillance balloon and attributed to the People's Republic of China. The subsequent 3 cannot be officially characterized or attributed at this time. Recovery operations are ongoing. Under the direction of national leadership, the 4 objects have been taken down over U.S. and Canadian airspace. The first instance was the air balloon taken down on 4th of February, which we have confirmed is of Chinese origin. Another object was shut down in Alaska on February 10th, last Friday. Another object over Yukon airspace on February 11th, this last Saturday. And the final one was over Lake Huron yesterday. Chacune de ces missions a été menée avec la plus grande prudence et en coordination avec la Federal Aviation Administration et Transport Canada afin de garantir la sécurité des Canadiens et des Américains. Et comme pour les missions précédentes, l'objet volant au-dessus du lac Huron a été abattu dans la zone où il est peu probable que cette intervention constitue une menace pour les civils ou nos citoyens se trouvant en dessous. La sécurité des Canadiens et des Américains demeure notre priorité absolue. Nous poursuivons nos efforts de recherche afin de recueillir des renseignements supplémentaires sur ces objets, en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec nos partenaires américains et canadiens. In Yukon, search efforts are being led by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. My RCMP colleague will provide additional details on the overall effort, but I can share the following information regarding the support of the Canadian Armed Forces is providing. Under the lead of our Canadian Special Forces Command, personnel and air assets across from the Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Air Force have been mobilized in Yukon in both Whitehorse and Dawson City. They are supporting the initial search efforts and the RCMP's underground recovery efforts to follow. La zone de recherche est vaste, couvrant près de 3000 km² dans une région éloignée et montagneuse avec une couverture de neige profonde qui est sujette à des conditions météorologiques difficiles. Ce sont des conditions de recherche difficiles et nous faisons tout en notre pouvoir pour mener cette mission avec succès, tout en s'assurant de la sécurité de notre personnel. Avec le soutien des nombreuses ressources des Forces armées canadiennes, nos forces spéciales et l'aviation royale canadienne déploient tous les efforts possibles pour trouver et sécuriser l'objet. Une fois que nous aurons trouvé l'objet, nous aiderons la GRC à sécuriser le site pour l'aider à recueillir toutes les preuves initiales dont elle a besoin avant de participer à l'extraction de ces objets. Ces intrusions sont non autorisées dans l'espace aérien nord-américain et sont troublantes. Mais les interventions conjointes du Canada et des États-Unis par l'entremise du NORAD et celles des autres groupes participant aux efforts de récupération et de l'identification ont été exemplaires. These unprecedented activities have underscored how important our binational military command continues to be and how important it is that NORAD continue to evolve to meet the changing threat environment. We are committed in keeping Canadians and Americans safe, and we will remain in contact with our U.S. partners to ensure binational response to all the situations where a coordinated approach is required. Thank you.
Thanks, Pepe. I think I'll jump in here. Afternoon, colleagues. I'm Derek Traherne. I'm the Director General of the Government Operations Center. And as Pepe just mentioned, obviously our top priority here for all of us is the safety and protection of Canadians. Along with the Department of National Defence, the public safety portfolio, of which I am a part, is closely involved in Canada's ongoing and involving response to these high-altitude objects over the country and over North America. Obviously, the public safety portfolio includes the RCMP, national security experts, as well as the Government Operations Center, or the GOC, which is housed at public safety. My organization provides for integrated federal response, coordination, and information sharing for the federal government for all types of emergencies as needed. And as Pepe has mentioned, we're in a search and recovery modality here and not consequence management per se. As you've heard, in Yukon and in Lake Huron, Canadian Forces and ourselves continue to support the RCMP in fulfilling its mandate, and the Canadian Coast Guard is also assisting. The RCMP, and I'm going to turn to my colleague in a second, is obviously considering both the Yukon and the Lake Huron events as matters of national security and are investigating accordingly. I'd otherwise just want to extend my thanks to everyone involved in these operations. Je remercie tous les membres de notre armée et celle des États-Unis qui ont participé à cette opération. It's obviously an ongoing and evolving situation, folks, and I'm happy to take questions. Merci beaucoup.
Do we have any other opening statements?
Yes, thank you. It's Sean McGillis from the RCMP, if I can take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean McGillis. I'm the Acting Deputy Commissioner for Federal Policing Program at the RCMP, and happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you. The RCMP is actively engaged with international, federal, provincial, and territorial safety and security partners in response to the air incidents that have happened over the past several days. As part of our efforts, we are working in close collaboration with Indigenous community leaders in recognition of their rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. The RCMP has deployed resources alongside CAF and the Canadian Coast Guard to retrieve the debris and will be investigating the incident with domestic and international partners, including the FBI. The RCMP assesses and mitigates potential threats to Canada's national security on a case-by-case basis. The safety and security of our citizens is of the utmost importance to the RCMP, and we take all threats seriously. While we are not aware of any specific threat to the public at this time, we ask everyone to be cautious and to allow authorized personnel to respond to the incident. Should you locate any debris, please contact the RCMP directly. Bon après-midi tout le monde. Mon nom est Sean McGillis. Je suis le sous-commissaire à l'intérim pour la police fédérale de la GRC. La GRC collabore activement avec les partenaires internationaux, fédéraux, provinciaux et territoriaux du domaine de la sûreté et de la sécurité à la suite des incidents aériens au cours de la dernière semaine. Dans le cadre de nos efforts, nous agirons en étroite collaboration avec les dirigeants de collectivités autochtones. Ce travail sera fondé sur la reconnaissance des droits, le respect, la coopération et le partenariat. La GRC a déployé des ressources aux côtés des forces armées canadiennes pour récupérer les débris et elle enquêtera sur l'incident avec les partenaires canadiens et étrangers, dont le FBI. La GRC évalue et atténue au cas par cas les menaces possibles pour la sécurité nationale du Canada. La sûreté et la sécurité des citoyens sont primordiales pour la GRC et l'organisation prend toutes les menaces au sérieux. Bien que nous ne soyons au courant d'aucune menace particulière pour le public, nous demanderons à tous de ne pas s'approcher des lieux pour permettre au personnel autorisé d'intervenir à la suite de l'incident. Si vous trouvez des débris, s'il vous plaît, veuillez communiquer avec la GRC. Merci beaucoup.
Hello, my name is Marc-André Meunier. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Canadian Coast Guard Central Region. Canadian Coast Guard is supporting the operation in the northeast section of Lake Huron. CCGS Griffin is now on scene. A Canadian Coast Guard drone is also on board and will be used in the search depending on weather condition. And we've got two Canadian Coast Guard helicopters assisting the search. The Coast Guard is also working closely with the RCMP. All operations are being connected and coordinated with the United States Coast Guard District 9. Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Marc-André Meunier, je suis le commissaire adjoint pour la région du centre de la Garde côtière canadienne. La Garde côtière canadienne aide à localiser les débris dans la zone nord-est du lac Huron. Le NGCC Griffon est présentement dans la zone d'opération. Un drone est à bord du navire et sera utilisé selon la tenue météorologique. Nous avons aussi 2 hélicoptères de la Garde côtière qui participent également aux recherches. La Garde côtière travaille étroitement en collaboration avec la GRC et toutes nos opérations sont coordonnées avec le district 9 de la Garde côtière américaine. Merci.
We'll now start the question period. As usual, one question, one follow-up. Nous allons maintenant commencer la période de questions. Comme d'habitude, une question et une question de suivi. I invite the reporters on Zoom to use the raise hand function if you have a question. We'll start with Mackenzie Gray from Global.
Hello there. Thank you for taking the questions. Today at the White House, John Kirby said that it was his belief that the debris from the Lake Huron shoot down has landed in Canadian waters. Can you confirm that that is the case?
Perhaps I can, thank you for the question. I'll take the lead on answering that. Very early stages at this point in terms of our recovery efforts. I am not aware that we have located the debris at this point in the Lake Huron incident, but I can say that we are working very closely with our international partners, the U.S. Coast Guard, Canadian Coast Guard, ourselves at the RCMP. We have assets, air assets, and maritime assets that are looking into the locations, but at this point I'm not aware that the debris has made its way into Canadian soil or Canadian waters. Apologies. But we are actively engaged with our American counterparts on the recovery efforts.
Thank you for that. In the Yukon situation today, when the Prime Minister spoke, he gave quite a wide range of where the crash site could be, from I think Dawson City to Mayo. Is that the full scope of the area that we're looking for, or has there been an ability to pinpoint a smaller location within that to try and find the debris?
So again, I don't mind taking the lead on answering that, since the RCMP is the lead on the recovery efforts, and I will open obviously the floor to my colleagues from CAF on this one as they are providing us assistance on that. We are exploring a very large area. It is unfortunately very I guess rugged and mountainous terrain. The weather conditions are not great. There's a very high level of snowpack in the region, so our efforts are going to be difficult. They will be challenging. They will take us some time. We have started to undertake our recovery efforts and continue to look at trying to pinpoint the exact location, but at this point it's difficult, and we're being very methodical in using our all the capabilities that we have to try and pinpoint that. But I can say that this is not going to be an easy recovery, and could potentially take us some time to locate the device.
Okay, maybe I can come in and support there, Mackenzie. So on that last question, we're using the wind models. Can you hear me? Yeah. We're using the wind models that were available at the time of the shoot down to narrow that area of search. Right now, what I've covered is our initial assessment is it's in the 3,000 square kilometer area. We're trying to pinpoint with more granularity in our models that we use for search and rescue and the rest of it. So our air experts are trying to narrow down this.
Why didn't they watch it while it was falling?
And what clarification
how
on
are they able to track all this other shit that falls back? If they couldn't track that, they were looking at it when they shot it, weren't they?
Actually occurred.
So they were unable to hit it with bullets, and they're unable to follow it as it
as well
falls.
As if this could have drifted in Canadian airspace,
Bullshit.
But we don't have any evidence of that. Canadian waters, we don't have any evidence of that at this point. Thank you.
Next
whack,
is Justin Ling.
Hey there, good afternoon. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate you might not be able to say much, but are you able to indicate anything in the flight pattern that would suggest that these devices are capable of propulsion or any sort of navigation, or are they entirely riding on the jet stream, essentially?
Thanks, Justin, there for the question. So mainly, these are lighter than air objects, even the first one that was at 60,000 feet and the follow-on objects that we've been following. They follow the wind pattern mainly. There's always ways you can steer any lighter than air object by modulating your altitude and use the air currents to navigate, but there's no, at this time, I would say, evidence of any propulsion system.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'm wondering, I realize we're still looking for the wreckage, but do we have any indication as to what payload they were carrying? Any indication that they may have been photographing areas, doing any sort of radar surveillance, any sort of electronic warfare capabilities? Do we have any indication on that front?
Thanks, Justin. I would say for the first one, the high altitude balloon that was shot in the US, there is a general understanding that this was a surveillance balloon. The investigation will tell us, or tell the US, because they're in charge of that investigation, what are the exact capabilities that it had. For the other three objects at this time, we have no information on what payload they could have carried or the capabilities that they have.
Next is Libertium.
Best military in the world, and we can't track balloons as they fall to the ground. That's embarrassing, isn't it? What do you think China's thinking about that one?
There was an initial contact yesterday.
They couldn't even track the fucking thing as it fell to the ground.
It was tracked, I believe, going into.
It's just falling. It's just falling, man. You couldn't track that.
Subsequently, we had the shoot down over Lake Huron. How confident?
It's the size of a car.
The contact, what was shot down over Lake Huron, correlates with the object that was, whatever the anomaly was, that was the contact over Canadian airspace earlier, prior to that.
Thanks, Lee. So I can confirm that the contact that was shut down on Lake Huron did originate in Canadian airspace, transited down south in the U.S. airspaces, and was monitored throughout its transit in the U.S. until it was shut down over Lake Huron.
They can't find these things now.
It did originate in the Canadian airspace.
Thank you. Just in terms of the shoot down over Yukon,
how safe are we if they can't track falling
9X? Our CF-18s don't have the AIM-9X as of yet.
I think our military is shit now.
Capability, whether the CF-18s, our CF-18s had the capability to shoot down either that object or any of the other objects that, including the one over Lake Huron. Or were we reliant on U.S. because of the AIM-9X and other technology that they have that we don't?
Thanks, Lee, for the question. I think what's important to know here is that Canada and the U.S. work together in NORAD, and we use all the tools in our toolbox to address the threat that we face. There are capabilities on the F-18 that can take care of some of those objects, and there are tools as well in the U.S. inventory to take care of those. This is really dependent on the objects that we face, and there's always an ongoing analysis on what's the best tool to use for the situation we face. At this time, we were not asked to use CF-18s on any of those objects just because of where they were and where our resources in Canada were at the time. But there are capabilities on the F-18s that will be able to take care of some of those objects depending on where they are and what they are.
Ask about the cameras, the gun cameras. Do your planes and jets have gun cameras? Why did they take pictures with them?
Hi there. Thank you very much for taking this call. You had mentioned that in regards to the first air surveillance balloon, it was clear that it originated in China and it was a surveillance balloon. What do you need to know about the other three objects to determine their origin and determine exactly to characterize them? So I'm just asking for some background. What details are you looking for? What are the signs that you are seeking?
Gun cameras. It's a thing, man. It's a freaking thing.
I'll probably let the RCMP speak to this one.
Sure. I was just trying to find my button there. Thanks, Judy. Well, as I mentioned in my opening comments, it is very early in terms of our recovery efforts. Until we locate these devices and have a true sense of what they are, it's difficult to say whether or not we can directly link them to the other incidents that we've had over the past few days. I will say that it is probably, I guess, where we consider it to be a coincidence that these we have multiple incidents happening that seem to be very similar, but that's just speculation at this point in terms of whether or not they're definitely connected until we're able to locate and do our review and assessment of the debris and to make sure that we have a true understanding of what we're dealing with here.
Judy, you might be on mute.
Hi there. Sorry about that. In John Kirby's briefing, he mentioned that there may have been 247 unidentified flying objects that may fall under this category of possible surveillance balloons. Do we know how many of that number has also passed across Canada, and when and how? Can you give us a sense of when we began tracking this, or if we have not and we just started this weekend as well?
Thanks again, Judy. I'll probably pass that to Major General Prévost, just given the difference in mandates here between the RCMP and CAF.
Thanks, Judy. So I'm not aware of all the balloons that the White House was talking about today. I would say that with the first high altitude balloon that came into the airspace in the last 2 weeks, we've been paying a lot of attention to our airspace to find, and these new unidentified objects are even more recent than this. They started appearing after the high altitude balloon. Before that, there's been a few instances of objects of concern, one of which was in 1999. It was a weather balloon. So I'm not too sure. I'd have to look at what the White House spoke about, the 247 objects. But right now, the 3 objects that we found over the recent week, in the last week, were those of concern that we launched, detected, identified, and took action upon. Thank you.
Prochaine question pour Mélanie Marquis.
Oui, bonjour, j'espère que vous m'entendez. Je présume que oui. Ma question est pour le major général Prévost. Vous avez dit que les incursions étaient troublantes. Puis un peu pour rebondir sur ce que vous venez de dire, est-ce qu'elles sont troublantes mais récentes? C'est-à-dire que est-ce qu'il y en a eu beaucoup avant? Est-ce qu'on sait s'il y en a eu beaucoup dans les 5, 6, 10 dernières années?
Merci, Mélanie. Elles sont troublantes parce que non autorisées. Alors, on doit se pencher sur la question. Est-ce que c'est récent? Je vous dirais oui, c'est récent depuis la venue de la plus grosse ballonne qui venait de la Chine. On porte plus attention sur des objets non identifiés qui traversent l'espace aérien. On a eu ces 3 objets-là qui sont rentrés dans l'espace aérien dans les derniers jours. Alors, je vous dirais que c'est un phénomène assez récent et ça reste un phénomène troublant. Certainement, dans le cas du ballon que vous avez vu la semaine dernière, oui, en fait le 4 qui a été abattu aux États-Unis. Les autres objets, on se doit de les identifier, de les détecter, de les caractériser et prendre action selon le cas.
OK, donc si je comprends bien, on en voit davantage parce qu'on surveille davantage. Et puis, juste par rapport à la paternité ou la maternité de ces objets-là, les premiers, étaient chinois, mais est-ce qu'il y a des points en commun avec les 3 suivants qui permettraient de conclure que ça vient de la Chine ou, à contrario, que ça ne vient pas de la Chine? Je ne sais pas qui peut répondre à cette question-là.
Oui, tout ce qu'on peut dire en ce moment, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de lien direct entre le ballon de surveillance de provenance chinoise dont on a la preuve. Les 3 autres objets, on n'a pas réussi à établir le lien entre le ballon chinois et les 3 autres objets non identifiés, mais qui étaient quand même qui portaient des inquiétudes. On n'a pas réussi à établir le lien entre les 3 plus petits objets des derniers jours et l'événement d'il y a maintenant 10 jours.
Next is Stephen Chase.
Hi, Steve Chase here. I have a question and a follow-up. The first question is going back to Justin's question about payload. CNN just reported that a Pentagon memo says the flying object shot down in Canadian airspace Saturday appeared to be a small metallic balloon with a tethered payload below it. Can you confirm that?
Actually, I don't know if the RCMP wants to take that or myself.
Yeah, thanks, Major General. At this point, I think I'd have to say it's premature. We've not been able to locate the device at this point. Our recovery efforts are happening. We have our members on site in the Yukon and are beginning to deploy. But I think it would be premature at this point to speculate as to what the device looked like, what it contained, and what some of the concerns could be until we have a chance to actually locate it and exploit some of the information that could be contained therein.
Stephen, you might be on mute.
So with respect to the encounter between the object on Saturday night, was there any interference with the sensors of the airplanes that were in proximity to it? And secondly, how come you haven't released any pictures?
Okay, on the question of the interference, Stephen, so I'm not going to unfortunately going to be able to release any information on that.
They said
a more
it did.
detailed analysis and will be conducted. And once we can share information about that, we will. In terms of the pictures, this will be under investigation. I'll leave it to probably Sean to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have no actual confirmation or visual that we can share at this point.
That we can share.
We're really
they
looking
have
at,
it, but they don't want to share it.
Hopefully, having some success through our
They're
recovery efforts, so we get a better understanding of what we're dealing with here. But at this point, I can't say that we have anything that we'd be able to share that talks about images or
they
what
won't
the
be able to
devices
share
look
it.
like that I'm aware of.
Don't say that they don't have them, though. Notice that they're not actually lying.
Next is Paul Vieira.
Fucking shitbags. We don't have any that we can share. If they said we don't have any, period, they would be lying to us.
I want to go back to
we don't have any
something
that we can
earlier
share.
because I just want to confirm it for my own purposes. I believe in an answer to a previous question, you said officials said that the object that eventually was taken down above Lake Huron originated in Canadian aerospace, and then made its way through perhaps northern U.S. to. Can you be more precise about where it originated? Like where did it fly, or where was it in Canada before it got south to the U.S.?
I can confirm there, Paul. Thanks for the question. I can confirm that the object that was shut down over Lake Huron transited through the northern U.S. across the Midwest there, and actually originated in Canadian aerospace in southern Alberta. And the investigation will show where exactly it originated if we can find it. Right now, I can tell you that the first contact we had on it was in southern Alberta.
Hungry already, right here.
Okay. Today, the Prime Minister, at least a few times, talked about how some of the experts, there were some experts in the search team with expertise in hazardous materials. Why, and the Prime Minister seemed to make an emphasis on this. Why, what is the concern? Like, what do officials or investigators fear was in these objects that would require hazardous experts to be on site?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I can take that question, and I appreciate that. I'll be honest, I haven't heard the Prime Minister's comments today, but I can tell you from a recovery effort, because we don't know what this is, we're exercising an abundance of caution. So in our deployment, we are sending out investigators. We are sending out folks with explosives capability. We're sending out folks with that chemical, biological, radiological background, only because we don't know what we're dealing with. As soon as we start to locate, hopefully in the next, as soon as we can, we'll have a much better appreciation for what we're dealing with. But it's an exercise of caution in any situation like this where we're not sure what we're dealing with. You always err on the side of being overly cautious, and that's why we're deploying the specialized expertise that we are.
Thank you.
Prochaine question pour Boris Proux.
Oui, bonjour. Désolé si ça a déjà été dit plus tôt, mais j'aimerais que vous me confirmiez, est-ce que on peut bel et bien parler pour tous ces objets-là, est-ce que c'est bien des ballons? Est-ce qu'on peut les qualifier comme ça?
Boris, merci pour la question. Je dois dire, c'est les trois autres objets, autres que le ballon de surveillance de haute altitude qui venait de Chine. Les autres objets sont clairement des objets qui sont plus légers que l'air. Ça semble être des ballons de beaucoup plus petite envergure, mais pour le moment, c'est impossible de vous donner la réponse exacte. Mais je dois dire, ça ressemble à des ballons, mais on doit les trouver pour savoir qu'est-ce que c'était exactement.
Merci. Et en suivi, quelle est la probabilité qu'il y ait d'autres ballons ou d'autres objets de ce type que vous me décrivez là, qui ont pu, dans le passé, passer et échapper à notre détection?
Boris, je peux pas vous le dire pour l'instant. Évidemment, toutes nos équipes, autant du côté américain que canadien, dans le commandement du NORAD, mais aussi toutes les autres agences qui sont impliquées, on porte une attention particulière à l'espace aérien en ce moment. Tout semble avoir commencé avec d'abord le ballon à haute altitude qui venait de Chine. On regarde évidemment avec tout ce qu'on a dans nos livres et dans nos banques de données si d'autres objets auraient pu être de ça, mais pour l'instant, ça semble tous arriver à ce moment-ci. Et pour le futur, c'est impossible de spéculer à savoir si ça va se reproduire ou non.
Next is Marina van Stackelberg.
Good afternoon. Prime Minister Trudeau said today that obviously there is some sort of pattern here. Was the Prime Minister wrong?
Maybe I'll start on this one, which is a bit what I just explained to Boris. There seems to be a pattern. What we're trying to find out if that pattern is coherent, if there's a correlation between the high altitude balloon and those three objects that have been transiting to the airspace lately. There's a pattern. Everybody can speculate that there. We're trying to find out if this pattern is actually actual or not.
And my follow-up, what can you tell us about these three other objects? A senior U.S. official said in an Associated Press story yesterday that the most recent one over Lake Huron was octagonal with strings hanging from it. What can you tell us about these three objects? And is it possible that you won't locate these most recent ones?
I'll maybe speak to the question around our ability to locate, and then maybe Major General will have some comments on the actual maybe descriptions of the different devices. So right now we are working very hard to locate them, but there's no guarantee that we will. The terrain in the Yukon is rather treacherous right now, so it could pose some significant challenges to us in terms of our recovery efforts. The same could be said about what's taking place in Lake Huron. The marine conditions are also not conducive at the moment for our rescue efforts, although we're doing our best to use the capabilities that we have to try and locate it. We're very hopeful that we will have success. We're working very closely across the government of Canada with all the different partners that are implicated, as well as with our American partners. But there's no guarantee that we'll have success in recovering any of these.
Next is
Steph. Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
And I was just going to add there, what we know about these objects right now is they're unauthorized, they're unwanted, they are of concern, so we have to continue to try to find them. There is right now these three last objects didn't look like anything like the first one that we dealt with, which I think everybody saw on TV, the high altitude balloon. The other ones were smaller in size, all different, but followed the same pattern. But I'll repeat here. They're of concern, they're unwanted, unauthorized, so we have to continue to find them to understand what is going on, and we will continue in Canada and the United States to turn attention to the safety of the airspace and safety of Canadians and the U.S. citizens. Thank you.
Next is Stephanie Levitt.
Hi there. With regards to the object, I guess currently in Lake Huron, you referenced earlier that your first point of contact was in southern Alberta. From that, are we to understand that it originated in southern Alberta, or it just first came to your attention in southern Alberta? And if that's the case, we know that you're using wind patterns to figure out where they landed. So are you using wind patterns to figure out where they came from, and where did they come from?
I think, Stephanie, you kind of answered the question there. It was first, we first got the evidence of that balloon in southern Alberta. We were able to track it through its travel in the United States all the way to Lake Huron. What we're turning our heads to right now is to find out if we had picked it up before as well in Canadian airspace or U.S. airspace.
So So are you using the wind patterns to figure out where these objects or balloons originated? And what can you tell us about that analysis so far? I mean, how many, I don't know, do you know how long they were aloft, for example, before you spotted them in North American airspace, or did they originate from North America? Do we know where they're coming from?
So the high altitude balloon from that came from China entered through Alaska already 10 days ago, or even more. I haven't done the math, but yeah, about 10 days ago. We know how this one came through, and we're able to track it through the wind models and our sensors and all the airplanes that were involved in that operation. In terms of the smaller objects, the one that was shut down in Alaska, we were able to track throughout. The one that was shut down in Yukon, we were able to track throughout. It was following the wind pattern, originated also on the west coast of Alaska. The only one that we're unsure of where it came from is the one that showed up in Alberta, but following the same wind models.
Next is Brian Platt.
Hi, I'm just trying to understand the range of possibilities here for what this could be. Can you just explain the process if there's a legitimate like research balloon or device or object, like an organization, a commercial organization, or I don't know, an NGO, somebody doing research with one of these balloons? Generally, is there a process where they inform you of a flight path of that, or is that either a rule or a general procedure that's usually followed in a case of somebody putting up, say, for collecting research?
Thanks, Brian. Unfortunately, to answer this one, we would have to turn to Transport Canada. I'm not sure if we do have Transport Canada with us.
Okay, so should I just go on to a follow-up then?
Okay, maybe Brian, I can answer part of the question. So in North American Defense Command, as well as NORTHCOM, all the agencies are plugged into this command. So when there are activities that are governmental activities or any legitimate body that are floating balloons around, there are procedures for that. And those balloons are disregarded, not disregarded, but at least there's a process around them. The one that we're dealing with right now are the ones that were unauthorized, unwanted, of concern, that nobody could pinpoint to any activity or legitimate activity.
Okay, and I guess from what I understand, based on I think this is sort of the briefings in the United States that have said this, but like the reason why we're suddenly finding all these balloons over the past, or these whatever they are, these objects over the past week, is that after the Chinese surveillance balloon was found, we kind of changed the filters on radars, started kind of changing the way we looked for these things. Are you able to say, like, is this a total surprise to find all these unauthorized objects in our airspace, or were we kind of aware that these were out there before and we just didn't really take action on them?
Yeah, Brian, we're unable to tell right now. This is what we're trying to find out. I would say it's a bit of a combination of both. There is now more awareness about these objects, but these objects would have at least tuned our radars at one point. And right now we're looking back in time to see if we've seen similar patterns in the past, but nobody remembers seeing any like that. So this is what we're doing right now. We're obviously paying more attention to our airspace, but there's no evidence that any of that activity appeared in the past, but we're looking back in the recent history to see if we would have seen some of those contacts previously.
Prochaine question pour Anne-Caroline Desplanques. Anne-Caroline, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Malheureusement, Caroline, on ne vous entend pas ici. Je vous suggère de peut-être vous déconnecter, de vous reconnecter. On va passer à la prochaine question pour Dimitri Sevastopoulou.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Oui, allô, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me okay?
So,
allô?
Dimitri, we'll start with Anne-Caroline and then we'll go back to you. Anne-Caroline, c'est à vous.
Allô?
Laisse faire. Dimitri, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. You said that the object that was shot down on Sunday was detected when it was over southern Alberta. So I'm wondering, does that suggest that you have a domain awareness gap of the kind that General Van Herk has talked about? And if so, how are you addressing that gap? And then separately, I think the general said there was a general understanding that the object shot down on Sunday was a surveillance balloon. But a couple of hours ago, John Kirby said there was no evidence so far that these three objects were engaging in surveillance. But of course, he couldn't rule it out. So I just want to square the circle. Why do you seem to have slightly different interpretations?
Yeah, so Dimitri, on the issue of was the balloon on Sunday of surveillance, only when we find it, we're going to be able to say for sure what it was. So what we could see was a balloon floating around of a bigger size that we would normally see, but not as big as the high altitude surveillance balloon with no big array like we've seen on the first one. Finding that balloon will be important to understand what it was. In terms of how it popped up in southern Alberta, there are gaps that we're turning our heads to. Now, they're smaller in size, harder to find through radar, through ground radar or air surveillance radar. So we're turning our minds to how can we address those gaps in the future.
And just to follow up, if I can, you just said that the object on Sunday, you called it a balloon. So is it definitively a balloon?
Yeah, I think the best word I can use here is a suspected balloon. It's clearly objects that are lighter than air. We cannot see any propulsion system at this time. Their shapes vary. They might be balloons. Finding these objects will help us find a bit more on what they are and how they move around.
Thank you.
We have only a few minutes left. We'll try to squeeze as many questions as possible. Next is David Common.
Yes, thanks very much for doing this. And Major General, perhaps I can start with you just by asking about the Yukon incident. The CF-18s that launched out of Cold Lake, I wonder if you just give us a little more detail. Were they alert aircraft? How many were launched? And what were they carrying in terms of weapon systems? Did they have their targeting pods? Did they have missiles? Did they Gatling gun ammunition loaded? If you just give us a little bit more information on that.
Yeah, thanks, David, for the question. Good question here. I'm going to partly answer it. They were airplanes available to NORAD to participate in the operation. They were scrambled to continue to participate in the operation. As we saw that this balloon was going to transit from Alaska all the way to Yukon, they were getting in the vicinity of the operation when the F-22, the US F-22, shut down those balloons. Those F-18s were sent to participate. They had the capability to participate in our operation. I'm not going to reveal all the details about the sensors and the weapons that were on board, but they were sent to continue the operation should the US not be able to continue any further as this transited through the Canadian airspace.
Okay. I was going to ask about recovery in Lake Huron, but just so I've got the timeline clear, the CF-18s arrived after or just as the 22 had engaged the object.
Yeah, they were very close. They were within minutes of being with the F-22s there when the F-22s engaged. So they were ready to take over from the US at that point.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
And we'll take a last question.
Why did the US feel the need to destroy the evidence? Interesting.
Ken, you might be on mute.
All right, I was muted. Beg your pardon, gentlemen. Thank you for this. I have a question that maybe public safety can answer, since transport is not involved in this briefing. Given the fact that the initial balloon was well above commercial airspace, can you say how much or whether commercial airplanes at 40,000 and below were affected, diverted at this stage?
If you're speaking about the original one early on, there was a NOTAM put in place by Transport Canada. I can't speak to the details, but I believe it lasted 4 days, and that was for the original very high altitude Chinese balloon.
But nothing about the three smaller objects.
I think those were very localized, and I think actually the U.S. Air Force, among other things, had declared them a certain type of operational zone. But Paul may be able to elaborate on the exact language.
Yes. So to come back to the question there, on the high altitude one, it was transiting at such an altitude that it was not of concern to civil aviation. On the three other objects, they could have been a challenge for a safety concern for general aviation, but since we had custody of those three objects as they transited the airspace, we didn't have to publish a NOTAM, but rather have controllers vector civil aviation around them, since we were transiting with NORAD assets with those objects as it transited the airspace. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
This is all the time we had. This concludes the technical briefing. Ceci est tout le temps que nous avions. Ça met fin au briefage technique d'aujourd'hui. Merci à tous. Thank you.
Continue.
After police say a 62-year-old man hit them with a U-Haul.
Police say the rampage began in Bay Ridge and ended near the Brooklyn entrance to the Battery.
Battery Tunnel, where police surrounded the truck. In all, there are 7 crime scenes throughout Brooklyn, and this is security video of the moment the U-Haul jumped the curb and went onto the sidewalk, forcing a man to dive out of the way.
We have live team coverage tonight. Ali Bauman at the hospital where some of the victims are now being treated. Christina Fan spoke with witnesses. Let's begin with Lisa Rosner with details on what exactly happened and who police have in custody. Lisa.
Well, this is where this rampage ended, here on Hamilton Avenue, right near the entrance to the Battery Tunnel. I'm going to step out so you can see the U-Haul still here on scene, a very active investigation. Police say an NYPD patrol car was able to cut off the U-Haul, sending the truck onto the sidewalk and forcing the suspect to surrender. Surveillance video shows how the driver radically made his way through Brooklyn Monday morning, knocking out a bike and hopping onto the sidewalk as a pedestrian runs out of the way.
Just kind of recklessly driving and running over people on their delivery bikes.
The NYPD says just before 11 a.m., officers responded to a man driving a U-Haul truck in Bay Ridge. At least 8 people struck in 7 different locations before the NYPD ended the violent rampage at Columbia Street and Hamilton Avenue.
The patrol got into, in front of the truck, and then the truck got into the sidewalk. Like, he couldn't move anymore. He couldn't. So right away, the officer got out of the car, pulled out the gun, and the guy had no choice but to stop.
This photo shows the suspect being detained. Sources say he is 62-year-old Wang Sor, born in Malaysia, but a U.S. citizen living in NYC for at least a decade. Sources say he has no criminal record in the city, but the NYPD did interact with him in July 2019 in response to an emotionally disturbed person call in Queens. He was allegedly jumping around in traffic.
At this time, we have no indication that there is any terrorism involvement in this incident.
Sources say he also told the police transporting him to the 68th precinct for questioning that he, quote, wanted to die, end quote, but he has not made any statements about his intention or motive. There was an American flag in the front of the U-Haul decorated with red and white stars. Near the final crash scene are also a pillow and clothes on the ground. Cardboard boxes are in the back of the U-Haul, making it appear like he was living out of the vehicle. And U-Haul told us that the suspect rented the truck from Florida in the last month. The Associated Press spoke with his son, who told them he does have a history of mental illness. AP also reporting that court records show that Wang Sor was sentenced in Nevada for stabbing his brother in 2015. We are live in Red Hook, Brooklyn. Lisa Rosner, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Kitchen. You go in the kitchen and do stuff. I don't know if I put this on or what. Gotta do that. Put the trial on, I guess.
Dr. Reamer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes, the gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
And that could be consistent with Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, people aren't completely just standing still.
It
could be that the shooter was moving closer toward her or moving a little bit back or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then this final injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter. We know the gunshot wound to the front of the body that's going up. If Maggie was bent over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her, right? From behind her, that's the only way it's going to go up and through the base of the chin area into her head, right? She's bent over. That's the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor, and you couldn't do that. And after that shot was sustained, the one that went through the front side, the vertical one, okay, it's vertical through her body, but most likely occurred while she was bent over, or then that's going to be an incapacitating shot because it went through her brain and caused her to fall to the ground. She's bent over, she gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at at the top of her.
Was there a lot of blood accumulated in Maggie's abdomen?
Not that much. The thing about these wounds is there's so much tissue destruction that blood is just basically in all the tissues. So it's not like sometimes with even a small caliber bullet, there's a single clearly defined wound path, and I can take out blood from the abdomen. But in this case, there was so much tissue destruction. There was a lot of blood in the soft tissues, but not necessarily something I can scoop out and measure.
Did the lack of a lot of blood, though, in the abdomen tell you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs, and this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. And when examining the stomach, I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So, they had a full stomach of food.
Were those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or, green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was, they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is it's 450 mLs is a pound, so it's like almost 1.5 pounds of food, and he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
You testified that there was no defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any defensive wounds on Maggie?
Nothing that would indicate any kind of a defensive wound.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been in a fight with her attacker?
No. That's also part of the autopsy. I'm, in addition to collecting clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see sometimes there's a fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, the same as Paul, and no other alcohol, no alcohol or other drugs other than caffeine.
Dr. Reamer, in your professional expert opinion, what was the cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty for Paul Murdaugh?
For Paul Murdaugh, shotgun wounds. Let me see what exactly I said. I said shotgun wounds to head and chest. Shotgun wounds of head and chest.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, which means death at the hands of another.
And Dr. Reamer, in your expert opinion, what was, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death for Maggie Murdaugh?
Maggie Murdaugh died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, death at the hands of another.
Death at the hands of another. One final question. Did you recover any fragments from Maggie Murdaugh during your autopsy?
Yes. So this kind of ammunition breaks up into fragments. That's the nature of that ammunition, and so I recovered multiple fragments of projectiles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States 112, and do you recognize that?
Yes. So those are fragments I've recovered from Maggie's autopsy.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Your Honor, I'm going to have an extensive cross-examination. You want to begin that tonight or first thing in the morning?
You want to begin it in the morning?
I think so. I mean, it's 5:45. It could go easily to 7, and I don't think the jury would, at this point, like to stay here. I don't. But
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. And doctor, you may step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. If everyone will be seated. As we anticipate other witnesses tomorrow, are there any matters that the court needs to consider overnight regarding any matters of controversy or in controversy or outstanding issues regarding any witness?
shockingly, no, Your Honor. Not on part of the defense.
Not on part of the state. The new information from GM we addressed this morning, and obviously the defense has that, and both sides are analyzing that, but I'm not, aside from that right now, I'm not aware of any specific issues the court needs to address.
The only query I will have, because we're again trying to arrange for people to fly in, and Monday is not going to be a court day, is does the Attorney General have any prognostication on when he might finish his case? I think with the GM material, it will affect it somewhat. I just don't know how much.
Your Honor, we're still on target for Wednesday. That GM material is just confirmatory of the timeline that both sides have had, and it's being incorporated into testimony. We have a custodian coming, which I don't imagine will be an extensive witness. We're still on target for Wednesday, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess to 9:30.
All right.
Man, come on, bro. I get it. You'll want different food. Sorry. Let himself get hit by the door. Like, that'll get his attention if he has to hit me with the door. I know, you don't like it all of a sudden.
Alex, you plan on taking the stand?
It was unmanned, and in recent sightings have alarmed the United States and Canada. On February 4th, the first object, a Chinese surveillance balloon, was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. Last Friday, a second object was shot down over Alaska, while the third object was destroyed over Canada's Yukon on Saturday, with investigators still hunting for the wreckage. Meanwhile, China says since January 2022, U.S. high-altitude balloons have flown over its airspace without permission more than 10 times.
U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial water. On February 9, North American Aerospace.
Yes, ma'am.
美方的气球非法进入别国的领空。
The illegal intrusion of airspace of other countries by U.S. balloons is also a commonplace. Just since last year, the U.S.'s high-altitude balloons illegally entered Chinese airspace more than 10 times without the approval of the relevant Chinese authorities. The first thing the U.S. side should do is to start with a clean slate, undergo some self-reflection instead of smearing and accusing China.
However, the White House denied Beijing's accusations that the United States has been sending balloons over China to conduct surveillance. The UK is also weighing in. It says it will review its security following the incursion of a suspected Chinese surveillance balloon into the US. According to the UK Defense Secretary, this is another sign of how the landscape of global threat is changing for the worst. For more on this, Edward P. Joseph, Senior Fellow at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies and Foreign Policy Analyst, is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for joining us on WION this morning. What in the world is going on with these objects on U.S. airspace and North America?
Thank you for bringing me on your program. The answer to your question is that officials are not actually sure. They're not 100% sure. They are sure in the case of the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down, as your report mentioned, on February 4th. In that case, they're very sure. They're very sure that this was a deliberate intrusion into U.S. airspace, a Chinese flying balloon meant to collect intelligence, principally over U.S. military bases. So on that, they're very sure about that Chinese spy balloon. On these other cases, these are different objects flying at different altitudes, flying at lower altitudes. They're not the same, and there are some reasonable and very plausible theories about these balloons, including possibly that they could be sent by China or even Russia to check how efficient U.S. and Canadian, we should emphasize this is North America, U.S. and Canada are close democratic allies, cooperating completely in this as equal sovereigns. And potentially these could be objects designed to test and detect what are the capabilities, in NORAD, the North Atlantic radar that the U.S. and Canada maintain to detect, and in that ways potentially make more sophisticated intelligence devices like balloons and other types of surveillance. But officials are not 100% sure at this point. Please.
Mr. Joseph, how about the way the Biden administration has been leveling with the American people? Do you think that the American people should have maybe perhaps some kind of maybe a little more knowledge about what's going on at this point? Do you think that they've been forthcoming enough?
Well, look, we know at least that there's been release of at least some of the information that they have. We know that the FBI, for example, has been poring over the device that was shot down on February 4th, and that the Canadian the Mounties, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. authorities are cooperating on investigating the object that was shot down there. In terms of actually what is released to the public, let's remember, again, the U.S. and Canada are democracies. They're very close allies and partners, as most democracies are. And in the U.S., as in Canada, the government is held accountable by the opposition in Congress. So in the U.S., there's strong oversight of what the administration is doing. And you can better believe this, particularly as the House of Representatives controlled by Republicans, that there will be close scrutiny of what the government does. We have a system of checks and balances, and the government is accountable. It's accountable to media organizations like WION, like others, New York Times, journalists who get out and try to find out and speak off the record to officials, get background information. So there are ways for this information to get to the public. And again, there's accountability of the government to the people and to the members of Congress in the United States, please.
Edward P. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us on WION, and we look forward to speaking to you again very soon.
Welcome.
Thank you for joining us. Our top story at this hour. U.S. military shot down a mysterious object to have appeared in the skies of a Lake Huron close to the Canadian border. This is the fourth flying object that has been taken down over North America in 2 weeks. Now, according to the Pentagon Press Secretary, Patrick Ryder, the object was taken down by a missile fired from an F-16 fighter jet. Ryder warned that any object that is a threat will be shot down. According to the U.S. Aerospace Command, NORAD, it struck the new object and took it down over the Lake Huron to avoid impact to people. Officials say that the object was first sighted above military sites in Montana initially. It was not assessed to be a military threat, but a threat to civilian air traffic. It was unmanned and octagonal in shape. The recent sightings have alarmed the United States and Canada. On February 4th, the first object, a Chinese surveillance balloon, was shot off the coast of South Carolina. Last Friday, a second object was shot down over Alaska, while the third object was destroyed over Canada's Yukon on Saturday, with investigators still hunting for the wreckage.
Now, the ruling military in Sudan concluded the review of an agreement with Russia. The agreement is to build a navy base on the Red Sea in the African country. According to reports, the deal is waiting for the formation of a government and a legislative body. For this, Russia met with Sudan's most demands. This includes providing more weapons and equipment to the African country. The deal gives Russia a green light to set up a naval base with up to 300 Russian troops, 4 Navy ships in the strategic port of Sudan on the Red Sea. The warships also include the capability of carrying nuclear weapons. Other things that the base will make sure of is the presence of Russian Navy in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. It would also reduce the burden for Russian ships taking long voyages to reach the area. In return, Sudan is not getting a bad deal. Russia is ready to provide weapons and military equipment for 25 years. It also comes with a 10-year extension if neither side objects. In 2019, an uprising forced the military to overthrow the autocrat Omar al-Bashir. Since then, the country has been in political chaos.
As the war in Ukraine rages, the role of weapons being sent in for military action becomes more crucial. The Ukrainian president recently made a surprise European visit where he pleaded with European leaders for jets and more modern weaponry for Ukraine. On the other side, reports have surfaced about Iran smuggling in drones for Russia. Well, according to the UK-based publication The Guardian, Iran used boats and a state-owned airline to transfer new variations of advanced long-range armed drones to Russia. According to the report, at least 18 of the drones were delivered to the Russian Navy after Russian officers made a visit to Tehran in November. The report states Russians selected 6 Mohajer 6 drones, as well as the Shahed-12, Shahed-191 and 129 drones. Well, both of these drones have an air-to-ground strike capability and can cover a distance of around 200 kilometers. Well, this latest information underscores close ties between Tehran and Moscow. Earlier, the US said Iran had begun showcasing the Shahed 191 and 129 drones to Russia, and they expected Tehran to sell them to Moscow. Russia has used Iranian-made drones to carry out attacks across Ukraine. Earlier reports were published suggesting that Iran's supply of drones to Russia appears to have escalated. This after a study found Tehran has modified its drones to cause maximum damage.
A U.S. fighter jet shot down yet another unidentified object over Canada. This is the third such incident in a little over a week. The object was taken down in a joint operation by North American Aerospace Defense Command. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced the shooting down of this object over the Yukon Territory in the country's north. He said the Canadian forces would recover and analyze the wreckage. The object was shot down over Yukon, which borders Alaska, where fighter jets downed another object just yesterday. The Canadian Defence Minister Anita Anand said the object was cylindrical in shape and posed a risk to civilian air traffic before it was shot down.
The object was flying at an altitude of approximately 40,000 feet, had unlawfully entered Canadian airspace, and posed a reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight. The object was downed approximately 100 miles from the Canada-United States border over Canadian territory in central Yukon.
Canada's defence minister refused to speculate about the origins of the object, but stated they would analyze it.
At this point, we are continuing to do the analysis on the objects, and we will make sure that analysis is thorough. And so it would not be prudent for me to speculate on the origins of the object at this time. However, I will say that we are continuing to work closely with our NORAD partners and our U.S. partners, and we will make sure that we leave no stone unturned in the analysis of the data that we are now going to be turning to analyze.
Pentagon spokesperson Brigadier General Pat Ryder said the U.S. President Joe Biden authorized U.S. fighter aircraft to work with Canada to take down this object. He said one of two F-22 fighter jets monitoring this object were monitoring this object before firing it down. Meanwhile, a temporary flight restriction airspace was placed in central Montana in the United States. This after the North American Aerospace Defense Command detected a radar anomaly and sent jets to investigate. No objects were found as per radar hits. The two incidents come just a week after the U.S. shot down an alleged Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina into the Atlantic Ocean, sparking a diplomatic row between the two countries. For more on this story, we're now joined by Mark Meyrowitz, a political commentator and a professor at the State University of New York Maritime College. Thanks so much for speaking to WION. Now, I know that the matter is still under investigation. We don't know enough about these objects that have been shot down in the last 2 days. But, you know, in a manner of speaking, 3 balloons have been shot down in a little over just a week. Many believe these to be spying vehicles. So the question then is, do you believe there is a new global security dimension emerging now?
I think the point is it's not new. I mean, the fact is we know that there were 3 balloons over the United States during the Trump administration. Either they didn't know about it or didn't tell anybody about it. We also know that this balloon program is worldwide, and it's been over Latin America, Costa Rica, Venezuela, and apparently our government is saying it's 40 countries and 5 continents. The Chinese balloon program is international. It's global. So there's nothing new about it. The fact is the world is waking up to it and trying to evaluate what it means. That is not a simple thing to do because we're trying to discern what the Chinese are trying to accomplish. But one thing is interesting is that on the balloon, the first balloon that was discovered shot down that you spoke about, the payload, the material that's on that balloon, my understanding is it's as big as 3 school buses. It's gigantic. So this is a very, very serious threat, I think, to national security and world security. No question about it.
I mean, just that description you gave us of the size of the balloon, it is truly gigantic, and you believe it is a major security threat in our times. But, you know, Are there signs that a balloon that was once, of course, considered innocent enough is now fast turning into a war weapon? I know you just mentioned that this is actually nothing new. The world seems to be waking up to it only now. Do you believe this has really been a weapon of surveillance at the very least, if not war, employed by China for a long time now?
Look, you know, China employs facial recognition and surveillance in its own country, and now it's employing surveillance around the world. Why use balloons? Well, there are many theories about it. One theory is that it's much cheaper than satellites. It apparently can float around in the atmosphere and doesn't get discovered very easily, quite remarkably. And it also can be seen, say security analysts, as a backup if a satellite is knocked out and is no longer functional. Now, it's interesting that I read that the United States has used balloons, for example, for surveillance of narcotics trafficking and to prevent issues of security, homeland security issues. So there's nothing new about it. The fact is, though, the way the Chinese are using this, if we can, again, understand really what the purpose is, because we, again, I'm assuming our government and the governments around the world have a better idea. But as far as the people are concerned, it becomes, to be very candid, an object of, I don't know, hilarity. I had a student in the college who told me that her mother was, I think, somewhere in a state in the United States and took pictures of the balloon being shot down. So at the same time, while China is using this obviously as a, call it a weapon or as a method of surveillance, people are reacting to it with not a great level of seriousness. And it seems to be very serious, but I think we have to figure out what it's all about first.
It's very interesting you say that, Professor, because fact of the matter is that ever since the first Chinese spy balloon was shot down by the US, you know, it's something that's become a matter of jokes and memes on the social media. But that apart, if you believe that, well, these balloons have been around for a very long time, China is increasingly subjecting nation after nation to this kind of surveillance, and it is a serious security threat, then why do you believe it is the case that just a handful of nations have actually reacted or raised their voice over this issue? So far we've heard from the United States, Canada and Taiwan. That's it. Why this silence from the rest of the world, you think?
Well, I mean, look, why is China doing it? I mean, they're doing it to test the ability of the United States and Canada and NORAD and missile defense to be able to respond to these types of things. They're kind of poking into our security system. But the truth of the matter is, you know, I mean, with all deference to the Costa Ricans, Venezuelans, and the others, I mean, the fact that the balloon is hovering over missile sites in Montana is of grave global significance as compared to the other surveillance. I mean, what are they surveilling in Colombia? I mean, maybe they're just throwing a lot of balloons out there so people will not understand the severity of it. It's absolutely mysterious, but at the same time, gravely important to understand why the Chinese would employ this device, and more importantly, why the United States was fast asleep at the switch when this happened, not knowing about it and not being able to take immediate action. This balloon was floating across the United States, the continental United States, and didn't get shot down, if I remember correctly, for a couple of days until President Biden gave the order. Because, you know, they were worried, said the president and the Defense Department, that there would be pieces of wreckage that will be hurting people. And in fact, as I said, it just became like, you know, something you go out for a picnic and watch the government shoot down the balloons. I mean, you know, it becomes the balance between complete foolishness and grave severity. So the government is waiting to do something about it. Why should the people get upset about it? That's exactly the point. So, I mean, again, we need to understand it, and the truth of the matter is we probably won't, because whatever it is completely classified. So we're not going to know what it's about, but we need to stop it. And the Chinese need to understand that their mischief and malevolence, whether to their own people or around the world, really has to stop. And to your point about the rest of the world raising concerns, It's the United States and its allies that are the ones that are going to push back against this. And we need a worldwide feeling of revulsion against this honestly outrageous behavior, yet another example of outrageous behavior by the Chinese.
Very strong words there. Outrageous behavior by the Chinese and the entire world, you believe, Professor, needs to express a sense of revulsion. You know, the funny thing about domestic politics in the US is that a lot of people criticize President Biden for having this balloon shot down, and then there were those who criticized him for not doing it fast enough. Well, that's politics for you. But why has the world been caught napping? Especially the United States of America, I think, is the most pertinent question you have raised. On that note, Professor Mark Merowitz, thank you so much for sharing your perspective with Beyond.
Thank you.
The U.S. military has shot down a mysterious object which appeared in the skies over Lake Huron, close to the Canadian border. This is the fourth flying object that has been taken down over North America in the last 2 weeks. According to Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Patrick Ryder, the object was taken down by a missile fired from an F-16 fighter jet. Ryder warned that any object that is a threat would be shot down. According to the U.S. Aerospace Command, NORAD, it tracked the object and took it down over Lake Huron to avoid impact to people. Officials say that the object was first sighted above military sites in Montana. It was not assessed to be a military threat, but a threat to civilian air traffic. It was unmanned, and recent sightings have alarmed the United States and Canada. On February 4th, the first object, a Chinese surveillance balloon, was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. Last Friday, a second object was shot down over Alaska, while the third object was destroyed over Canada's Yukon on Saturday, with investigators still hunting for the wreckage. Meanwhile, China says since January 2022, U.S. high-altitude balloons had flown over its airspace without permission more than 10 times.
U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial water. On February 9, North American Aerospace...
Yes, ma'am.
美方的气球非法进入别国的领空。
The illegal intrusion of airspace of other countries by U.S. balloons is also a commonplace. Just since last year, the U.S.'s high-altitude balloons illegally entered Chinese airspace more than 10 times without the approval of the relevant Chinese authorities. The first thing the U.S. side should do is to start with a clean slate, undergo some self-reflection instead of smearing and accusing China.
However, the White House denied Beijing's accusations that the United States has been sending balloons over China to conduct surveillance. The UK is also weighing in. It says it will review its security following the incursion of a suspected Chinese surveillance balloon into the US. According to the UK Defense Secretary, this is another sign of how the landscape of global threat is changing for the worst. For more on this, Edward P. Joseph, Senior Fellow at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies and Foreign Policy Analyst, is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for joining us on WION this morning. What in the world is going on with these objects on U.S. airspace and North America?
Thank you for bringing me on your program. The answer to your question is that officials are not actually sure. They're not 100% sure. They are sure in the case of the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down, as your report mentioned, on February 4th. In that case, they're very sure. They're very sure that this was a deliberate intrusion into U.S. airspace, a Chinese flying balloon meant to collect intelligence, principally over U.S. military bases. So on that, they're very sure about that Chinese spy balloon. On these other cases, these are different objects flying at different altitudes, flying at lower altitudes. They're not the same, and there are some reasonable and very plausible theories about these balloons, including possibly that they could be sent by China or even Russia to check how efficient U.S. and Canadian, we should emphasize this is North America, U.S. and Canada are close democratic allies, cooperating completely in this as equal sovereigns. And potentially these could be objects designed to test and detect what are the capabilities. What are the capabilities in NORAD, the North Atlantic radar, that the U.S. and Canada maintain to detect, and in that ways potentially make more sophisticated intelligence devices like balloons and other types of surveillance. But officials are not 100% sure at this point. Please.
Mr. Joseph, how about the way the Biden administration has been leveling with the American people? Do you think that the American people should have maybe perhaps some kind of maybe a little more knowledge about what's going on at this point? Do you think that they've been forthcoming enough?
Well, look, we know at least that there's been release of at least some of the information that they have. We know that the FBI, for example, has been poring over the device that was shot down on February 4th, and that the Canadian the Mounties, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the U.S. authorities are cooperating on investigating the object that was shot down there. In terms of actually what is released to the public, let's remember, again, the U.S. and Canada are democracies. And they're very close allies and partners, as most democracies are. And in the U.S., as in Canada, the government is held accountable by the opposition in Congress. So in the U.S., there's strong oversight of what the administration is doing. And you can better believe this, particularly as the House of Representatives controlled by Republicans, that there will be close scrutiny of what the government does. We have a system of checks and balances, and the government is accountable. It's accountable to media organizations like WEON, like others, New York Times, journalists who get out and try to find out and speak off the record to officials, get background information. So there are ways for this information to get to the public. And again, there's accountability of the government to the people and to the members of Congress in the United States. Please.
Edward P. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us on WEON, and we look forward to speaking to you again very soon.
Welcome.
Thank you for joining us. Our top story at this hour. U.S. military shot down a mysterious object to have appeared in the skies of a Lake Huron close to the Canadian border. This is the fourth flying object that has been taken down over North America in 2 weeks. Now, according to the Pentagon Press Secretary, Patrick Ryder, the object was taken down by a missile fired from an F-16 fighter jet. Ryder warned that any object that is a threat will be shot down. According to the U.S. Aerospace Command, NORAD, it struck the new object and took it down over the Lake Huron to avoid impact to people. Officials say that the object was first sighted above military sites in Montana initially. It was not assessed to be a military threat, but a threat to civilian air traffic. It was unmanned and octagonal in shape. The recent sightings have alarmed the United States and Canada. On February 4th, the first object, a Chinese surveillance balloon, was shot off the coast of South Carolina. Last Friday, a second object was shot down over Alaska, while the third object was destroyed over Canada's Yukon on Saturday, with investigators still hunting for the wreckage.
Now, the ruling military in Sudan concluded the review of an agreement with Russia. The agreement is to build a Navy base on the Red Sea in the African country. According to reports, the deal is waiting for the formation of a government and a legislative body. For this, Russia met with Sudan's most demands. This includes providing more weapons and equipment to the African country. The deal gives Russia a green light to set up a naval base with up to 300 Russian troops, 4 Navy ships in the strategic port of Sudan on the Red Sea. The warships also include the capability of carrying nuclear weapons. Other things that the base will make sure of is the presence of Russian Navy in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. It would also reduce the burden for Russian ships taking long voyages to reach the area. In return, Sudan is not getting a bad deal. Russia is ready to provide weapons and military equipment for 25 years. It also comes with 10-year extension if neither side objects. In 2019, an uprising forced the military to overthrow the autocrat Omar al-Bashir. Since then, the country has been in political chaos.
As the war in Ukraine rages, the role of weapons being sent in for military action becomes more crucial. The Ukrainian president recently made a surprise European visit where he pleaded with European leaders for jets and more modern weaponry for Ukraine. On the other side, reports have surfaced about Iran smuggling in drones for Russia. Well, according to the UK-based publication The Guardian, Iran used boats and a state-owned airline to transfer new variations of advanced long-range armed drones to Russia. According to the report, at least 18 of the drones were delivered to the Russian Navy after Russian officers made a visit to Tehran in November. The report states Russians selected 6 Mohajer 6 drones, as well as the Shahed-12, Shahed-191 and 129 drones. Well, both of these drones have an air-to-ground strike capability and can cover a distance of around 200 kilometers. Well, this latest information underscores close ties between Tehran and Moscow. Earlier, the US said Iran had begun showcasing the Shahed 191 and 129 drones to Russia, and they expected Tehran to sell them to Moscow. Russia has used Iranian-made drones to carry out attacks across Ukraine. Earlier reports were published suggesting that Iran's supply of drones to Russia appears to have escalated. This after a study found Tehran has modified its drones to cause maximum damage.
Maximum damage. Dude, Indian news is better than ours. They tell us the truth.
A U.S. fighter jet shot down yet another unidentified object over Canada. This is the third such incident in a little over a week. The object was taken down in a joint operation by North American Aerospace Defense Command. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced the shooting down of this object over the Yukon Territory in the country's north. He said the Canadian forces would recover and analyze the wreckage. The object was shot down over Yukon, which borders Alaska, where fighter jets downed.
It was supposed to be cauliflower grits, but I didn't cook their cauliflower grits. I cooked real grits. I don't know. Hopefully it's as good as theirs would have been.
Before it was shot down.
The object was flying at an altitude of approximately 40,000 feet, had unlawfully entered Canadian.
A fight between parents outside 2 downtown Jersey City schools ends with 3 people arrested. Chopper 2 was over the elementary and middle schools on Bright Street this morning. Police say both schools were briefly put on lockdown during the fight. 2 women were taken into custody accused of assault. Police say one had a taser. Police also say that they arrested another parent in Hoboken, a man who they say showed up to the school with a gun. Not clear what led to the fight.
On the objects, and
they
we
don't
will make
believe
sure
that veterans are sleeping on the street. Or at least they'll never actually let you know that they know that those things are true. And until you have that kind of unity, until you have people standing side by side and say, listen, we disagree on how to get it, but here's the first step. We're going to acknowledge that there is an issue. They won't do it. They won't do it because they don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about our kids. And it's frustrating as all hell. It's frustrating as all hell.
They don't really care about it.
But with that, that's going to be my show tonight. I will put this out there, okay? Because I need the coffee club members. It's incredibly important. We're so close to doing something more. So what I will do is I'll extend this deal. If we get 5 or more coffee club members in the next 24 hours, right? Either 6-month or year plans. 5 or more in the next 24 hours, so until 5 o'clock tomorrow, we will give away 1 year of free coffee, or if you do the year, you'll get 2 years of free coffee
Shut up.
Found, as per
Coffee
radar
time.
hits. The two incidents come just a
He
week
pretty much
after
drop
the
ships
US shot
coffee,
down an
doesn't he?
alleged Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina into the Atlantic Ocean, sparking a diplomatic row between the two countries. For more on this story, we're now joined by Mark Merawitz, a political commentator and a professor at
And I'm
the State
Marcelino
University
Benito. An
of
investigation is underway tonight after a chemical leak in Katy. It led to an hours-long shelter-in-place order for thousands of residents. The leak happened just before 9 last night at a warehouse on Colonial Parkway near Highway 99. A shelter-in-place order for residents living nearby wasn't lifted until 1 this afternoon. Brittany Ford leads us off tonight with more on how this all unfolded. Brittany.
Well, people in the area may still smell some lingering ammonia, but local health authorities say it does not pose any health or safety risks. Authorities say the leak started overnight when crews were performing maintenance on a refrigeration system at the 99-cent warehouse
Damn, I bet they
located
inhaled
here
a bunch
on
of it
Colonial
then.
Parkway. Fire officials say the leak of anhydrous ammonia started to leave the building, prompting the shelter-in-place order that was issued around 9:30 this morning. That order was lifted around 1 p.m. after officials say the tanks had bled out.
I think it's
There
better
was
with
actually
real
maintenance
grit,
being
actually.
performed at the time whenever this happened. We don't know the full ins and outs. We are going to be conducting an investigation to try to determine what happened so that we can try to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Health officials say the chemical can cause irritation to the nose and throat and can even make it difficult to breathe. So far, no injuries have been reported. People in the area we spoke to glad to hear it was quickly resolved.
It was scary. So I was like, then I read it was ammonia. I think it was an ammonia spill. And, you know, just trying to stay safe.
Now, officials say the warehouse will remain closed until a fire and life safety inspection is completed and passed. Reporting in West Harris County, Brittany Ford, KHOU 11 News.
KHOU. Man, everybody. Crypto. I got the grid.
Shout out from Prime Minister Modi himself.
Whoa, what is this?
Scintillating LCA, the C-17 Globemaster with the Hawks of Suryakiran Aerobatic Team.
Then came the heavy lift champion, the mammoth C-17 Globemaster, star of the Indian Air Force's global mobilization and evacuation drives.
India. Badass,
Then
India.
the light-duty helicopter, indigenously designed defense asset, took to the skies, displaying heart-stopping actions.
Julian, salute to the dice.
The air display was capped by a scintillating aerial spectacle by the Surya Kiran aerobatic team, which drew a massive heart
Better than the
in
Blue
the
Angels,
skies.
probably.
The Prime Minister was accompanied by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhry, who led the thrilling Gurukul formation. Modi's big focus was on defence and aerospace to make India Atmanirbhar in the field of defence.
21वीं सदी का नया भारत अब न कोई मौका खोएगा और न ही अपनी मेहनत में कोई कमी रखेगा। हम कमर कस चुके हैं। जो देश दशकों से सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस इंपोर्टर था, वो अब दुनिया के 75 देशों को डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है।
Over 800 global aviation companies and 98 countries are taking part in Asia's largest air show, aimed at giving a never-before boost to India's desi aviation sector. With Sagar Raj and Akshay Dongre in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Aero India 2023 kicked off today, and just as Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the event, the opposition kick-started politics. Now, accusing the Prime Minister of political tourism, the opposition said Prime Minister's visit to the Aero India event was just a bit to hog the limelight as elections are drawing close in the state. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party, however, took pride in Prime Minister's visit and said that every single visit of his leads to a 5% increase in the party's vote share. Now, how is the ruling party and the opposition party pointing fingers at each other? Watch in this report.
Dude, they're all the same.
A team of Swiss filmmakers examines.
What else talking about it, bro? Another country talking about it. They're talking about it. China, is China talking about it?
Has opposed aid deliveries across its borders to rebel-controlled regions.
President Assad confirmed the need for urgent aid to enter all regions in Syria.
All the other people talking about it. Dude, we can't be the only ones that think it's crazy. No one knows what they look like, but they're not balloons. They might be balloons.
Security, all stations, Coast Guard Sector San Diego, Coast Guard Sector San Diego, Coast Guard Sector San Diego for Coast Guard unscheduled safety marine information broadcast concerning a gale warning. Listen channel 22 Alpha 157.1 megahertz, out.
Was someone calling Killeen?
I weighed way too much food.
I think it's usually 17:30. Those guys.
Dude, Simon isn't eating.
Radio check, radio check. Check, radio check. Barrel Papa 1-1, Barrel Papa 1-1, this is Barrel Papa 4-1, hanging on channel 1-2, over. One 4-1. One 4-1.
Heck yeah, one of the dinners successfully cooked. Awesome. I feel like it's a chore almost doing that. It's like I have to do it to the food doesn't spoil. But it's interesting cooking for a change, and it really it's hard for me to take myself away from this and go in there into the kitchen and cook by myself. Silence. I mean, I got the headset on, but I really say it was better when the court was on. That's better to listen to. That's entertaining. Oh yeah, dude, I'm hooked on these. Now, I didn't even used to like them. I go to Europe. Mineral water is everywhere in Europe.
Marietta, this is TCM.
I would normally get steeled.
Marietta. Hey, I'm just northwest of you guys, right over here off of Point Loma, and I got two with me right now, just coming up on them.
Most of the water is mineral water out there if you're getting bottled water. And
Just had one of these guys go down.
I'd always get still. My girlfriend's dad will always get this kind, the sparkling kind. I thought it was weird.
Your current numbers?
Didn't really like it. Now look at me. I can't get enough.
32, 39, 1176.
Gotta be cold though. It's like, almost tickles. It's so fizzy when it's cold.
Roger that. Okay, I think we might swing by and take a quick look.
Alright, I'll keep you updated too. These guys just go over about a minute into waiting for them to come back up.
Is it extra fizzy when it's cold because of the temperature difference? Once it gets to your mouth and throat, it like quickly is heating up and it allows it to off gas really fast. But if it's warm and you drink it, it isn't off gas in your throat as much because there's not as much of a temperature difference. Therefore, it's not like it hasn't been. I'm saying like. The carbon dioxide isn't crashing out of the liquid as easily at a colder temperature. It wants to stay, like the colder, it's freezing, it's not leaving at all. You know, it stays in there, it's frozen, it's there. But you thaw it out, boom. So the colder you get it, the less it bubbles. So at the colder, when it's in your throat, it bubbles way more the colder it is because it's difference in temperature. That's what I'm thinking is happening. Causes more bubble. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so a warmer one doesn't have that same effect. Bubbly. I believe it never goes out. Came along, use that. I wish Simon would eat his food correctly, not just bits and pieces or whatever.
Down here a bit more.
So concerning. Bro, come on, man. Why isn't this working? I thought I charged it. Oh, I never charged it. Charge still. Oh, wait up. Oh, no, I don't have a analyzer on that other one. Well.
Headed our way, an award-winning celebrated dance company. They're bringing their talents to the Memphis area.
And we are all certainly here for it. It's called Step Africa, the first professional company dedicated to the tradition of stepping. Visual storyteller Sheila Whaley gives us a sneak peek of their show.
It's a lot of fun and it's super high energy. Super excited. Step Africa is going to be here on Sunday, March 5th for a matinee performance at 2:30 p.m.
Germantown. That's not a very black area, by the way.
Step Africa is a professional dance company dedicated to the art form known as stepping. We are based in Washington, D.C., and we travel across the nation and even internationally, spreading this love of stepping.
Where it's very white. Collierville's where all the FedEx pilots live.
We define stepping as a highly energetic, polyrhythmic, percussive dance form that was created by African-American college students.
It involves stomping, clapping,
stomp!
vocalizations.
It's like the movie. I thought it was going back to like some kind of
We are
African
entering
tradition.
our 29th season.
She just said, dude, she just said it was created by African college students. I thought it went back to Shaka Zulu or something, man. Come on, dude. I want to. Real? confusing people. Step Africa. Huh? I think I'm playing some video games, dude. It's pretty dead around here. Not much on as far as content here. So there's that. Probably gonna do that. Friend day. Better see if I can give away some D-Live money again. Probably all the time, there's just nobody there. Is there anybody out there? Tartar's weird, dude. I brush my teeth twice a day. I still get that, like, harder stuff on my teeth. Hey, look, I actually was able to get some out this time. Congratulations. You get stuff. Hey, Angela. What's going on? You say about what stuff? No. Oh. Definitely don't. Okay, we're gonna add 50.
Easy on Marietta.
Boom. Gotta add to the chest.
Yeah, I think I see them popping up here, probably about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile off my bow. Looks like they're heading in towards the North Island.
So, probably gonna do that now. Something. So I can do something. Entertained every day. That's good. Barefoot? Well, I got socks on. Got socks on? I got socks. I have to have those on. Cold. It's actually 78 degrees in here. How cold is it? Get up to that. Love to tear up this whiskey box I have down there. That's his new favorite toy. You hate sauce. It's cold. Whoa! Holy shit! It is so loud, dude. Dang. Jeez. mad at this real fast.
Longbow 3-1 on approach. Strike inbound. Copy that. Longbow 3-1 is on station. Strike inbound. Longbow 3-1.
Some more. Time's running out on my time is running out on this to complete the battle pass. 1 day, 18 hours. A little bit more, but not all of it. He's really starting to make his meal go a lot further. Don't know if that's a bad thing or what. Sucks the bed? No. Double XP event is active, really? Whoa. That was happening. Whoa. Bye. This thing needs to heat up.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Hello, hello. Let's see why I'm talking. Loud noises for everybody.
my building help.
Oh, you little.
Jason, I sniped that guy. That each kill.
That was sweet.
Was broken. They are no longer with us. Two safes remaining. For a chance to redeploy. Stronghold. Targets are
Dude, those suppression things don't do shit. At least. Oh, look, it
was all dead. Fuck, dude.
It hurt that one. Oh shit, it's hurting them. That's cool. Come on. Jumped in there, trying to get our loot and shit, and they're like, what the heck?
Alright, hold on, one. Doeshow, let's get it. Fuck this club. Just flank left, flank left, flank left.
Alright.
That's right, oh, they're right here.
What am I looking at right now? Come on, man. Don't you want to look at the wall? There's enough money. Go to this house. Are they gonna wait? What are they like? Like, what are they gonna like risk? They need to have all. I mean, stop looking for fucking money, baby. He's right there. He's right there! Oh my god! He was right there! You could... No! On the other side of the fucking... Oh my god. On the other side. You can see him twice. Are we boxing? What? Somebody else. There's somebody else. Who was that? I just heard footsteps. There's some trouble. You can't hear me, by the way. Thanks, man. Go right to him, right to him.
Tell you over in the area.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Let me just open up out of will, fuck it. Ah, he's right there. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Fucking game is whack, dude. Okay. A third, but they have 3 precision strikes to just put on. Not waiting around to try to get fucking help, like, on top of that shit. God damn it, dude. One more game like that, and that's probably it. But I'm not playing your boxing game, by the way. If it's on PS5, I might play it, but PC games, I'm not gonna fuck with. It's too complicated trying to stream them without having a dual PC setup. I'm not trying to do a single PC streaming from the PC setup. It sucks. This ain't ready yet. Got at least like 10% juice. Fucking.
Muchachos.
I already know I want to leave this squad. Hey, thanks for letting me know I should leave early, dude. Appreciate you, man. Asshole. Or maybe it's not somebody on my team. Hopefully. Oh my god. Why do I hear you if you're not on my team, fuckhead? Fuck off. If he's on my team, I'm definitely leaving. Yeah, we're left. Bye. Shit. Fucking asshole. Why is this, dude? Its thing wasn't even charging until I turned it on for some reason. It was at 1%. Now it's at 2%. I watched it go from 1 to 2. I'm done with it. I'm done with it, dude. We're just going to turn this one off. I don't want to hear everybody's TV, radio in the background. I don't want to have to mute my teammate because they don't have the fucking common sense and I have that shit in the background when they're playing. Like, none of that. I don't want to deal with that. Nope. Fuck, I hate playing with people in that game. I don't know, dude. It can be decently fun, like, and challenging, but dude, that challenge is something else. Finding decent members that aren't with some stupid shit, it's hard. Or it takes so long to get in just to realize your squad members. I don't know, man. Are my expectations too high to not want some background noise or that they speak English? Is that too high? I want English and no background noise. That's what everybody wants when they play in America. Most people on a random squad. 3%. We're at 3% now. It's crazy that Call of Duty Blackout is better. 3%.
What? Yours is cheap. It's cheap as shit.
Better game. 4%. Officially 4%.
I got one right. Two more. Picking them up.
Fuck. I couldn't fucking see, dude. I couldn't tell who was who.
Yo, stop.
Hey, you suck your mom's dick, bitch. Fuck you. Asshole.
You mad your mother's a bitch?
Mad your mother has a dick, fuck ass.
Your father's a pussy too. He got a pussy. So what that make you?
You need to stop smoking that shit, homie. You don't even make sense.
Don't make sense to a fucking retard. Not at all.
Okay, I'm done. Like in the middle of smoking a joint. It's like that dude that gets high and intentionally sounds high because he thinks it's cooler that way. Oh look, they're together. These two are getting together. Is that one of the shit doggers? Yeah, it is. His boy. How come your boyfriend didn't keep you alive, man? Thought you guys were boyfriends. We're keeping each other alive or what?
This fucking faggot's just harder, talking some gay shit. You know, he's a transvestite.
I wish I was a transvestite so you could play with me.
Fucking tranny.
Go to the drag queen story time shit. Act like you're a little kid.
Trash can.
Hey, you're the one watching me, dead bitch. Fuck off. This guy. I'll hang out with purple, man. Nice. Oh shit. Ah! Motherfucker! Where the fuck was he at? Huh. Like he was hiding in the corner or something? I heard no footsteps. What the fuck is that? Dude, these two. Smoke weed. Actually. These two are just holding their hands in the tent over here. Yo, is there a way to prove your character renders? What? They know what is what, but they don't know what is what. They just strut. What the fuck? Like that?
This guy could get more than one kill. Nope.
Hey, but you watching me again, aren't you, bitch? Dead man talking.
One kill.
One kill? Cause I do more than play video games, pussy.
You're trash. He's always mad.
I'm not. I really don't give a shit. I really don't, cause I can tell you're like 20 with no life experience at all. So I really don't give a shit what a fucking kid's telling me. It's just that's what we do here. Talk shit. It's Call of Duty. Oh, I'm so upset. College kid said I'm no good at shooting fake people. Oh my god. What am I gonna do with my life? I hate myself. He really got to me with that one. I'll tell you. Run around. Hey, where the monkeys? Monkey around. Okay. I'll take that. Ow! That big quick. Oh. Never ending story. Back. Y'all alone? No. Ain't coming back, bro. He ain't coming back to me. Coming back. Coming back to me. Dude. Okay, here we go. Off we go, Tom. There's fucking only like one squad left, and it might be just a squad in me, dude. Whoa! What the fuck? I didn't even hear that guy. He was right on me. And he got the gun that I left in there. Oh, he's a YouTuber. No one cares about Call of Duty Blackout YouTubers anymore, that's facts. Like, I don't expect any of these people to come through on the stream, even with all the shit talking. Like, how did... Oh, he had Ninja on. I forgot that was a thing. That's why I didn't hear him. Just tiptoeing. Tiptoeing and it's shouting. Love the banner? I don't. I'm stopping playing now because of it. It's not something I play this for, dude. I don't like going off on people. I don't like hatred and violence and being pissed off. That's not what I enjoy. It's probably why I'm not a Call of Duty streamer. This makes me not want to play it. Like, I don't need my own teammate telling me how much I suck, dude. Because he's dead. And I didn't kill the guy. I was able to revive him in time. That shit. Whack, man. Cool. Who the heck is ZX Mads? Which person was ZX Mads? Somebody's invited me to a game. I wasn't looking at the names, dude. Probably the finest of the vapors. I'm thinking about doing this one, the F1 game, but it's boring to watch. I don't know, which one would be fun to watch out of all these? Any of them would be interesting. I think the single player games are pretty boring to watch because I'm not playing real people, but that's just me. For entertaining, I should say, maybe not fun. Background music. Try to keep the music to a minimum on them. What you mean? Already at 2 again? It says it's already at 0%. Fall Guys? The Fall Guys one? Guess there's not much cheating on that one. It's not too loud and noxious. Oh. Let's go. Try at this one. Cuphead. Cuphead is in store. Will people buy? Do I have any money? No. I got the purple things. What do those buy? I got purple things, and man, what do I do with them? Cuphead. One. I don't want it. I just want to look at. I don't know what these purple things are to have up here. The purple 6,235 of them. I use them somewhere in here. Why is it showing me them? Or maybe it's for outfit. Oh. Upgrade your season pass. Oh. 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 I was. It might take a while to load. Be out here kicking it on the internet. Everybody being here. Monday. So weird.
Here we go!
How I meant to. It was so hot. About 20%. Thought it was doing bad. Dude, why isn't it full to begin with, though? The game is pretty empty. Yeah. That was invigorating. We're purging viewers right now. Half of the people just left. That's pretty embarrassing. Roughly half in the past 20 minutes or so. You don't like me playing video games with people. I don't know where the fuck I'm going, dude. Where the fuck are we going? This way. What? Is that right? What the fuck, dude? How are you supposed to know where to go, dude? This is stupid as shit. This is the dumbest one so far, easily. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Actually stupid, dude. I can't even follow people because this is madness. Like, why would I need to go up here? Now, what the hell is this thing? Oh. I get it now. We were supposed to stay inside of that yellow thing. Man, that was confusing. You're supposed to read, or what? I was supposed to read? Didn't know. It's better drinking. Oh, how much have you had to drink? I'm thinking about taking out a big ass loan to consolidate my credit card and credit card debt. But it would also give me some savings. You know, take out more than the credit card debt so I could have savings. Also, I'm trying to figure out if it'd be worth it to do that. Or if I should just do just enough for the debt. Ah! God dang it. Come on, baby. Ah, we go. I've never seen this one before. Oh, most of these are new to me. I don't ever play this shit. Whoa. Is the guy gonna get it? He did it. Awesome. I didn't make it. Which packed house this time? Was packed house. Dang. Alright, I need to read it though. I get it. See, I could have done the other one if I didn't. I was just running around in circles. I didn't know what the heck was happening. Follow the line that leads to the correct exit. What? Oh, exit. The line. I have to stay on one of the lines? Maybe that's like a wall right there, the darker area. Let's go. This is interesting. Especially for people that know it already. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is? Yeah, that's it. Where's the right going? Oh no, that wasn't it. Oh my god. Come on, mouse. That's it. Alright, that's where they're going. Oh. This one. This one. Shit, it was the other one. It was the other one. Come on! It's that one right there. Go. Oh, wait, no, it's this one. No, it's this one. It's this one. I don't see this one. It's going over here. Yes! It was this one. Let's go. Wait, where are they going? Where are they going? You like that one? Yeah, I like that one too. No, I don't. Ah, it sucked. That one sucked. Fuck. Alright, back over here. Get on my face. Where they going? Let's check my memory skills on this bitch. Where you going? Huh? Where you going? You like that one? No, you don't know. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Right. Nah! Dang it! God dang it! We're running out of time. No, what? What do you mean? What do you mean they only got 7 people? That's some bullshit. We supposed to. Oh, it was timed and. Oh man, they should have let us at least all. They should at least let you all try until they get the amount of people that it's supposed to get, right? I thought it was 21 that could get it. I feel robbed. How many more did I have left though, bro? That was actually hard to remember because there wasn't very much marking. You just had to remember which order Wood number, door. Like this one would have been more easy. I'm not playing anymore though, I'm dead. Simon's having a little morsel. Man, that was hard, dude. I wonder if it's always the same? Probably not. Man, that was really something with that. I like how it works the brain though, at least. Exercise. Brain exercise. Navigate the jungle obstacles. Okay. So it's just cut and dry. Don't fall off. We'll try to get top 10. I've never seen it before though, so on these it's the same every time pretty much. Unless it has like doors you gotta punch down. Oh, we may go. It's pretty long, dude. Second row hype. I wonder what makes people get placed in the very back. Oh my god. Whoa! Wasn't ready for that. Didn't know that was gonna happen. Come on, man, let me out of here. Holy shit. What's happening? Yeah. Oh no! Yeah. Let's go. Oh man, come on! Motherfucker! You know what I'm saying? That was some bullshit right there. What? Now that was double bullshit. Fucking robbed over here. Okay, there we go. What'd I get? Almost. Does it tell you what place you got anywhere? How do I do that? Tetris, I used to play that. Top 50? Yeah, bogus. Amateur. Those are amateur numbers, dude. Oh no, use R2 to grab and move blocks, create paths, and jump along to cross walls to reach the finish line. And, okay. Definitely never done one like this. How the fuck? How the fuck are they doing that? Are they diving? Oh, it's... see now. Oh shit, damn. Nah. Oh my god, this one's hard and I just already, it's over. Right now. So the load times on this one are kind of long too. Now I gotta go all the way back. It's over. Let's see. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 7, 1,000, 8, 9, 7, 1,000, 50, 60, 70, 80. Dude, probably about a minute, 2 minutes. Get into another game for the time you die on your last one. Okay. How about all your food, bro? What's your snack? Favorite snacks? That wasn't too bad. Yeah, that was better. That was actually better than Warzone. Number one, man, it's not lap time. Not lap time means 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 not lap time. I'm holding this guy back. Oh shit! Yeah. Get me over there! No! Yay! That's how you get there faster. Oh no! Get in there! Oh! Whoa! Don't hurt me. Oops, I'm in there. Oh shit, am I first? I'm first, dude! Go, 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 go! Woo! Baby! Nah. That's my first. Why are they just standing there? Oh, they're playing with people? That's tripping. They're just like, they know they've made it. Have you gotten first on this? I feel like I've accomplished something. For someone who never like really plays this. And I was playing around at the beginning, holding that guy back. Just messing around. That's wild. on this dude. Is he gonna finish though? Oh, he's gonna make sure he gets in. Good damage in from 2. Okay, you're a cowgirl. Yippee-ki-yay. Okay, surviving is also by not falling off amid the ruined arena whilst throwing blast balls to knock off other players. Ooh, ooh, blast balls. How do I do that? Do I have them? Do I have to pick them up? Oh my gosh, I'm scared. Grab R2. Gotta grab it with R2. That's even harder. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh shit. God dang it. I couldn't grab it. I grabbed him so that he couldn't throw it at me. That's what I was to do, dude. We did it! Hey, that was easy. That was too easy. That was made for kids or something. Oh, jump over the spinning beam and avoid. Oh, this one's kind of fun. Everybody's just got to jump and the beam speeds up, right? Oh yeah, there's like the top one too. There's 2 beams. Oh no, this is gonna be hard. Don't fall into the slime. Don't fall into the slime. Oh my gosh, the slime. Why are they moving? Don't move near me. I will grab you and throw you off of this motherfucker. You move near me. You want to play with me, bitch? Slam. No. Don't look at me like that. I'm the crazy dude on here. Ah! Fuck you, I'll grab you back, bitch. Wanna go over the edge? No! Oh my god. That was close. Oops. That was close. I got so lucky to say. I was roughing people up, they didn't even have to mess with me. How to play. Move between rotating rings to avoid rising slime. Okay. It's gonna be rising, bro. How do we know where to go, man? There you go. shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Away from me, get away from me, little shit. Hi! Oh fuck. Okay. Oh, he got me! Game over. I get the big bucks. I'll get anything special getting first. The first one. Really? I'm a legend, dude. Yeah. But I'm free. I don't know, man. I don't know what any of that is. Other one, theater. Surprised you'll get something to be first, oh man. Oh my gosh. Come on, man, get off your fucking ass, bro ham. Fuck. Oh, I want to go that way. What the fuck? I didn't even touch it hardly. Get out of my shit, bro. We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. Oh shit, too far! Come on! Hi, RD, what are you doing? There's not much reward with this game, that's the only thing. I mean, you don't get, like, yeah, I did it. This is my reward. Yay! Time and it's not lap time, go on. He's just looking at the food that he has left and not eating it. Good. Crazy looking. Crab trapeze. What? No. The fuck? Where's the zone? I don't. Oh, I see. Now I get it. Now I get it. I get it. I get it. It's another zone thing. It's a zoning thing. I fucked it up for him. Oh shit. Oh shit. Come on. Get me up in there, coach. I give up. Go, 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 go. Oh, it does it automatically. It doesn't let you stay on it for so long. But I got it this time. That's one way to do it. People are kind of slow. Some people's brains are a little slower than others. Learn that as you get older. That's kids playing too, though. But I thought the kids are supposed to be smarter. Which a 1-year-old's playing, they say. Toddlers are out. Avoid the moving walls. Don't fall off the platform. Oh, roger that. Let's go. I'm going to battle. Looks hard. The walls come from... away from the wall, I know that much. Oh shit, there's a wall. Okay. Oh, I couldn't grab it, dude. Okay, I'm done with this game now. I'm full. Go brother playing right now? Everybody on? The guy didn't call me today. I'm gonna take a break from the games, dude. The guy didn't call me today about the situation. I don't know what's happening with that right now. I'm in the dark. I'll be back. Hey, this. Down but out. I was out. Oh, there's also the poker. It's out. Boring, ain't it? Man, what is boring? Biomutant. I'm looking at some games that I could download. Actually, I'm thinking about playing the racing game. Do something different. I used to like doing that. But I have Dirt, which is gonna be like, kind of. Here, I can play the preview. It'll be more kind of like less real, probably. Let's get more third person. But it'll have my car in it, maybe. Not really sure what these packs are. I just dude, if I could actually buy my car down here and start playing the game, that'd be sweet. Tier 1 upgrade, where's that? Not fun on the ice driving though. So, but there's also this one. I wonder if people are actually playing this. I want to see. How big is it? Yeah, I'll have to delete some stuff first. Let's see, we get rid of this one. And where I do that at? Okay. I always download these things later. Here, hold up, let me look at something real quick on this one, actually. I remember buying some stuff on this, or I put money on it or something a long time ago. I want to see if I did. Please check out it function. What? That is, it is updating today. Said it was. Let's see. He's probably gonna say it needs space too. Oh. 57 minutes. Okay, never mind on that one. Oh no, wait. 48 gigs? We're gonna have to. Dang, come on, bro. How much do I have? Let's see how much space I have. I need to get more storage space. I don't even have enough for that game. Tell me how much 71, so don't ever play Battlefield 4 anymore. Time to remove old Battlefield 4. I could check it real fast, see if anybody's playing it. Well, I gotta remove something anyway. Gonna be, man. Oof, Trackman Turbo? I don't play that. Super small. Oof, this is 40 gigs. Alright. But that's the one I need the space for right now. Dang it. Alright. Ah. Man. How much space is this taking? Seven gigs. Man, really the space thing is kind of... How much is Fall Guys? 13. Alright, well, I want to check to see. I might end up deleting this one. Oh, and it still needs the disk and it takes up that much space? Damn, man. I'm just trying to see if the people are still playing this one. If they're not, I'll just delete it. If the servers are packed, I might keep it on because this was a pretty cool game back in the day. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's see. Here, click this server browser. There we go to favorites. Name those up. Okay, no filter. Uh, 24/7. Bummer. None of them are really full. This one's almost full, I guess, but it's Metro 24/7, which is a small map, and it's all indoors pretty much. Let's see what else is here. already filtering. Damn. Damn it, man. Only 37 players playing on that one. That's pretty dead around here. Maybe I could change up my filters a little bit. I got all the game modes selected almost. Pretty much picked everything I could. I bet it starts right up into it too. I can get a chopper and everything right off the rip. Oh man, I just realized you guys couldn't see anything. Are you telling me? Nobody told me. Nobody told me you couldn't see anything. Oh man, I got shot in the buttocks. Up my dogs. I know the load time is not going to be that bad on this one though. Now we're going to go tear some shit up. I got stuff unlocked on this game.
We no longer have control over objective Bravo.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I played. I see you. Let go, let go. Got somebody on my tail. See, I only play hardcore because I like to be cockpit view. I know that everyone else has to be. I can't go into a different. I should be able to. Come on, Burber. Give me tone. Give me tone. Ah, you bitch. He got me. Ah! He was so low I couldn't get a radar fix on him. I should have just went to guns early. That was stupid. Alright, let's blow some shit up. We're going in deep in enemy territory with this bad boy. I'm like Ukraine right now. Gotta get him with the missile silos. Oh, you motherfuckers. I don't know how to switch seats. I forgot how. What? I didn't think that was a chopper shooting at me though. Oh. That was on a kill cam. I'd like to see that. Try this again. Last thing I want is that fucking jet spot me. Go play the low game, boy. Shoot your shit, shoot your shit. I'm gonna give you one. I'll give you one. Are you gonna come at me?
Objective Charlie, neutralized.
Oh, you lost your pilot, your co-pilot. Oh, cause you getting fucking more up on my boy over here. Done. I helped. I distracted him. Alright. Oh, where's this guy going? Wait a second. Wait a second. Somebody. Oh! Alright, we're good. Are you up here? Shit, way over there? You? Oh, hell. Oh no! Oh shit. Going in. We're in battle. You're air sick. Alright, I'm not a good pilot. Whoa, not cool. They tried to snipe me. I don't know where. Damn, dude. They're getting close to hitting me. Shit. No kill cam either. That's what's like, dude. I kinda would like to know what would just happen. That's good. Oh my gosh. Now somebody's gonna get it. Alright, we're good. Alright, I'm gonna try to do better this time. Smoother. I really gotta pitch it forward to get some speed going though.
We just lost control objective Bravo. Anti-drive, wait!
That's where you at. Oh, Oh my gosh, I keep... I died. I just jumped out of the chopper and jumped back in. Oh man, come on, bro. I was super low. I accidentally pressed this paddle right here, bro. I need to take these damn things off. They're fucking me up. We're beating them pretty badly. It's not even close. Found him. Alright, let's go.
Have now control of objective room.
Fuck. We let one get away. Come on, what? 16? M16? I never heard of M16 shoot. Seems like... Oh my god! It fucking shit's ridiculous right now. I'm gonna uninstall it after this game. I don't know, it's a blowout game, for one, and it's not as full. It'd be nice if it were full, but I know it's not anywhere near full. Where do I go for that? 16 per team. Let's go. Oh, you're my jet wash. You're my jet wash, Ghost Rider. Oh, he got me. Ah, what the fuck? Why didn't mine hit? I guess I wasn't accurate enough. I forgot how to shoot those. They don't have to lock. They're passive. Damn it! I'm gonna drink. Get out of the way, man! What the fuck? Played with him a little bit. Is that better? I see people laugh because they're like, "Oh my god, he's so mean to his cat. How can he talk to him like that?" For one, he doesn't know what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, he thinks I'm playing. It doesn't matter what the fuck I'm saying. He thinks it's all good. I mean, he's like, yeah, what? Let's play now. It's instantly, he's wanting to play right after I'm like, get the fuck out of my way. Like, he's good. Play a little bit. I pet him a little bit. Happy, man. Fuck out of here. Judgmental assholes. Good riddance. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was so beautiful. Bitch. Ah! Nah. That hurt. It's a little too close. I cut that one a little too close. Oh my god, he was already dead anyway. I got a little itchy. You ever make a little itchy, man? Everybody's get a little itchy. Let's see this one come up. It's down, it should pop up any second. Come on, I really want the other one, but it's right here. If it pops up, that'd be ideal. It sounds like it's already up though. there. Boop! Oh. How did he not die? Oh, I didn't mean to run into him, but how did he not die though? I'm still getting used to like the game. I forget what the altitudes are that missiles work at and shit. They weren't locking on. I was hoping they would lock on right there. They simply didn't lock on. You ever get diarrhea? Shut up. Oh, I don't either. Oh, look at all those boosts. God dang. 107 25% boost. 88 50% boost available. 39 100% boost. That's pretty epic though. I got boosts. I got boosts in different area codes. Hey, 4 people left. Hey, and one person was like, fuck you, I don't get it. Well, they don't. I don't anymore. That's since I started drinking whiskey. It's my diarrhea medication. Drives me right up. Simon's sticking his head in the trash right now. And he has food left. Simon! Psst, psst, stop fucking eating shit out of the trash, man! I don't know what his obsession is with that. He didn't used to do that. Get out of the trash! What the fuck, Simon? Oh my god. What? Like, I'm just gonna bag this up and throw it all away in a bigger trash because he wants the muffin wrapper. Dude. I gotta make sure I do all my chores early. The place wouldn't be dusty if his hair wasn't everywhere. Out of here, man. Get me out of here, coach. I don't like it anymore. So here, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna distance we're gonna uninstall it. Bop. Bop. Because nobody's playing it, man. There's simply aren't enough people. I don't want to just keep playing the same map over and over. That shit's boring. And there used to be people on all the maps, dude. That's a bummer how games do that. They kind of die off because people stop playing them online. Alright, so what we got? This one's almost completely done. We got 5 minutes left for the update. Big ass update. I'm gonna see what I actually got on this. I bought some stuff on it years ago, and I even bought a controller for it, a flight controller, a flight stick for PS4 that I used for a little while, and what happened, why we shifted gears, but I guess it just wasn't a very good streaming game. But I'm trying to refresh my memory. Got 4 more minutes. I'm gonna see what's on there. I might just uninstall this one. I'm trying to see if I want to uninstall it to save space on the PS5. I kept it on there because I remember getting something. Like I put money on it or something so that I could. Maybe there's other things I can buy. I could have unlocked other things on here since I haven't played in a while. Pretty big update though. Facebook's probably off by now, so we can pop music on. Alright, alright. Can I get it around? Alright, check it out. D-Live, I'm gonna hook y'all up. I know ain't nobody there anymore because it says less than 5. We'll try it. Live will be the D-Live Discord? I didn't know that. How do I get in that bad boy? It's a good one. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Gonna be soon, man. Gonna be cutting back very soon. Until then, cheers. It's gonna be a change of plans. We're switching gears and I'm doing something else now. Updated. Awesome. Alright, let's try this one. The people don't like to see me drink. That's good. Warhammer. It's taking forever. I have to install this one too. There's gotta be people playing this. It's huge. Oh, is that my plane? What do I have? It's just complicated. What I'm looking at right now. Got 160,000 or something though. Let's see. Oh my gosh, this is. Do I have anything? What is the lion? Does it give me something? What is this? Silver Lions is the in-game currency which can be spent on vehicles, armament, immediate repair. So I be spent on premium content. Oh, but they can be used for the heck are these? Golden E premium currency. Oh. $5,000 of them are on $24. Your 9 assets, I see. So what does that mean? You get me 300 of them? Damn, we're shit. It's like we're $2. So I got like $2 worth of something on it. I don't know how much it is worth. It told me. All this. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. Yeah, I'm probably gonna uninstall it. This is so complicated. Alright, let's go to battle. This is complicated as shit. I don't even know what I'm doing. L2 and up is secondary. L2 and down is anti-aircraft. Alright. I'm drinking that Glenlivet Illicit Still because I'm a heathen. I'm saying. Get to the zone! Out of the zone! O'Reilly's Auto Parts. O'Reilly's. O'Reilly's. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. No! Is that how it goes? Yummy. Is there a live streamer walking around it? Acting like a fool? Yes. punk. Of course, fucking engine to freeze on it. Cause he's so cool, isn't he? Oh, O'Reilly's on a bun. O'Reilly's on a bun. That's right. Hey, what are we doing? To battle. I'm gonna look at the active shooter thing in a second. Ooh, this looks realistic, but I need to invert my controllers. This is a realistic looking game on PS5, isn't it? Got a bomb. I didn't shoot it. Oh, it did. There it is. Alright, well I'm gonna uninstall this now. But we always, I mean, if I ever want to play this, I could. I just had to download it again, but I need the space, dude. That's too, like, that game right there, I feel like it'll make me, I have to play too much, dude, to get good at it. By I should have plenty of space for that. Awesome. Oh yeah, no, it won't take that long too because there's so much space. Doesn't have to try to organize it all neat. Bing, bing. See, I have 167 gigs now. Plenty of space to download it and not have to worry about cramming it into a little corner. So, downloads faster. Oh, way faster. 15 minutes? Heck yeah. The F1 hype. Yeah, no, that's what Catman was saying. I can check it out real fast. There's not really much to see, though, dude. I looked at it. What am I going to look at? The street. Oreo Express is watching it. Y'all can watch it with him. Fucking annoying voice.
At least I hope it does. It does that sometimes.
Hey, why are only one people watching Real Brother right now?
I still don't have a hammer, guys.
So only one person's over here. Oh, it's glitching out. Why is he glitching out so much? Hold on. We're gonna get back on that PS4 thing in a minute, PS5 thing in a minute. I show some support.
If I can get that Kamehameha, I just might be okay.
Nobody's telling him. His people don't tell him when his shit's not fucking right. They're not telling him. It's fucked up.
I'm going for the dub. It says YouTube not receiving enough video. Okay, so that's a common error, and I'm gonna try to fix it here. But we'll see what I can get done. Okay. Man, that guy almost killed me. Don't worry, we'll get it to fix. Yep, I know I'm glitching really hard right now because YouTube is telling me they're not getting anything.
Trying to reset OBS.
Yeah, almost killed me again. Same fucking guy. Alright, I know how to fix it, and I'll probably have to restart my stream, but that's okay. I'd rather restart the stream and fix it the right way and get it going for you guys.
That's what it is, praise restart OBS. That's why I was going to restart it. And sometimes it does that, dude. Sometimes the OBS just doesn't send a bitrate for some reason.
Wait, I'm a bush warrior. Okay. Yeah, it's doing it again. So what I figured out about this is there's a guy right here.
I'm trying to figure out if it's his OBS. Like, if he has OBS, he can tell whether or not it's his network or his computer with OBS. You can't do that with Streamlabs, but he's using OBS. Or he might, damn, he might be using Prism. Fuck. I think he's using Prism, actually. I wish he was using OBS. He should be using. But
it's crazy how this game is messing up right now.
It's the one to use. I gotta get all this caught up. I'm sorry, I gotta. Oh my, that stuff wasn't
I'm buffering crazy right now.
Live. I'm getting it live, so it's everything's looking right now. Just switching the gears up a little bit here. Boom, everything's live now. That Hummingbird's live right now. Wait a second, really? 354. Okay, no, the Hummingbird I gotta fix. Actually, it's gonna be dark too now, but we'll watch them eat while it's happening. I was at 354. The Hummingbird's a nice addition, right? It's like the Eagle. We still got the Eagle back there. Eagle's still alive.
It's a YouTube thing, not receiving enough video. That's what it's telling me. Yeah, I know I'm glitching hard. I know. Thumbnails, I can help you without costing you anything. See, that's what Glitch Nation do, man. Get together, guys. me. It's a YouTube thing hard. I know. Help you with your banner eyes and help.
Reread that.
Good place to be. All right, I won't be able to do anything about the glitching right now. It's just saying it's not able to get the video out to YouTube, and it's lagging. So I'll fix it after this. I'll probably make the change back to what I was on before, and go for the a reboot. I'll reboot. But yeah, I'm used to this happening and then correcting itself, but it's not happening this time. Oh, mano a mano.
We're done eating. We're gonna go and catch them back up. This is what it looks like to them now. It's actually dark. And since it's dark for both, I'm gonna put the Eagle cam next to Hummingbird cams, as they're the two bird cams we're currently messing with. Boom, boom. They're all both sleeping. I don't really give a shit about active shooter info, honestly. Sorry.
Game time! Now I have to buffer that so y'all can see
trying to
it.
help my friend get his shit
Or
right.
record it so y'all can see it.
Trying to figure out what's wrong with him and stuff.
Are you dropping frames on OBS? Right now on OBS, I am not, but it's a YouTube thing. I'm getting a YouTube error. All right, we won that one, Glitch Nation. First game on dub. All right, let me see if I can change anything. I can't start the stream over. Otherwise, I can just kill it. But it's saying error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
That doesn't make
So
sense.
now
that
that
it's
I'm
a
not in the
YouTube
game,
thing.
I guarantee you, when
that's
I
not
come
a
out
thing,
this game,
actually.
it goes back to normal. So I'm going to stop moving. You guys will be able to see.
It's not a YouTube thing, is what I'm trying to say.
From there. It's okay.
It's
All right,
it's just simply not a YouTube thing. That's what I'm trying to tell him, but that's not a thing. YouTube just does.
All right, so I see it buffering through YouTube. I'm looking on YouTube right now.
Right, but are you even using OBS?
YouTube error. YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain. And I'm like, wait a minute. What do you mean? All right, so real. I just need 8 more on Twitch. Cool, you're almost there. Skittles, keep streaming. Now you're going to get to the addictive part of it, of watching your numbers grow. Be consistent. Keep streaming on your time when you have time.
I don't even know what he's using to stream with,
have
man.
fun with it. All right, we just earned crown number 46, and for some reason,
I appreciate people coming through and
YouTube
telling
is not receiving enough video to maintain
that stuff's happening, but
all right,
man, if there ain't a live streamer on the ground
happens,
or anything to look at, I can't really add anything to the situation.
It didn't happen this time. I'm gonna check my bit rate.
This is a bunch of people dead or
dying. It's not giving me any dropped errors. Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting a frame rate drop right here. So it's
are multiple GPU. People dead?
It's probably the GPU. Yes.
There we go. See, there we go. That's what I wanted him to look at. The frame rate drop. And he looked at it.
Out of the,
I'm a mastermind helper group. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of his mastermind group.
Back, and you guys should be able to see the stream fine.
My words.
Not in any gameplay.
Might spark an idea that help him next time to where this doesn't happen next time.
It's probably OBS acting real stink right now. And that's okay. I understand. I'm going to bring my frame rate down right now. All right. Streamlabs. No, Prism.
Oh, Prism.
But it's a variant of it, yes.
Prism.
Yes, Prism.
All right.
Do you have a secret on that one?
I don't know shit about Prism, man.
So as soon as I stopped the gameplay, it worked.
That's for mobile app. I can use. Oh yeah, so it. Oh,
the look in the channel.
It's definitely
quality of your channel brings people in. That is absolutely true.
It's definitely.
Yeah, Johnny Funko. It's Prism. And yes, I think it's the setup. I might have to go back to.
Yeah, for real.
I was using
YouTube,
AMD FFC, something like that, instead of the NVEC 264. The NVEC 264 seems to be the issue. What's up with it, Mafia? How you doing, man? But yeah, so we just got a dub right there. and it is buffering bad on Fortnite, like bad. It was terrible. I got the error that said, no. It said poor internet, poor buffering or something. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So what does that mean? So I noticed yesterday we had a little bit of buffering, but I changed the NVEC encoding. I think I might have to change it back.
I think he changed from CPU to GPU. I think he just doesn't have it dialed in right.
First dub up.
Possibly.
I got a message.
It's a bitch to dial OBS in, dude.
You dropped frames due to poor.
It really is. It's bro.
So that means the NVEC is not working very well at all.
Yep, he did switch from that to that.
Encoding is not working. I got to go back to the previous encoding that I was using. The reason I'm not using OBS right now, in all honesty, is because when I use OBS, it crashes. It just gives me the most random, like the stream will be playing fine.
I think he's talking about Streamlabs, though.
Beautiful. And then all of a sudden, it'll just crash out. You changed from CPU to GPU encoding. I believe I changed from NVEC. I believe I changed it to
AMD to NVEC.
Yeah, I changed it to NVIDIA NVEC.
Yeah, from AMD, which should be CPU to GPU.
264
right.
Instead of the previous.
Which means he's got to dial that in.
I was using
AMD, which should have been the CPU.
The AMD version 264. Right. So I might have to switch that back.
He should be able to.
I can't make that change while
he's
I'm
got
in
a
the stream.
40. Well, but he's also
that was
doing
a damn good win.
That's
Holy
why I
crap,
don't do game streaming
see it. That's
and streaming.
I do have a
PC streaming on my streaming PC.
So I'll make a.
You need a dual PC setup for that,
on
that's
I might restart
he's having issues
and just change back to the
because
settings
he's
I had before.
streaming a game off of his PC.
I want to fix it to where it shows as good as it did in OBS. I'm not quite there yet because I noticed a little bit of buffering yesterday, just a little touch.
I would too. For his quality, that's what you need.
But now it's crazy buffering, and it's doing the computer lockup thing.
That's why. But whenever he does the AMD,
how's everybody doing?
For streaming, he's not using the AMD to process the game graphics, so it's got more headroom to stream with. That's why he's able to stream with his AMD over the GPU.
So that's
even if he dialed it in, he probably won't be able to get as good a quality as you can with AMD.
No, we don't. We need
as a 45. Desktop streamer or as a one PC streamer, PC
so we
gamer.
need another 40. We need 40 stars, and we'll be done.
He doesn't realize that's what's happening right now.
Shout out to Roof Via Papa Flamethrower RD. I have not opened it up yet, but what I might do is change my settings back. If you get a chance, doeshow, shoot me an email with the optimal settings for Prism.
It's going to be different.
Prism's a little different for me because I haven't been on it but a couple of months. But I noticed when I got my new PC, I had this PC built from Micro Center about 2 months ago. OBS worked okay for about 2 weeks. And then that new update came out, 28.1 on OBS, and it crashed. And it just kept crashing. So I took it back to Micro Center. They were like, yeah, you're not getting any internal conflicts. It's not your memory. It's not your CPU. It's something going on with OBS. So OBS keeps crashing randomly. So that's why I switched to Prism, because no matter what I'm running, it just works. Even though sometimes it buffers. So I just need to get those settings with Prism set up properly, and I think it'll be good to go. Cherokee the Boss said, what up, real and everyone? What's up, Cherokee? How you doing, man? Might have to hit you on Discord for the one time. Let's see.
Yeah, Discord would make it easier. Just because, like, this shit's complicated. Streaming?
But I'm probably going to restart.
Y'all think that y'all think this streaming shit's easy because idiots like me do it? Probably.
Any more lag issues, especially. Look, if I can play Fortnite and it does that and it lags on Fortnite, then you know COD just gonna completely crash out, or Apex might completely crash out. So, yep, 46 wins. So I want to test something out real quick. Let me look at something.
Oh, look at his Discord real fast.
I want to go to another game real quick and just see if it does the same thing. If it does the same thing in another game, then I know I'll have to restart this stream. And it sucks for me because OBS.
I had to catch up. I was behind. Because he's lagging, because
it sometimes conflicts with a different game. So I'm going to go to my situation here. He said, yep, Discord will be easier. All right. Skittle says she's trying to figure everything out for Twitch, but it's always good when you got somebody that you can talk to about it, right? What's good? Going to be here for a bit. Then I got at least 4 hours of sleep in for work. Audie boy, I might have to restart the stream, but thank you for coming by and slapping that like button for me, man. 19 likes in the building. Shout out to the 10 in the chat. Yeah, we working. And I might just hit my brother doeshow up before I come back live, since it's already
Let's see,
9:29, and it's 6:29 for doeshow. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot this other game up real quick, and I'm going to see if that other game lags just as well. All right, library. Let's take a look. Let's see what happens.
Game chat, baby. I'm in his Discord.
Shout out to everybody coming through, showing love. I appreciate it.
He wants to talk about it.
All right, here we go.
See him there if he looks.
Got a whole new game up. Let's see if this game lags. I have a strong suspicion that I don't know. We'll see. My current record is 41 wins, 51 losses. This is a rough game. Do not get this game, guys, if you are intimidated easily or care about what numbers say. You know what I'm saying? ZNTV 2450 would like number 20. Thanks, man. How you been, bro?
I don't think this one's going to lag, though, at all. So it's kind of like...
what I'm looking for right now is to see if
I don't like watching this game, man,
and
at
if the
all.
stream lags on this game right here particularly.
It's definitely not going to. There's not enough
is
moving
a very
on.
Computer-intensive game.
Moving
since
going
they
on.
Upgraded to.
Oh man, these games are too long
it's
for
not
me
the
to want
same
to
game
kick
that
it,
used to
dude.
be. It used to be console and PC friendly.
Sorry. I gotta go now. That game is not. It is just so unenjoyable to watch that game, dude. I can't do that. I can't do that to the people. I wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't even play that and expect any of you guys to want to stay here. So I can't expect to play someone else playing it. Want to stay here? What can I? Punk! I'm just playing. Everybody but now.
Grand River, and there were already Michigan State Police troopers with rifles telling students and people out on the street to get into nearby businesses, to leave the area, to stay away from windows. And many of those businesses have already locked up for the night. We also saw students leaving, just distraught from this situation.
Do you have any updates or any reports or any confirmed reports at this point?
Let's first make sure that one is banned. Of course it is, though.
Can we talk
just
about
to make
that?
sure, though. I'm just thinking, I'm going to be a movie star. Fuck you. And you know what? I'll take the people that love me. I'll take them, and we're going to be movie stars together. But the other people, fuck you.
Alright, we got civilians leaving IME. Where should we be positioning them?
Gonna be
I got you.
movie
Civilians are moving
on. What we doing tonight, though?
Escorted to Langdon. As Kira mentioned, there was another reported shooting.
Is it? On Twitter, they're being very active. They're making sure we're up to date on what's going on. Like we said, there's that reported shooting.
Man, that's annoying, dude. This fucking guy doesn't ever ban anybody.
An active scene in the background.
His fucking beard. He's definitely a pussy without his beard. He's an ultra pussy without his beard. He has to keep that thing. It's his only identity of being a man. His voice sounds like an old smoker.
The students over here say,
"Fuck you, Oreo."
Here's the alert.
I can't even meet this guy in person because I didn't go into prison. Probably.
Incident occurring on or near the East Lansing campus. Secure in place immediately. Run, hide, fight.
10-2 still in perimeter.
Run, hide, fight. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's no live going on right now. I was just checking it out in the background because it was just showing 3 faces.
921, Bearcat has 8 operators. Do you want us to go to Berkey for a secondary second?
Bearcat has 8 operators, they said.
T933, they're doing a secondary right now at Berkey. Secondary at Berkey right now.
Ow!
921, is that a yes or no?
Oof.
Meridian Medic 93, I'm staging.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no live here.
Police and Public Safety did an update.
Are you sure there's no lives?
7 minutes ago, there's another reported shooting at IM East. Police are responding. There are multiple reported injuries. Media staging area is.
What about this live? There's nothing really going on there, though.
I thought I was some random civilian, also, so like, maybe you guys. Yeah, like, they're probably like, why are you walking around? Just a little, light jog. Okay, yeah, I have not a lot of battery left.
That's the only shot anybody has is this.
I have a small one. I told Joey to have someone bring me a paper. There you are.
Do you have an IFB?
No, I only have headphones. Well, I have my AirPods.
There you go. That's
Come
only
on.
Oh my gosh, the semifinals are on, y'all. Go, 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 go. You got this. Go, 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 go. Come on! Come on! Woo! He's swimming his little heart out. Whoa, whoa! Did you see the jump? Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. We got important shit happening.
Video, someone inside their vehicle showing all the police right here.
Hey, Mike,
Oh, man. Asshole. Who's this guy talking about?
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, hello, hello. Camera light on.
Oh, he's serious. Are people dead? I don't know what's happening, dude. All I know is there's a shooter.
Yep.
All I know he shot at the moon.
We're gonna go here.
I haven't heard anything. Oh, Jeff Mack just got a strike.
I've been told that you guys need to turn me down in the control room. Control room needs to turn me down. This camera is the one that.
This guy's drunk, dude. Retarded.
Yep. Yep.
Hold up. Do they have a special needs news anchor?
Just follow my lead. I don't know what I'm going to say yet.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Move your hand up a little bit on the body.
Oh.
Oh, there's a dead person. Oh shit. Okay, there's at least one dead person. You heard it here first, folks. Boop, 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 boop. One dead person. Brought to you. Oh, wait, is that the same? No, that's the same one, right? I think that was the same. Possibly 2 dead people, folks. Boop, 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 boop. Breaking news. Local scanner, it's still active.
Yeah, and David, right now we are still waiting to hear from police, but I do know there are several scenes on campus. This is Berkey Hall, where our crews injured here tonight.
Keep it professional, bub.
And police and fire trucks and ambulances are still in the area. Again, most of campus is shut down. Grand River Avenue is shut down in front of campus.
He sounds drunk, dude. Am I the only one?
Union, which is another scene that police have surrounded. You cannot get onto campus from Abbott Road right now. Grand River is pretty much empty. Police are trying to get people off the sidewalks along Grand River right now.
He's even moving like a drunk person.
Saw that scene at IM East over there by the Wharton Center. So yeah, it is still a very active scene here at Michigan State University.
Michigan State University. It's Michigan State University. I'm sorry, my mouth ain't working right. It's not a laughing matter. They're dead people. Shut up. Fucking pussy. People die every day. You're next, probably. How about that? Who? Oops. Ooh, oops. Hopefully not. Maybe not tonight. Maybe tomorrow night. Who knows? Fuck out of here. Fucking idiot. By the way, try DMT. You can die tonight. Being scared to death is the dumbest thing. It's everybody actually. Everyone's scared. It's the dumbest thing everyone do. Like, death is one of the only things we all must do, right? It's really not that bad if you think about it. There's more to this. This isn't the end. That's why everyone's scared. They think, poof, that's it. Poof, poof, poof. Try DMT. You'll know that that's not it. You won't be so scared about this shit, man. You won't feel so fucking sorry for everybody that died. I get it. It sucks. People die. People get shot. It sucks. But death isn't the end, man. There's more to this than this. It's just we're sentient as humans. We're able to think about this shit. We ponder it, obsess over it. Other animals don't give a shit. We should take their lead. They're the smart ones here. Animals don't think about age, any of that shit. They just keep on living. Keep on doing their best. Like Simon, man. He plays like he's a kitten still. That's a lesson to me. Stay a kitten till the day you die. That's how it's supposed to be done. Cats have been here a lot longer than humans.
Yeah, and David, it is still a very active scene here on campus. You can see the cop cars are still outside here at Berkey Hall. I'll point you down this way, where you still see many ambulances out here on Berkey Hall. I've seen many officers with guns out. One even surrounded a car that was just sitting there trying to figure out where to go along Grand River. Grand River is shut down right now in front of campus, and they're not letting anyone even walk on the sidewalks. I was trying to get here from Berkey Hall to the Student Union, which is maybe a couple buildings in between here, and I was still being forced to kind of go out and around trying to figure out where the scene is. It looks like it looks like appears to be a CATA bus on campus. Looks like but I'm not 100% sure what is going on with that right now. I do know many streets here on campus are shut down, including here in front of Berkey Hall and the Union. You cannot get onto campus from Abbott Road right now. They have several ambulances there blocking the road. We do know that there is a scene over there by IM East, over there by the Wharton Center. We have a crew over there trying to get information right now. Police are not saying what is going on. They are still trying to keep this area locked down and keep people from coming.
I guess maybe I should start another stream. Actually, I should get this fucking idiot out of here for one. Huh. You know what I'm saying? 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 Boom. Put that there. That's ugly, but it works. Because this stream has been up for a while, hasn't it? 10 hours. YouTube doesn't recommend shit after 4 hours. I've been like that for years. 4 hours. I learned that with botting, actually. The bots would work up until around 4 hours, and they didn't work at all. If they were gonna work, because YouTube, even if you were doing well, it didn't matter.
Mic check 1 2 3
They
4.
would shut you off after 4 hours.
Mic check 1 2 3 4.
Down.
Mic check.
Shut
Mic check.
you down. Ow. Hey, I'm gonna see y'all later though. I'm gonna start a new YouTube stream.
1 2 3 4. Are you getting
I'll put Michigan Shooter, and everybody will come because they'll be like, "Oh my God, Michigan Shooter! We'll go fucking hang out over there now."
You get on your shoulder.
All right, I'll be back in a second. Fucking idiots. Bye. I'm sorry, you're not an idiot. Other people are. Mary Jane.
Do you have headphones for your phone?
Do you have headphones for your phone?
Okay.
Cat Lady, I'll be back. I gotta go. No one's here.
Jordan, you give cues if needed.
Give cues if needed. Oh, oh, oh.